1. Katanga Cobalt Company, Democratic Republic of Congo. Wednesday, August 11, 2033. Terrorists, natural disasters, disease outbreaks, mass violence, environmental accidents, food shortages, social instability, global war. A female corporate marketing voice listed each disaster in an upbeat tone as a corresponding icon swooped onto the big screen. We live in unprecedented times, and these are just a few of the threats facing your business today. Nick Ritter scanned the faces of his clients, a dozen hardened African mine managers who clearly didn't care about a corporate safety video. They sat in a semicircle facing the conference room screen. Most browsed on their phones. 2 whispered by the coffee machine in the back. 1 dozed in his chair. You need a partner to help you navigate the rocky road ahead, the video continued. At Thorn Global, disaster planning is our specialty. Our highly trained consultants will analyze your business from top to bottom and create a customized plan that covers the 5 phases of emergency management: prevention, preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. With each phase, an icon landed with a pulsing glow. When disaster strikes, you'll be ready to protect your assets, brand, and of course, human capital. In our new world, disaster is inevitable, but crisis is avoidable. Let us focus on what if, so you can focus on what next. A giant logo faded in and sparkled. Thorn Global, prepared for tomorrow. Overhead lights flickered on. Oscar Zurcher stood and buttoned his flawless slim-fit suit. Good afternoon, gentlemen. He spoke with precision and formality in a strong Swiss accent. After the recent incidents at our Lamami and Red Hills mining operations, we have acquired a special advisor from Thorn Global to assess our disaster response plans. He gestured at Nick, who was seated against the side wall. Mr. Nick Ritter is a top crisis consultant who has traveled from the United States to be here with us today. He has reviewed each of your mining operations in meticulous detail and assembled contingency plans for a range of disaster scenarios. He gave a formal nod. Mr. Ritter. Nick stood and took the front of the room. Thank you, Mr. Zurcher. Gentlemen, I represent Thorn Global, an international crisis management, planning, response, recovery, and mitigation company. We design programs for. They judged him with half-awake eyes, a jury of ruthless miners frowning at this soft, clean-shaven, bright-eyed, 30-something American in a shiny new suit. For all types of catastrophic events, including. A pot-bellied man in a drafty, red button-down screeched back his chair and wandered to the rear refreshments table for a cup of fruit-infused water. He sipped with his back to Nick, staring up at a corporate poster above the water dispenser. At the top it said, Katanga Cobalt with their blue-gray logo and slogan, "We power the world." The center featured a globe surrounded by a giant ring of products that used cobalt: electric cars, solar panels, cell phones, tablets, laptops, batteries, power tools, scooters, jewelry, cosmetics, paints, medical devices, machinery, and dozens more. At the bottom was their ethical statement: respect, integrity, excellence, including zum. To Nick's left, 2 managers muttered in French, then chuckled. To his right, a skinny man in a fedora leaned over to show his neighbor a magazine. Everyone else scrolled on their phones. I've lost the room. In the first minute, a new record. Nick straightened and switched to an informal tone. Look, guys, I know the recent incidents are top of mind, and well, you're not alone. All my clients are struggling to keep their people safe. While I can't stop the next disaster, I promise I can teach you how to respond.
Yes.
They were all looking at him now, half interested but listening. The manager with the fruit water turned to face Nick, his face skeptical, and finished off his ice-cold drink. Nick started to pace. Now, your three biggest risks here are mine collapse, riot, and looting. He picked up a thick binder. In front of you is a binder. I've drafted disaster responses for those three situations, plus 11 more, ranging from earthquake to foreign invasion. Each situation has a detailed crisis response plan customized for your particular operation. The plans include mine maps, escape routes, safety procedures, and much more. He tapped the cover of the binder. Study this. As you read, try and visualize each disaster scenario in your head. Play it out step by step like a movie in your mind. This is called emergency conditioning or battle proofing. If you practice ahead of time in an actual crisis, your response will be automatic. He placed down the binder and retook the front of the room. Gentlemen, my training will teach you how to save lives, maybe even your own. He shifted to a heartfelt tone. I tell all my clients, you can replace your assets, you can replace your operations, but you can never replace your people. They stared at him, a wall of contempt. Okay. Nick clapped his hands in conclusion. Well, my card is inside the binder. Please call with any questions, day or night. Thank you. Zurcher stood sharply. Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Gentlemen, please arrive tomorrow prepared to discuss the disaster plans for your particular operation. Thank you, and good afternoon. The room shifted to murmuring and packing. Nick was stuffing the binder into his briefcase when Zurcher stepped to his side. Thank you, Mr. Ritter. That was quite instructive. I'm happy to help, Mr. Zurcher. He smiled politely. Before you leave, Banza will escort you to inspect the installation of our new emergency notification system. Zurcher gestured toward the door. Nick turned to see a short African man in a faded t-shirt and shorts waving enthusiastically, his hand missing two fingers from the middle knuckle up, the other fingers crooked like they'd been crushed. He beamed a warm smile, his bulging eyes bloodshot. Nick raised his eyebrows at Zurcher. Inspect, here. You mean in the mine? Zurcher smiled condescendingly. Yes, of course. Mr. Zurcher, I apologize, but system functionality is outside my area of expertise. I'm the planner. Inspections would be handled by the equipment manufacturer or one of our local subcontractors. I'm happy to arrange something if you like. Zurcher frowned, leaned in, and lowered his voice. Your boss, Mr. Wasserman, assured me you would conduct the inspection today. He pointed down for emphasis. So that we may host a private tour for the Chief Commissioner of the Safety Bureau tomorrow morning. Mr. Zurcher, I'd like to help, but I wouldn't even know what to look for. I'm sorry. Zurcher leaned closer and delivered his words carefully. This is not ideal. Given our recent safety incidents, a poor impression with the Commissioner would be of serious concern to our Swiss parent company. He flashed his eyebrows and stared at Nick. Okay, Zurcher. Message received. I understand. Nick nodded. Do you mind if I call Mr. Wasserman briefly? Zurcher straightened and beamed a condescending smile. Of course. Nick left the conference room and wandered down the short hall, looking for a private place to call Sam Wasserman. The mobile office trailer only had 4 conference rooms, all occupied, so he headed for the exit sign at the end of the hallway. He stepped out from the soft lights and air conditioning into the blazing African sun. Nick flinched and squinted at the Katanga mining operation behind the trailer, a sprawling, muddy, pitted hellscape buzzing with workers. Men and women, baking under the heat and humidity, waded in cloudy pools, sifting mud through old rags. Children, caked in yellow mud and toxic grime, sat in circles pounding rocks, sorting cobalt flakes into wooden bowls. Conveyor belts, fed by underground miners, spit up rubble through holes in the ground. Guards were stationed throughout the site, dressed in camel fatigues and berets, gripping AK-47s, studying the miners behind big black sunglasses. Nick dialed Sam and drifted away from the trailer. A stone-faced guard with a thick scar across his forehead trailed behind. No answer. "Got him it, Sam," Nick whispered. He scanned the area and considered his options. 30 yards ahead, a witch doctor chanted a blessing over a group of seated men who were about to descend into the mine. He tossed powder over them and waved his hands, then clapped and pointed at Nick, and a dozen angry eyes turned. Nick spun back toward the trailer and dialed again. Sam answered in his impatient Brooklyn accent. "Nick, what's up?" The background sounded like a busy conference room. "Sam, sorry to bother you. I've got a quick question. I'm on site at Katanga and Oscar Zurcher wants me to inspect some new emergency notification system before the Commissioner of Safety tour tomorrow. Did you tell him we'd do that?" I don't know. Maybe. Look, I'm in Zurich right now trying to renew a huge contract with their parent company, so I've been promising a lot of things and I really can't keep track. Okay, but the thing is, I don't know these systems. I can't tell if it's operating safely. Nick looked back toward the miners and lowered his voice. And this place doesn't exactly look up to code, if you know what I mean. Sam gave a sharp laugh. "Nick, it's a cobalt mine, not a Toyota factory. What do you expect?" His voice was suddenly distant and muffled. No, tell them I'll be back in 30 seconds. Then stall, got him it." He returned, irritated. "Look, Nick, they're one of my biggest clients and I'm hours away from signing them to a 10-year monster contract. So can you please just do it? Turn some knobs, pull some levers, say a fucking blessing. I don't care. Just make Zurcher happy. Okay." Nick closed his eyes, dread gripping his stomach. "Nick, you there?" "Sam, this isn't some kind of warning or payback because of what I asked you, is it?" Sam replied in a chummy tone. "Nick, buddy, come on, you worry too much. Just cut the ribbon on Zurcher's machine, I'll close the deal and we'll talk about your question over a bottle at Astra. I gotta go. Thanks, pal." The background noise went silent. Nick stared across the hellscape. The elevator creaked and groaned as it descended into the earth. Nick and Banza stood side by side, silent, as the rusty cage swayed down the craggy shaft. The sunlight above faded, replaced by a dirty brown glow from a greasy lamp. Nick looked down at the worn inspection sticker. Elevator inspected for Katanga cobalt by DRC Safety Bureau, November 2025. Expiration, November 2030. Expired 3 years ago. Great first impression. The elevator jolted with a sharp bang, then shuddered and rattled. Nick grabbed a railing and peeked sideways at Banza. The miner reached into his shirt and pulled out a necklace with dirty pink beads and a Christian cross. He kissed it and looked up to God. "Good luck charm," Nick nodded at the necklace. Banza tucked it back under his collar and smiled. "My daughter." He did the voice of a little girl. "Daddy, this will keep you safe in the mine." Banza pointed at Nick. "You have children, yes?" "No, no children." Nick paused. "I travel a lot for work and—" "9 children." Banza pointed to himself with a huge grin. "9?" Nick's eyes widened. 9, soon 10. He held up all 10 fingers, including the crooked and stumpy ones. "Wow, congratulations. What a blessing." Banza nodded, glowing, his eyes gentle and warm. "Here we say, big family, big heart." He tapped his heart. Nick smiled politely, unsure of how to respond. After an awkward pause, he spoke. "Yeah, someday I—" The elevator slammed to a stop at the bottom of the shaft. Banza opened the latch and moved through the steel gate. "Come." Nick followed, gesturing back. "By the way, the elevator, it needs to be inspected. It's past due. Banza laughed and nodded. Is okay. Did he think that was a joke? Maybe he didn't understand. They moved down a long tunnel, following a string of filthy lamps glowing sickly yellow against the sweaty walls. The air was cold and damp, heavy like a wet blanket. Ah, that smell. Banza, do you smell that? Bad eggs. Yeah, it's stink damp, hydrogen sulfide. It's toxic and highly flammable. You're supposed to be pumping it out. What about the air filtration system? Fan is broken today morning. Broken? What do you mean broken? How are you still working down here? Banza gave a quick, confident nod. Is okay. They reached the first in a series of side chambers and Nick slowed, squinting inside. 4 miners squatted under a little dome carved out like a rock igloo. They chipped away at the ceiling by the light of headlamps, working to a steady beat of pounding, banging, and the occasional cough. The chamber exhaled a sickening blend of rock dust and sweat. Nick followed Banza down the hall to the next chamber. This one was larger, with 6 men chiseling away chunks of stone. Various logs and car jacks were wedged haphazardly around the room, supporting the weight of critical rock structures. Then Nick saw it and froze. Children were seated around the chamber, no headlamps, no shoes, toiling like little ghosts in the dark. They crushed rock into small stones, filling bowls and baskets. In the back corner, a child was sleeping, or maybe passed out. A woman sat with her back against a jack, breastfeeding a baby as she sorted stones. Something moved at his feet, and Nick looked down to see a little girl, no more than 6 years old, working just inside the entrance. She wore a muddy red dress and braids threaded with red beads. Looking straight ahead, she pounded rocks with a little hammer. Suddenly, she stopped, then slowly looked up at Nick, her pupils milky white. He gasped. She's blind, of course, perfect for mine work. She cocked her head, curious, and her nostrils flared, giving him a little sniff. A warm smile spread across her face. Even though she couldn't see, Nick smiled back. Banza pulled him along. Come. The girl turned back to work. Nick followed Banza to a wide room cut into the side of the tunnel. Men were emptying baskets onto a long conveyor belt that knocked and groaned as it streamed to the surface. Banza stopped and began speaking French to a group of children sitting on old tires along the belt, picking through the passing rubble like assembly line inspectors. The stink damp was smothering. Nick rubbed his throbbing temples and tried to blink away the burning in his eyes as he waited for a break in Banza's conversation. Banza, the smell, is it getting worse? Banza nodded without looking back. Is normal, is okay. A young boy in a dusty New York Yankees cap playfully quipped at Banza in French. Banza grinned, wagged a finger, and returned a short phrase in a sing-song voice. The children burst into laughter. Banza doubled over in a deep belly laugh. He continued chatting, rolling the beads on his necklace, smiling with bloodshot eyes. And then Nick noticed it. Banza had a chronic cough, a subtle, repetitive thump that rose from his chest like a hiccup. This poor guy, 9 kids at home huffing fumes for pennies. And these kids I can't stand by and watch. Nick interrupted Banza with a hand on his shoulder. You know what? No, it's not okay. These fumes are dangerous. I'm going to tell Mr. Zurcher to evacuate until we can clean the air. Come on. Nick started back toward the elevator. Banza stared, alarmed and confused. I no tell Zurcher anything. He shook his head. I'll tell him. Nick beckoned with confidence. Come on. Banza followed cautiously. Nick spoke over his shoulder as he strode along the tunnel. I don't know how you're going to tour the safety commissioner tomorrow. The elevator is 3 years past inspection. The air filtration system isn't working. The hydrogen sulfide fumes are overwhelming. I mean, this site is clearly hazardous. Banza scampered to catch up. Yesterday. Ahem. Commissioner here yesterday. 9 a.m. Nick stopped. Banza continued a few more steps, then turned and looked back. Nick squinted and gestured for emphasis. The commissioner of the Safety Bureau came down here toward the new equipment yesterday. Yesterday? Banza nodded. Nick gazed ahead, his eyes dancing through the tunnel as he processed, connecting, analyzing, calculating. He turned serious. Banza, it's not safe down here. We need to get everybody out. Right now. Banza shrank back at Nick's tone. Come on. Nick grabbed him and started back toward the conveyor room. I want you to yell out in French and tell everyone. Boom, an explosion blew out the conveyor room, blasting rock and dust and debris into the main passage. Nick was on his hands and knees, ears ringing, the tunnel swaying. Blurry flames roared from the conveyor room, clawing the roof of the tunnel, riding a cloud of thick black smoke. And then the smell flooded over him, gasoline and burning rubber. Nick crawled to the wall, coughing, climbed to his feet, then helped Banza stand. They rushed back to the elevator. The shaft was empty. The cage had been pulled to the surface. Banza frantically tapped the button. No response. A group of men shoved past and forced open the gate, leaning into the shaft, pulling the cables. That's not going to work. Come on. Nick pulled Banza back into the tunnel and pointed toward the fire. There are two other ways up. The conveyor belt, which is on fire, and there should be a personnel shaft on the left, halfway to the conveyor belt. Yes, ladder. Banza started down the tunnel. Nick followed to the shaft, where a group of men blocked the entrance, yelling and pointing inside. What are they saying? No ladder. Nick pushed through and looked up. They were trying to scale the walls. A man would bury a pickaxe in the stone, climb up on it, and then anchor another higher up. But the pickaxes kept collapsing under the weight, sending the men tumbling down, knocking loose chunks of stone. It's gonna collapse, Nick said quietly. He grabbed Banza and pointed. Tell them to stop or it's going to collapse. Banza yelled at the men. A big miner spun and barked back through missing teeth. He pointed at Nick and menaced. Banza stepped to the man, breaking his glare, and raised his tone. Nick pulled at Banza's arm. Come on. They continued arguing. Banza, they won't stop, come on. He dragged Banza down the tunnel. Listen, there has to be another way. Are there any? The men in the personnel shaft screamed, and there was a sickening thud. The shaft rumbled, then collapsed, pulling down part of the tunnel with it. Nick covered and coughed as a dusty cloud swallowed them. The lights flickered off, plunging them into darkness, the only light coming from the fire. They were trapped between the flaming conveyor room ahead and the collapsed shaft behind. Nick pulled out his phone, hand shaking, and turned on the flashlight. He swung it around the tunnel, trying to orient himself in the dust and smoke. The light jumped from horror to horror. The big miner was sprawled across the ground, covered in dust, mouth hanging open. The breastfeeding woman lay motionless beside a wall, clutching her still baby. Outside the conveyor room, scattered bodies burned. Children ran past in little blurs, coughing, screaming. The ground shook. Another section of the roof crumbled and fell. Nick whipped the light round and round, gasping, lungs burning, sucking smoke and rubber and gas and burnt flesh. Raw panic bubbled up inside. Stop. Control your response. Focus on your options. He took a knee below the smoke, closed his eyes, and began box breathing. 4 counts in, 4 counts full, 4 counts out, 4 counts empty. Repeat. The mind faded and muted. His mind sharpened. How do we get out? The elevator is pulled up. The conveyor belt is in flames. The personnel shaft is caved in. How do we get out? Can we make a new exit? Signal for help. Is there another way up? A memory clicked and his eyes shot open. There was another shaft. Nick rose. Banza. Banza was frozen, staring down at the bodies. Nick shook him. Banza. His head snapped up, big eyes wide. Before the elevator was installed, there was a shaft for lowering equipment. The original plans showed it at the north end of the tunnel. He pointed past the fire. Do you know where it is? Closed, no more. Banza shook his head. Shit. Nick ranked their options and decided there was nothing better. Show me. Banza started toward the conveyor room. Wait. Nick pulled off his jacket, tore off both sleeves, and showed Banza how to tie a makeshift sleeve mask. Stay low. Nick crawled past the conveyor room, under a steady stream of smoke rolling into the tunnel. He pushed through rubble and baskets and shredded tires, passing bodies and headlamps and a smoldering Yankees cap. They made it to the other side and rushed past a series of side chambers to the far end of the tunnel. They stepped inside a large room and pulled off their masks. Nick swung his flashlight around the equipment room, spotlighting piles of shovels, pickaxes, and baskets. By the back wall, 3 square-shouldered figures loomed. Nick aimed his flashlight and his heart sank. It was Zurcher's new safety system, shiny, top of the line, turned off. There was no shaft. Closed. Long time, Banza said. Nick sighed and lowered the flashlight to his side. Behind the safety system, at the base of the back wall, a tiny glint caught his eye. Nick pressed the flashlight against his leg, turning the room completely black, and squinted. He could see it clearly, a single pinprick of light in the dark. Nick rushed to the wall, dropped to his knees, and clawed back rocks, blew away dust. Light spilled in. He reached up and rapped on the wall. It was wood, and it was hollow. They threw a piece of plywood across the old shaft. Of course, cheaper than filling it in properly. He swept the surface looking for a gap, brushing off dust and grime, exposing a soft, rotten piece of plywood bolted to the stone. He tried to pry it loose from the wall, leaning against the center as he pulled up the edge. A pickaxe blurred past his face and buried next to his head. He looked up to see Banza gripping the handle, eyes sparkling. Nick ran to an equipment pile, digging through, searching for a pickaxe. He rushed back to a cluster of children hacking away at the board with their little tools. One by one, rays of light beamed through. Within a minute, they'd torn the board free and opened the shaft. Inside, a dusty ladder with crooked tree branch steps led up to a wooden cover sparkling light through its gaps. A boy scaled up and threw off the cover. Light poured in and the children cheered. The rest of the kids streamed up. Banza grabbed a rung and gestured to Nick. Come. Nick waved him off, backing out of the shaft. Go, I'll be right there. Banza started to climb. Wait, Nick stepped back in. How do you say come here in French? Banza stopped and looked down. Viens ici. Nick repeated it back. Viens ici. Good. Banza gave a thumbs up and hurried up the ladder. Nick sprinted to the equipment room's entrance and waved his flashlight into the tunnel. Viens ici, viens ici. He cupped a hand to his mouth. Follow the light. Miners emerged from the darkness, rushing past him, squinting, coughing, stumbling. He pointed them toward the shaft. Once they stopped coming, he crept into the tunnel and shined his flashlight into the first side chamber. 2 boys huddled against the back wall, crouched over, covering their ears. Nick guided them out and pointed toward the shaft. Follow the light. He squinted up the tunnel toward the other chambers, his head pounding and ears ringing. Focus. 2 more rooms, then out. Nick sprinted to the next chamber and shined his light inside. A groggy teenage girl rocked a passed-out child. He put his sleeve mask on her and steered her toward the back shaft. His vision started to vibrate as he rushed to a 3rd chamber. All dead. The ringing grew louder, sharper. Go, right now. Any longer and you're not getting out. He backed toward the equipment room, aiming his light down the tunnel one last time. Dust, debris, equipment bodies. Nothing moved. The ground began to quake. He turned and stumbled back to the shaft. Nick started up the ladder, gripping the rungs as the rumbling grew stronger. It's gonna go. The whole thing's gonna go. He squinted up at the sunlight, a blurry banza beckoning wildly. Come, hurry. Scrambling halfway there, the ground jolted, a rung snapped and Nick fell, sliding down 2 rungs, catching himself before freefall. He grabbed the next rung with determination and glanced down the tunnel one last time. Something moved. He froze. Nick stooped down and aimed his flashlight into the dark. The girl with the red braids was feeling along the tunnel wall, inching toward the equipment room. Veen's Isa. She cocked her head in his direction and started moving more quickly. Veen's Isa. She tripped over a pickaxe and fell to her hands and knees. She stood, wobbled, felt for the wall, and kept moving forward. The mine shuddered, raining dust and stone around her. Come now, Banza's voice echoed above. Nick weighed the odds. Don't do it. You go back in there, you're not coming out. He started back down the ladder. Veen's Isa. The ground shook and he slipped, falling backward, collapsing at the base of the shaft in a heap, his phone hitting the ground and going dark. Nick pulled himself up and started toward her. Veen's. A section of tunnel collapsed behind her and she disappeared into a cloud of dust and smoke. Nick stumbled out of the shaft, wading into the haze, his only markers coming from the 2 sources of light, the fire ahead and the shaft behind. He bumped against the tunnel wall and groped. Nothing. He brushed the floor. Nothing. Veen's, he choked, throat on fire. Swinging back and forth between the 2 blurry lights, disoriented, unsure which was the shaft, he chose one and staggered forward, then tripped over shovels and crashed to the ground. Drowning in smoke and rubber and gasoline, he lowered his head and closed his eyes. The ringing built to a deafening crescendo, then cut off. Silence, swirling in darkness. A little girl's voice whispered, crisp and close. Follow the light. 2. New Hampshire. Monday, November 22, 2035. 6:00 a.m. The steel door unlocked with a sharp crack and swung open, activating the lights inside the makeshift studio apartment. 12 people shuffled in, single file, 7 young men, 3 old men, and 2 middle-aged women. They were all dressed the same: white sneakers, blue jeans, and a maroon sweatshirt with big white letters. New Dawn Travel Group, 2035 World Tour. The windowless studio was long and spacious, with bright fluorescent lights, gleaming tile floors, and cozy furniture, as if a real estate agent had staged a hospital lounge. Inside the door was a long mahogany dining table. 6 tourists sat on one side and 6 lowered themselves opposite. The door slammed shut and locked with an echo. Perfectly aligned at each seat was a small aromatherapy diffuser and a steel rack with 3 vials of cloudy yellow liquid. In silent unison, the tourists drew the first vial, twisted off the cap, and poured into the diffuser's water tank. Power on, gentle whir, soft red glow, and a plume of mist drifted from each spout. They leaned in, eyes closed, and inhaled the vapor. A woman's voice came over a loudspeaker. Slow, deep breath in, hold, and release. She led them through 10 minutes of rhythmic breathing, then concluded. Dose 1 is complete. A red countdown clock above the door flashed, 24:00:00, and began to tick down. The tourists shut off their diffusers and moved into the room, which was organized into 3 distinct sections. The front held the dining table and a cozy kitchenette. The middle had a big screen TV on the right and a round poker table on the left, and the back was lined with 2 rows of cots. A long one-way mirror reflected the dining table. The 7 young men moved to the right wall, crashing on plush couches and recliners around the TV. Over the next 13 hours, they drank 9 cups of coffee, downed 3 cases of Bud Light, smoked 8 cigars, and notched over 300 push-ups. They laughed and hollered and chanted as they rotated between video games, college football, pro basketball, drinking games, push-ups, karaoke, and arm wrestling. The 3 old men hunched around the poker table and sipped bourbon, traded stories, played cards, and periodically barked at the young men to knock it off. The 2 women chattered, sampled wine, and prepped food at the kitchenette. At 7:00 p.m., the women served a feast. The 12 tourists held hands and prayed over a steaming spread of buttermilk brine turkey, country bread stuffing, bacon fat gravy, canned cranberry sauce, creamy mashed potatoes, garlic green beans, creamed sweet corn, buttermilk biscuits, and sweet tea. At 10:00 p.m., a woman's voice came over the loudspeaker. Second dose. Dinner was already cleared and each seat again faced a diffuser and vial rack. The tourists sat and emptied the second vial. Inhale, hold, release. She guided their breathing for 10 minutes. Once dismissed, they moved to the cots in the back. They tossed and turned through the night, and most were already awake at 6:00 a.m. when the loudspeaker announced, "Third dose." They sprung from their beds and gathered at the table. Inhale, hold, release. After 10 minutes, a man's voice came over the loudspeaker. "Good morning, my friends, and welcome to the most important day in human history. Today begins an unprecedented journey, a quantum leap, a chance to design our own destiny. From this day forward, you will be revered as brave pioneers and brilliant visionaries. Your sacrifice will become legend. Thank you. Good luck and Godspeed." The countdown clock ticked to 00:00:00, and the lock cracked free. The 12 tourists shuffled, single file, down a dim hallway lined with airtight plastic sheeting. At the end, they unzipped an entry flap and stepped out to a muted sunrise. Cascades of hard rain darkened what little light peeked over the horizon. On the right, a canopy covered a plastic folding table with 12 backpacks, each labeled with a name tag. The tourists streamed past the table, grabbed their backpacks, and ascended into a short, white school bus with maroon lettering, New Dawn Travel Group. The last to enter, an old man with a potbelly, dropped into the driver's seat, closed the door, and started the engine. "Buckle up," he chuckled and shifted into drive. By the time they crossed the Massachusetts border, they were showing symptoms. A growing chorus of wet coughs and sneezes mixed with the damp air, fogging up the windows. By the time they reached Boston, they were stirring and twitching in their seats. A few scratched and picked at their palms. The bus leaned onto a highway exit, and a young man scrubbed off a fogged window with his raw palm, leaving a pink smear. The exit sign rushed past, Boston Logan International Airport. A skinny old man in the first row turned and faced down the center aisle. He cleared his throat. "Roberts." A young man in the middle leaned forward. "Los Angels, Thanksgiving Day Parade." The old man nodded. "Burke." A woman raised her hand. "Sydney, Opera House." "Parker." The other woman looked up. "Paris, Le Grand Rex Theatre." The roll call continued and each tourist answered. "Tokyo, Shinjuku Station." "Shanghai, Lucky Dragon Casino." "Delhi, Skyline Convention Center." "Sao Paulo, Museum of Art." "Moscow, Harvest Festival." "Cairo, Arcadia Mall." "Lagos, Church of Redemption." The old man paused, then added himself. "London, Wembley Stadium." The bus turned toward the departures terminal and the old man took a deep breath. "Listen up. Y'all got at least 3 hours until boarding, so stay active and work the space. Touch everything you can. When you land, work that space too. Next few days, you're gonna have Red Bull in your veins, make the most of it while you can. Whatever happens, he paused, considering his next words, then straightened and raised his chin. God bless us, and God bless the United States of America. The bus pulled up to the departure's curb and 11 tourists streamed out. The young man in front held the terminal door for the others, then followed inside, leaving red droplets on the steel handle. The enormous hall buzzed with eager travelers grabbing coffee, checking bags, and rushing to make flights. The tourists fanned out toward their gates, and one by one, threaded into the crowd and disappeared. Outside, the bus driver closed the door, pulled away from the curb, and headed for the airport exit. 15 minutes later, he arrived at Market Basket in downtown Boston and parked in a back corner of the plaza. He strode toward the entrance, pulling on a red vest as he skirted around 2 cars posturing for the same parking spot. He was 2 steps inside when the manager swooped in. "Morning, Buck." "Morning, Dale." "You're bagging on 3 today." Dale leaned in. "Listen, it's shaping up to be a real zoo out there. Everybody's getting a head start on their Thanksgiving shopping. I know you've got a double tomorrow, but is there any chance you could maybe pull a double today too?" Buck looked past his manager at the checkout lines stretching down the aisles. He grinned. "Sure thing, Dale." Buck took his usual position at the end of the register, coughed into his raw and speckled palm, and began bagging. Turkey cranberry sauce stuffing. Potatoes, sweet corn green beans. Inhale, hold, release. 3. The nuke is gonna blow in 60 minutes. Go. Marty Kettenbach took a quick sip of scotch, placed the glass on the table, and scooted forward in his plush armchair. In his late 50s, he had the smooth skin and thick hair of a 25-year-old. Dressed to the nines, gold cufflinks, diamond-studded tie bar, Rolex watch, silk pocket square. His salt and pepper hair slicked back like a lion's mane. He looked like a guy who wanted you to know he was a rich asshole. Marty straightened the sleeves on his pinstripe suit and cleared his throat. "Okay, I'm at the office, so I need to gather my family and get to our fallout shelter. First, I call my wife, then my boys, and tell them to head home ASAP. Then I call my driver, no, wait, the operator, no, first my driver. And he brings me home. Once my family's safe inside the shelter, then I call the operator." Marty cocked his head. "Hold on, how do I know whether we should go to the shelter at my house or my office?" He cocked his head the other way. "And what about traffic? What if it's rush hour?" He waved a hand in frustration. Fuck it, I don't know. What do I do, Nick?" Nick Ritter leaned forward in his armchair. He wore a dark suit, white shirt, no tie, 2 days of stubble, and cynical, tired eyes. He took a deep breath and winced at the hint of cigar smoke baked into the yacht club's Rockefeller room. "The first thing you do is call your operator. Always. The number is a favorite on both your phones, plus the satellite phones at all your home and office locations. Once you activate your escape plan, your operator will help you execute your next steps. They'll also give you the latest intelligence on the situation. That's important. There's a big difference between a lone wolf dumping a dirty bomb on the subway and Russia launching a warhead at the State House. So it's critical to gather as much information as possible from your operator." He leaned in and pointed for emphasis. "But you do that on the move. Never sit still. Always move and confirm." Marty nodded like an attentive student. "Okay, so let's assume you've gathered all the info you can," Nick said. "Your number 1 priority is to get out of the blast radius and far away from any fallout. Food, water, shelter, all that can wait. None of it matters if you're in the blast zone. Depending on the size of the nuke, burns can reach up to 10 miles away. Flash blindness up to 15 miles. So when it blows, you want to be underground at least 20 miles away, preferably much more. That means any man-powered travel, foot, bicycle, whatever, it's out of the question. A car or train could work, but there's a high risk of traffic jams or breakdowns. Plus, you're among the general public, which, well, you don't want that. Marty winced and shook his head. If you're near water, we have speed boats located up and down both coasts. But then you're stuck 20 miles offshore with no supplies and limited gas. I don't love it. Bottom line, in this situation, your number one exit path is private air. It's fast, safe, and adaptable. That's why we have multiple aircraft on standby everywhere you go. Nick leaned back and summarized. So, in a nuclear crisis, head for your closest aircraft and call your operator on the way. Get far away, as fast as you can. Focus on surviving and your operator will route you to one of your safe destinations. Yeah, but what about my family? I'm supposed to hop on a private jet and leave my wife in downtown Hiroshima. Don't worry about your family. Your wife and sons all have their own escape plans customized to their locations, movements, and personal needs. If you call the operator and activate your plan, your family will be extracted to the nearest airstrip, and you'll meet up later. Extracted, what does that mean? Like a SWAT team snatching my wife out of yoga. Pretty much, Nick shrugged. The extraction teams are private military contractors, the pilots are Navy and Air Force vets, and the intelligence guys are all ex-CIA or NSA. Marty gave a half-impressed nod, then picked up his scotch. So when the shit hits the fan, how do I know these guys will show up? Don't worry about them. They're all on contracts with heavy incentives. You can push them hard and they'll do whatever you need, or they won't get their payday. I like it. Marty winked and took a sip. Okay, but what if we don't have time to get to a plane? What if it's gonna blow in 10 minutes? If you can't get out in time, head to your nearest fallout shelter. There's one at your office, one at home, one at your Nantucket beach house, and one halfway between home and Nantucket. Again, call the operator, activate your plan, and they'll find you the nearest shelter. Marty nodded, slightly dazed. Makes sense. Oh, it makes sense, Nick, but I can't keep track of all that. Maybe I should just call you. He took a sip, eyeing Nick over the glass. Don't call me. Nick shook his head. The goal isn't to memorize the details because no two disasters are the same and plans always go wrong. He scooted forward. Look, Marty, there are really only two ideas you need to remember. Save time and save yourself. He tapped his watch. Time is your enemy. If you want to survive, every second counts. So whatever you do, don't hesitate. Always move and confirm. What do you mean, confirm? There are 3 stages to disaster reaction: denial, deliberation, and decision. The goal is to skip the first, shorten the second, and optimize the third. It's that simple. On 9/11, most Trade Center survivors waited between 6 and 30 minutes before heading for the stairs. They checked the news, looked for coworkers, sent emails, shut down computers, cleaned desks, called loved ones. One woman got out safely, then went back upstairs to change into a tracksuit so she could bike home. Marty scoffed. 47 minutes. That's the average head start my clients have before everyone else figures out what's happening. Do you know what most people do with that 47 minutes? They waste it. They debate where to go, argue over what clothes to bring, search for their phone charger. Hell, most people wait for 4 pieces of confirmation before they even start to act. Don't do that. Immediately execute your plan with cold, calculated precision, and don't get distracted. If you hesitate, the worst outcome is you die. If you overreact, The worst outcome is you spend $2 million for a family weekend in St. Kitts. Marty shrugged. That's not even bad. He tipped back the rest of his drink. Second thing to remember, you have one job: save yourself. Every member of your family has that same job. Don't worry about anyone else, they'll just slow you down. In a crisis, 70% of people freeze, 20% harm themselves or others, and 10% save themselves. I've trained you to be in that 10%. What do you mean they freeze? No one would just stand still in a burning building, right? Wrong, Nick shook his head. You have to understand, in a disaster, people don't optimize for survival, they optimize for psychological comfort. They stand around and chat with each other. They groupthink up plans that don't make sense. They irrationally follow social norms. They're slow and they're dangerous. The truth is, most people would rather die with their group than survive alone. In a crisis, don't be a hero. Save yourself. Everyone else is added risk. A sleazy grin crept across Marty's face. Damn, Nick, that's cold. You should have been a banker. Nick winced and looked at the floor. Marty opened an ice bucket and lowered a perfect sphere into his glass. He lifted a decanter and forced an awkward chuckle. You ever think, maybe, there's hope it'll all get better, or are we too far gone? Nick looked up. Why did you hire me, Marty? Marty paused, decanter half tilted over his glass, and cocked his head. Because the world is fucked and I don't want to die. Right, all my clients say the same thing. The world's falling apart. Everything's corrupt. People are fatally flawed, easily manipulated, selfish, lazy, dogmatic, barbaric beyond hope. And if you want to survive, you have to go alone. Marty nodded in acknowledgement as he poured his scotch, then pivoted to business mode. Okay, Nick, I appreciate the refresher, but the truth is I can't keep track of all this shit. I'm a big picture guy. He leaned in and lowered his voice. Last week, when we had that little earthquake at 3 a.m., you know what I did? I called the pizza guy instead of the operator, then spent 15 minutes trying to find my great-grandfather's watch collection. He gave a what-the-hell shrug. That can't happen again, or it could mean my life. Those reactions are normal. We can refresh your training. Marty scoffed and leaned back. I've been top 10 on Boston's power players list since 2020. You know why? It's not because I'm smart. It's not because I know the right people. And it's definitely not because I work hard. He chuckled and toasted his glass. Then he leaned in with intensity. It's because I pick winners. He leaned back with an arrogant shrug. I've got a gift for it. My executive team, my money manager, my real estate agent, hell, even my tailor. He plucked his jacket lapel. They're all winners. I pick winners and they take me where I need to go. Nick, when it comes to keeping me safe, you're the winner, and I want you on my team. Marty, what would it take for you to be on call to me, 24/7, 365? You don't have to do a thing. Just coach me through whatever comes up, like my own personal 911. I'm sorry, Marty, but I don't do live support. I know, you've got other clients, but I'll pay whatever it takes to be your #1 client. It's not about money, it's about safety. You'll be safer if you learn the playbook rather than rely on me. Oh, come on, Nick, don't bullshit a bullshitter. What's the problem? The money's good, the work's easy. You've got no family, so don't give me that work-life balance bullshit. Nick wound up to respond. Now hold on. There was a knock at the door. What? Marty barked. A butler stepped in. Mr. Kettenbach, your guest has arrived. Would you like me to show him in? Marty waved him off. Make him wait a minute. Marty leaned in and pointed at Nick. We'll come back to this later, but there's something else I need to ask. He put down his glass, scooted to the edge of his seat, and whispered, "If I wanted to make certain adjustments to my escape package, could we do that?" "What are we talking about?" Marty leaned back, shifted uncomfortably, and brushed nothing off his pants. "Well, if I wanted to add someone, say, a special friend, but do it discreetly, like a separate, silent, self-contained plan outside my family's plan. Is that something we could do?" He cocked his head and flashed his eyebrows. "I understand." Nick nodded. "Shouldn't be a problem." Marty looked away and gave a half-satisfied, half-guilty nod. "All right then." The door swung open and the butler stepped in. "Gentlemen, Governor Sutton." The governor strode in like he owned the club. He was tall, a big guy with big features and a simple, working-class haircut. In his early 50s, he looked one part friendly Boston neighbor and one part ruthless political boss. A bodyguard wearing a suit and red earpiece posted outside the door. Nick stood and shook hands. "Governor." Marty, still reclined, swirled his drink. "Jesus, Ray, where'd you get that suit, the DMV?" The governor unbuttoned his boxy, drab jacket with a crooked American flag pin and looked at Marty with genuine surprise. "What this? This is a fine suit," he said with a strong Boston accent. "Can I get your usual, sir?" the butler asked. The governor gestured without looking. "Mr. Ritter," the butler turned to Nick. "I'm okay, but thank you." A second butler added an armchair to their table. They sat and the staff left. Marty presented Nick. "Okay, Ray, this is the guy. Nick Ritter, the posh prepper. He's the best in the business. Your one-stop shop for high-end Apocalypse insurance." Nick shot Marty a look, then turned to Governor Sutton. "Sir, I'm a crisis consultant. I design survival plans for high-profile clients with complex requirements." "I appreciate you meeting me, Nick. Give me your background. What do you do?" Nick straightened and took a deep breath. "Well, sir, I double-majored in social psychology and international relations at Georgetown. After graduation, I moved to Boston to work for Thorne Global. I was there for 11 years, worked my way up to junior partner, ran multiple project teams." Nick hesitated. "Then, 2 years ago, I left and started my own practice. Now I design survival plans for ultra-high-net-worth clients, everything from wildfire to world war." Marty raised his glass. "You should hear his nuke pitch. Fantastic." He smirked and sipped. "I heard about that unfortunate business in Africa." Sutton shrugged. "For what it's worth, I thought it wasn't your fault." Nick looked at the floor and nodded. The door swung open. They watched in silence as a waiter cruised in with a tray. He placed a frosty glass of beer and a nearly empty Sam Adams Boston Lager bottle on coasters in front of the governor. Then he put down a basket of roasted, in-shell peanuts and an empty bowl for shells. He turned and left. Marty looked down his nose at the peanuts. I'm gonna be sick." Sutton smirked at Marty. "Are you even from Boston? Let me guess, you're the prick who wears a Yankees cap in the luxury box at the Red Sox game." "I don't wear hats." Marty ran a hand over his perfect hair. Nick cleared his throat. "Governor," Marty said, "there was a sensitive situation you wanted my advice on. How can I help?" Sutton shifted uncomfortably in his chair and looked at Marty. Marty nodded. "Go ahead, Ray. He wouldn't have half the club in his book if he couldn't keep a secret." "In my work, I need to know every detail of my clients' lives," Nick said. "Complete discretion is part of the job." Sutton took a deep breath and his face turned serious. "I'm worried about something, and I'm afraid it's nonsense. But I'm also afraid it's real. This is gonna sound crazy. There's this rumor, this theory, that for the last few years, our country has been engaged in some kinda silent civil war. Soldiers, recruited by shadow governments in their home states, are traveling to opposing states and waging war. I'm familiar with it, Nick said. So you've heard of it? Sutton raised his big eyebrows. Sure. Last year's Boston Harbor bombing was orchestrated by Texas. There are economic sanctions between northern and southern states. Ordinary citizens are being captured and kept as POWs, like that missing Globe reporter. Right, Sutton pointed, but it's all in secret. Nobody knows about it. Right. So, as part of this supposed civil war, there are rumors that there's gonna be an attempt on my life, which, whatever, that's nothing new. But recently, there have been a number of voices, trusted voices telling me that something big is coming. Sutton leaned in and lowered his voice. There's gonna be a full-scale invasion by a southern state militia, an attempt to capture the capital and take over Massachusetts. Sutton sat back and raised his hands. I know, it's crazy, right? But also we don't know who did the harbor bombing. Staties don't know. FBI can't figure it out. And I've got credible people, smart people telling me it's coming. So if a southern militia invades Massachusetts, I don't want to be around for it. I'd be top of their list. So I guess I'm wondering, is there an escape plan for something like that? Nick considered his answer. Well, yes. I've done many military invasion escape plans, mostly for clients near conflict zones. Eastern Europe, Africa, South America, places like that. Sutton locked on Nick, picked up his beer. But the thing is, Governor, it's probably not real. Sutton stopped with the glass near his lips. Not real. Nick scooted forward. Okay, so clients call me for all kinds of reasons. Usually it's because they think something big is coming. War with Mexico, alien arrival, extinction-level asteroid. I've heard it all. Most of it's not credible, but it scares them and they call me. Who am I to question it? These are some of the smartest, wealthiest, most powerful people in the world. But if you trace these rumors back to their source, they're usually some kind of disinformation campaign run by a foreign government or private corporation. So something like this, it's probably not real. Sutton sat back and sipped his beer, mulling it over. Yeah, you're probably right. But yesterday I received credible information that suggests otherwise, and I can't afford to ignore it. Marty pointed at Sutton. Take it seriously, he said in a heartfelt tone. If not for you, for Connie and the girls. Nick nodded. That's what all my clients say. The cost of being prepared is nothing compared to the cost of being wrong. Sutton placed his beer on the table and straightened to face Nick. Let me ask you something else. Marty thinks I need a crisis planner, but frankly, I don't get it. I got a 24/7 state police detail. I got private security. So explain to me, why would I need someone like you? You use Corman Group for your security? Nick asked. Sutton tilted his head, suspicious. How'd you know that? Most of my government clients use them. Nick nodded toward the door. Plus, all their guys wear red earpieces. It's a branding thing. Don't worry, they're good. They'll protect you from any direct attack. Sutton scooped up his beer and relaxed. So you think I'm covered then? Well, no. Sutton stopped with the beer halfway to his mouth and squinted at Nick. I'm confused. Governor, someone like me specializes in being a step ahead of everything that can go wrong. I provide my clients with seamless escape plans, 24/7, 365. No matter where they are, no matter what happens, I get them where they need to be, quickly, safely, comfortably, with everything they need to survive and thrive. I know how crisis situations unfold, how people think, what they do. He pointed to the door. If civil war breaks out, Corman will rush you into a basement panic room to hide out for 6 months. Someone like me. I'd have your entire family on a private beach in the French Riviera before the first shots fired, with your wife's favorite champagne on ice, and your clubs polished for a 9 a.m. tea time with Mayor Bouchard. To do that requires exhaustive threat analysis, a complex network of private contracts, extensive travel documentation, and hundreds of hours of scenario planning. I work alone, but I coordinate with dozens of partners to design an airtight survival package. Nick paused, then straightened. I'm the planner who sees everything before it happens. Sutton looked at Marty, who gave an impressed nod, then turned back to Nick. Okay, Nick. Marty tells me you're the best in the business. Everyone who matters in this city uses you. I want you to do a Civil War escape plan for me. Nick froze, then looked from Sutton to Marty and back. Governor, I appreciate it, and I'm happy to consult, but I'm not taking on new clients. Sutton squinted at Nick for a long moment, then grinned and waved him down. Yeah, spare me the whole fully booked shtick. I get it, you're exclusive. What's it gonna cost? He grabbed a peanut. Sir, I took this meeting as a favor to Marty. He said you wanted advice. The truth is I'm retiring. I'm getting out. I'm happy to introduce you to other firms. Lockley and Partners is excellent in this area. Marty lurched forward. Wait, what? You're retiring to do what? Nick paused, both men glaring at him. I'm moving to New Zealand. New Zealand, Marty said. What's in New Zealand? Nick weighed how much to share. I built a place. I'm retiring there in January. New Zealand, Marty slapped his knee. Don't they have more sheep than people? Nick Ritter, the sheep farmer, ha. Sutton stared at Nick, gripping his peanut dead serious. He leaned in, suddenly looking tired and worn. Look, Nick, I want you to do this for me. The truth is I'm scared. My wife is scared. My girls are scared. And if you're the best in the game, I want you to do it. Just give me a basic Civil War escape plan. Surely you can finish that by January. Nick shook his head. It doesn't work that way, sir. Disasters build on each other. What starts as a civil war can devolve into a nuclear conflict or disease outbreak or martial law. To keep my clients safe, I have to consider everything. I'm sorry, Governor. Sutton's face darkened. He stared down at his peanut. You know, Nick, with a client list like yours, I bet you've learned there are people you say no to and people you don't. He crushed the shell with his oversized thumb, crumbling fragments and dust over the carpet, then locked eyes with Nick. I'm someone you don't say no to. The governor stared for a long moment, then leaned back and relaxed. Plus, you owe me a favor. He tossed the nuts into his mouth. How's that, sir? I pulled you out of that shithole in Africa. Nick looked at Marty to see if it was a joke. Oh, you didn't know, Sutton laughed. What, you thought they just released you one day? He tossed the shell into the empty bowl and grabbed another. Their prime minister, what's his name, Magugu something, he wanted to make you their whipping boy for the whole mess. The governor did air quotes. Negligent safety planning, corporate sabotage, colonial aggression. He rolled his eyes. Please. He cracked the shell and dust drifted across his pants, the chair, the carpet. They wouldn't dare execute an American, so they were gonna throw you in prison for life. Your Thorne lawyers attacked for 6 weeks, but with the media frenzy around the collapse and all the dead kids, Sutton shook his head firmly. Prime Minister wouldn't budge. Finally, the whole thing got so ugly that your brother and Senator Swenson officially got involved. They were co-chairs of the Foreign Relations Committee at the time, and because you were a Mass resident, they called me. Sutton tried to hide a smirk. They asked my office to partner with the U.S. ambassador to Congo to lead this formal, 2-day negotiation session with these African diplomats. He started to giggle. Well, I had won too many Glenlivets at lunch, and 10 minutes into this big conference I fly off the handle and threaten to end their humanitarian aid." He gave a sharp laugh and leaned forward dramatically. "Which, of course, I have zero control over. But they don't know that. They fly into a tizzy, and lo and behold, an hour later, you're on a plane to Germany." Sutton pointed his thick finger. "That's right, Nick. Without me, you're eating bugs in a Congo work camp." He flicked a peanut into his mouth and flashed his big eyebrows. Nick swallowed, the nausea rising into his throat. Sutton smiled, leaned back, and crossed his legs. "So, what's it gonna cost?" Nick considered for a long moment. "How many people?" "Me, my wife, and our 3 daughters, plus the dog." "You want a barebones escape, or the luxury package?" "What do you mean?" "Bare Bones is a 700-square-foot bunker in South Dakota. Luxury is a 10-acre ranch in Portugal with a swimming pool and helipad." Marty smirked. "Want me to call Connie, check with her?" Sutton rolled his eyes and shook his head. "Better do the luxury." Marty snickered and sipped his drink. Nick took a deep breath. "8 million." "8 million?" Sutton spewed peanut dust. "Are you crazy? The house and land alone are 3 million. Golden passports for 5 people are 2 million, minimum. Plus you need dedicated access to private pilots, doctors, chefs, a staff of a dozen or more. Let's say 4 million. Sutton crushed another peanut. "Call it a government employee discount." Marty gave Nick a stern look. Nick forced a weak smile. "I'd be happy to, Governor." "Excellent." Sutton flicked his peanut, tossed the shell, and dusted his hands. "I'll need to interview you, your family, get details on all your lives. It'll take about a month to line up the contracts, integrate with your security team, stress test the plan. I have to think of everything." Sutton picked up his beer. "How soon can you start?" he chugged. "I can start tonight." Sutton finished his beer and slammed it down on the table. "Beautiful." He wiped his mouth, stood, and brushed peanut dust off his jacket and pants. He extended a hand. "Thanks for your help, Nick." Nick stood and shook. "Thank you, sir." Sutton headed for the door. "Same time tomorrow, Ray," Marty called from his chair. "I'll introduce you to my tailor." Sutton turned and walked backward, smirking. "You know, Marty, I'm having dinner with Doogie Chang tonight. Maybe I'll nudge him to approve zoning for that biker bar at your Nantucket place." Marty gagged on his scotch and lurched forward. "Don't even joke about that." Sutton laughed and turned back toward the door. "Ray, come on. Is that because of the suit?" Sutton opened the door and turned back. "Oh, Nick, I almost forgot. I need one more favor, buddy." Nick gripped the chair back. "Anything, Governor." 4. Nick strode through the skyscraper's lobby to an unmarked hallway in the back. Brushing past 2 armed guards, he moved down the hall and stopped at the steel door. He swiped his badge and stared into the camera's red eye. A big lock cracked free. Nick stepped inside and a guard with an earpiece locked the door behind him. "Good evening, sir. Welcome home." The front desk woman handed him a small white box sealed with a strip of red tape. "Thank you." Nick took the box without eye contact and moved into the open elevator at the end of the room. He swiped his badge and the doors shut. When the elevator reached the penthouse level, Nick hurried down the hall. A condo door at the far end opened and a Saudi prince in a robe and keffiyeh strode toward the elevator. They passed each other. No greeting. No eye contact. Nick reached his door, swiped his badge, and moved inside. A screen on the entry wall glowed to life. "Nick Ritter, home," he said. "System armed," a voice said. The condo lights faded on. Nick exhaled, lowered his shoulders, and relaxed. He tossed his badge on the table and wandered into the family room. Located in Boston's swanky Seaport neighborhood, his corner unit was walled with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking 270-degree view of the city. He stepped to the window and gazed over the sprawling city lights, then out at the sunset across the ocean. He drew a breath of crisp, clean, HEPA-filtered air and took comfort in seeing three escape routes at once: Logan Airport, Boston Harbor, and the highways heading north, south, and west. Nick moved to the kitchen and began his usual routine. It was automatic now, like a well-choreographed dance. Grab the white box, knife through the red tape, pull out the vacuum-sealed tray, chicken breast and veggies. Didn't I have that last night? Pop it in the microwave, 2 minutes. Start. Break down the box. Squeeze it into the stack. Open the drawer. Grab an aspirin. Jesus, my head. Make that 2 aspirin. Fill a glass with water. Take the aspirin. Set a place on the bar counter. Position the laptop. Grab the steaming tray. Plop down on the stool. Bon appetit. Nick angled his laptop into its usual viewing position and clicked play on a live video stream. A doughy middle-aged man in an ill-fitting blazer hunched over a desk in a podcasting studio. He shuffled papers as his intro music wrapped up, then pulled the microphone to his mouth. Alrighty, loyal listeners, let's run through the news for today, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2035. He spoke with a slight southern accent. As always, I'm gonna give you the real story behind the story. Nick sliced his chicken breast. Before we jump in, I want to share something big that y'all need to hear. Last night, I had dinner with someone connected in state government, and he told me something that shocked me to my core. Now, y'all know there's a silent civil war raging across the country right now. We covered it many times on this show. Hey, maybe this is the governor's source, Nick muttered, then chuckled. Well, folks, we're on the brink. This kettle's been simmering for years and now she's about to boil. Last night my source told me something so vile, so disgusting, I can't even believe it. But it proves this civil war is about to go from silent to loud as hell. The host leaned in and spoke in a hushed and serious tone. A certain state senator's newborn baby girl has gone missing, captured as a POW in this war. And in response, his southern state has mobilized its militia and is preparing for a northern invasion. He leaned back and threw up his hands. This is it, folks. This is how it starts. Now, I don't disclose my sources, so I can't say more than that. But I can say this. For y'all living north of the Mason-Dixon, it's time to get right with your 3Gs: God, guns, and gold. Don't say I didn't warn ya. He always opens with an imminent disaster. Who falls for this shit? The host shuffled papers and switched to a cheery tone. Alrighty, on to the news. There was a mass shooting today, 54 so far this month, one shy of the record. It took place at Disneyland, with 23 people dead and 12 more in critical condition. Now the mainstream media is saying the shooter was a man, Randy Joe Reardon, whose wife, Betsy Reardon, worked at the theme park, and that he snapped because she was, quote, fixin' to leave me for another man. He shook his head and chuckled. Well, loyal listeners, I ain't buyin' it. Nick pushed aside his half-eaten dinner and picked up his phone to browse emails. Here's something you won't find in the lamestream media. Last week, Disneyland employees started a campaign to unionize and negotiate higher pay. And well, surprise, surprise, Miss Betsy is president of the union committee. Coincidence? I ain't fooled. Based on all the facts here, I'm 99% certain this was a corporate-sponsored assassination gone horribly wrong. And I'll tell you why. The screen cut to an empty podium in the White House briefing room. It was flanked by somber-looking generals and men in dark suits. The word "Live" glowed red in the corner of the screen. A voice came over the feed. We interrupt this program for an emergency broadcast from the White House. We are required to air this message under the Early Warning Act. Nick scrolled through emails, uninterested. The president took the podium, his face tired and grave. Cameras clicked and flashed. He gathered himself, then looked up at the screen. My fellow Americans, I come to you with a somber message. Tonight, we are a nation at war. For the first time since Pearl Harbor in 1941, a foreign enemy has invaded U.S. soil. Nick sipped his water and moved from emails to researching the governor. An hour ago, Saudi Arabia, a country we trusted as our ally, landed 100,000 Arab troops in my home state of South Carolina. He paused to steady his voice. They have captured my hometown of Charleston and are storming west, through the southern belt of our great country. He glared with intense resolve. We will not stand for this terrorist aggression. He banged the podium. I urge you to rise up and protect our United States of America. Right now, please visit www.americanfreedom.biz/invasion on your computer or mobile device and make a contribution to save this great country. The website address pulsed in red, white, and blue at the bottom of the screen. At the same time, the phrase, "Advertisement, Simulated Announcement," appeared in tiny font in the bottom right corner. Use promo code Charleston and any gift over $200 will receive a genuine U.S. government defense kit. This priceless kit contains an American flag lighter, an American Eagle coffee thermos, an American. Nick closed the video and rubbed his eyes. No wonder nobody knows what's real. Everything's a lie. He opened an email login page and typed in a username, John Smith 6353, and password and hit enter. He skimmed down the inbox, but everything was already marked read, except the top email, which was new. GoFundMe. New Hope Church sent you a message. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to New Hope Church. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to the Ward family. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Turkey for Veterans Project. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to new car for Leslie Rios. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Adopt a Stray Club. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Horizon Senior Center. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to the Nguyen family. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Lawrence Youth Project. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Smokey S. Leg Surgery. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Spruce Street Shelter. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Ms. Lily's third grade class. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Gabby's tumor chemo. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Randolph Hurricane Fund. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Wheelchair for Nana. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Temple Shalom Roof. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Craig and Kathy's house fire. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to Kylie's last wish. GoFundMe. Thanks for your donation to rebuild the Yusuf Mosque. He opened the top message. To all donors, please join Reverend Duncan live at 8:00 p.m. to celebrate reaching our fundraising goal. He glanced at his watch, 8:07 p.m. He hovered over the big green button, Join Live Stream, and swirled his mouse, then clicked. A live video opened in a new browser tab. The view was from a camera posted in the back of a small church. It looked down over crowded pews at a stage where a reverend was speaking behind a podium. And during this week of Thanksgiving, we got so much to be thankful for here at New Hope. The blessings from our Lord and the blessings from each other. The congregation murmured in support. Reverend Duncan began to pace the stage. For many folks in this congregation, it's been a difficult year. We've seen hardship. We seen tragedy. The good Lord has tested our faith." The crowd murmured. But through every misfortune, this community has been a guiding light, a place of love and kindness and hope. Which brings me to tonight's topic. Last week, we started our first internet fundraiser for a handicap ramp in front the church. Now, we had many generous donations from this community, and we was doing fine. But last night, the good Lord smiled upon us and sent us a genuine miracle. He stopped and turned to the congregation, his eyes wide. Someone donated $8,000, and we reached our $10,000 goal. The congregation cheered, "Hallelujah! Praise Jesus! Lord heaven above!" Duncan scanned the crowd with a big exaggerated nod. "Mum, mum." Then he shushed everyone with both hands. "Now, y'all know the Lord works in mysterious ways, and I'd like to thank this generous donor, but their contribution was anonymous." The room buzzed. Duncan lifted his voice above the hum, stirring their emotions. "No name, no number, no nothing. Just a genuine miracle, straight from the hand of God." The crowd reached a fever pitch. "Thank you, Jesus." "Oh, good Lord." Duncan nodded. "Mum, mum." He waved them down until the church was quiet. Then he leaned in, poised to deliver something important, and spoke softly. "Now, Jesus don't have no credit card." The congregation chuckled. "And I know none of y'all that rich." He grinned with his hands on his hips. The crowd laughed and clapped. Nick smiled. "Mum, mum." Duncan milked the joke to the last laugh. Then he turned serious. "But whoever made this donation is a truly good and generous person. Their kindness will make a real difference to our elderly and disabled folks." Duncan looked straight into the camera. "If you're watching, I want to thank you and show you what your gift means to our little community." Nick leaned in, his eyes wide and glowing against the bright screen. Duncan pointed to someone in the crowd. "What your gift means to Mr. Jerry Coleman, who uses his wheelchair to come play the organ for us every Sunday." The crowd murmured with praise. Duncan pointed to someone on the other side. "Or Mrs. Gloria Green, who ain't so steady on the stairs, but at 93 years old still bakes a cornbread that'll make this grown man weep." The congregation clapped and hollered, "Amen, Reverend, amen." Duncan winked and smiled. Then he looked at someone in the front row, and his face turned warm and gentle. "Or little Miss Sandy Shelton, who just recently joined our community and has been on the mend from the rickets." The crowd gave a pained confirmation. Duncan's eyes sparkled, kind and loving. "Miss Sandy, honey, you want to come up here and share what this gift means to you." A girl in a red dress stood with help from her neighbors. Duncan extended a hand and helped her up the steps. She was thin, with bowed legs, and walked with an unsteady gait. Nick leaned closer. When she reached the podium, she gripped it for stability and turned to face the camera. A little girl with red braids stared up at Nick with milky white pupils. He gasped and recoiled, blinking and refocusing until, suddenly, it wasn't her. Now he saw an older girl, 8 or 9, with her hair in pigtails and dark circles around her eyes. She stared into the camera with a sweet smile. "Hi there, to whoever gave that generous donation, I just want to say." Nick slammed the laptop shut. He closed his eyes and massaged his aching forehead. The girl from the mine, her face flashed in his mind, smiling up from the chamber floor, disappearing into a cloud of dust, a whisper. And then he smelled it, a hint of rubber and gasoline. "No, no, no, come on." He pressed a hand to his chest and began box breathing, trying to reset before it spiraled into a full-blown attack. His phone gave a loud ping, and he looked down at the notification. "New Zealand Immigration. Your residence application is complete. A surge of excitement ran through him. He grabbed the phone and skimmed the email. We have reviewed your New Zealand residence by investment application. Your residency has been approved. Effective immediately, you may travel in, out, and around the country as a full citizen. Thank you for your investment in our country. Welcome to New Zealand. New Zealand immigration. Nick looked out the window across the dark sea and imagined New Zealand lay just beyond sight. He let out a relieved laugh. It's early. I thought it would take another month at least. He glanced at his watch. 8:27 p.m. Was it too late to start Governor Sutton's plan? Sooner we start, sooner we're done. Nick tapped the table, jumped up and cleared dinner. Nick grabbed a red dry erase marker off the wall holder and eyed the 3 huge windows that overlooked the city. He rolled up his sleeves. All right, here we go. He moved across the windows, writing one stage of disaster response at the top of each, narrating as he worked. Arrive. Get there safely. Survive, outlast the threat. Thrive, live in the new world. In each window, he drew 8 big bubbles and sketched a symbol in the center of each. Airplane. Transportation. Fork, food and water. House, shelter. Cross, health and medical. Shield, safety and defense. $sign, currency and assets. Phone, communication and continuity. Book, leisure and entertainment. His approach was simple. Prep for each of the 8 categories in each of the 3 stages of disaster response. After all, transportation prep for the arrive stage might require a helicopter for extracting the governor from a battle zone, whereas transportation prep for thrive might require a bicycle for exercise. And a category like leisure and entertainment wasn't important during arrive, but was critical during thrive. At Thorn, they'd used automated software to plan. It was fast and efficient and spit out impressive-looking reports, but it was too regimented, too formulaic, it missed things. So Nick came up with his own method, which relied on round after round of scenario analysis. He missed nothing. Nick stepped back and took a deep breath. Okay, breaking intelligence report. A southern militia is heading north. What do we do? Talk it out. He stepped to the transportation bubble under arrive and added a ring of spokes off it. Plan A is we fly private from Boston to Portugal. From Portugal, we can get anywhere. So we'll need on-call pilots across Massachusetts. He scribbled a note at the end of a spoke. Private flights. We've got Logan Airport plus 7 private airstrips under contract here in Mass. That should be good. He made a note. Airstrips in MA. On the Portugal side, we've got Lisbon Airport plus 3 private airstrips along the coast and 3 more inland, all under contract. He added a note. Airstrips in Portugal. We'll need Portuguese golden passports for 5 people, which will unlock visa-free travel to all 27 countries in the EU. Note. Golden passports, Portugal X5. Oh, and we'll need a crate for the dog. Hopefully it's small. Note, dog crate X1. He moved to the food and water bubble under arrive and added spokes. Private air should be fast, 6-8 hours depending on where we land, so 2 meals plus snacks should be enough. He scribbled. Flight equals rations for 12 hours. We'll have to check on food allergies and special diets. Note, allergies diets. Plus we'll need dog food and treats. Note, dog X1 special diet. In terms of numbers, we've got 5 clients. Note, clients X5. And staff count, that's still TBD, we'll come back to that. Note, staff X. He hovered over the shelter bubble. We shouldn't need shelter as part of Arrive because the flight is so short. Let's skip it for now. A thought popped into his head and he reached up to the safety and defense bubble. Since we use Corman, we'll want private security the whole way. Note: integrate with Corman. He crouched to health and medical. Obviously, we'll need basic first aid kits, plus a doctor on staff in case of emergency. Note: first aid plus MD. And we'll need an inventory of emergency meds for the clients plus the staff, plus the dog. Note: meds, clients plus staff plus dog. Nick reached a state of flow, gliding across the windows in a smooth dance, playing out scenarios, talking through logic, circling, connecting, scribbling. Time raced past as Nick planned, crunching a handful of granola as his eyes jumped between two bubbles, springing forward, circling two distant notes, drawing a line connecting them. Staring at the ceiling, visualizing a situation, talking out loud, pointing with the marker, stepping to the window, marking up insights. Sipping coffee, squinting down at a dense bubble, dropping to a knee, scrubbing off a note with his palm, scribbling a better idea. He scanned and sidestepped and sketched, the city lights glowing behind his map, casting colorful patterns across his animated face. He felt perfectly balanced, sharp, alert, energized, but also calm, focused, and creative. He felt alive. 90 minutes later, the windows were covered with a giant red spiderweb. Nick jotted one last note on a shelter spoke under the Thrive window. We'll want the ranch to be energy independent and fully sustainable. That means fossil as our primary with solar and wind backups, plus batteries and generators for temporary outages. He squeezed a long note into a small space. Energy, fossil, solar, wind, battery, generator. He stepped back and squinted at his note, then shook his head. Yeah, no way this is coming in under 4 million. Nick scanned his work. What was once a $10 million view of the city was now a sprawling, tangled escape plan for a foreign invasion that would never happen. His reflection stared back from the window, clothes rumpled, palms smudged red, face tired and worn. He exhaled. All right. He stood in a daze for a long moment. Then Nick took a sharp breath. Plan B air isn't an option. What do we do? He jumped to transportation under the Arrive window. Boat is our next fastest option. Plenty of departure points in Mass and plenty of arrival points in Portugal. 5 clients plus a dog plus security, a doctor. This thing has to hold 10 people at least. Note: boat plan B equals 10 plus capacity. He glided to food and water. Depending on size and weather, a boat could take 10 days from Mass to Portugal, so we'll need a full menu. 5 clients plus the staff plus the dog. Yeah, we're gonna need a chef. Note: boat equals chef for 10 days. Nick spent the next 40 minutes scouring his spiderweb, adding notes, circling ideas, drawing lines, solidifying Plan B. When he was finished, he stepped back and stared. His reflection stared back, wasted, eyes red, face oily, hair a mess. All right. He gave a slow, tired blink. Good. He took a sharp breath. Plan C: no plane, no boat, go. He trudged to transportation under Arrive. Eventually, we'll still need air or water to reach Portugal, so let's use cars to get out of Mass to an airport or seaport in another state. With 5 clients, 5 or more staff plus the dog, we're gonna need a caravan of large capacity vehicles. The usual Chevy Suburbans will work. Note: Suburban Caravan Plan C equals 10 plus capacity. He continued for hours, dreaming up disaster scenarios and backup plans, until his vision was blurry and he was making mistakes. He stepped back and stared at the zombie in the window. Nick glanced at his watch. 1:43 a.m. Okay, let's call it. He capped the marker, took pictures of everything, and uploaded them to his secure planning app. Bedtime, Nick called to the security system. The room went dark. He staggered to the bedroom. Nick climbed into bed, sat up, and blinked at the red clock on his nightstand. 1:56 a.m. He reached under his collar and pulled off a pendant necklace, a worn jet-black cylinder hanging from a chain, and placed it on the nightstand next to his phone. He turned on the white noise machine, filling the dead-silent room with a low hiss, and laid back, staring at the city lights cast across the ceiling. Nick tossed and turned, his mind still racing from the planning session. As he watched the lights flicker and shift, a video flashed in his mind. The governor throwing a tennis ball into a cornfield, his dog racing through the rows to fetch. Shit, what if he wants to stay in the U.S. but relocate to a neutral state? Nick sat up and groped his phone off the nightstand, wincing as the bright light radiated his dark-adjusted eyes. He tapped a note into his planning app. Gov needs shelter options in U.S. He replaced the phone and laid back down. He stared at the ceiling, time passing, his mind drifting. Another video streamed. The governor standing by a desk, barking orders into a secure phone. What if he wants to act as governor of Massachusetts from a remote location? Nick grabbed his phone and jotted another note. Need continuity of government plus communications strategy. He laid down and gazed at the clock. 2:24 a.m. He closed his eyes. A video flashed, the governor in a safe room surrounded by bodyguards. If soldiers arrive before he can escape, Corman will lock him in a safe room. Then we'll need a tactical team for a high-risk extraction. He turned over, trying to forget it. Leave it until morning. You can run it with the other scenarios. He turned the other way, but the video was already streaming, fast and vivid. Corman guards surrounded the governor, guns drawn, and rushed him and Connie and the girls into a basement safe room. Outside, ragtag militiamen encircled the governor's mansion and cut the power. The lights flickered off. Nick turned over and groaned. Let it go. The militiamen crept down a dark basement hallway toward the safe room, guns raised. Corman guards jumped out behind them and opened fire. The dark tunnel flashed bright, lighting their faces, crazed soldiers, loyal guards, men twisted in bloody pools on the floor. A burst of gunfire lit a downed face. A big miner sprawled across the ground, covered in dust, his mouth hanging open. No, no, no. Nick gripped his blanket and the movie accelerated into a series of disjointed flashes. Boom! An explosion blew out the conveyor room, blasting rock and dust and debris. A scream. A woman lay motionless, clutching her baby. The stink of rock dust and sweat, children blurred past. A charred smell, scattered bodies burned. Nick pulled the blanket over his head. Stop! The stench of gasoline. The girl with red braids groped along the tunnel wall. Burnt rubber. The tunnel collapsed. She disappeared into a cloud of dust. A whisper, loud and close. Follow the light. Nick shot up in bed, flicked on the light, and grabbed his necklace. He unscrewed the top of the cylinder and huffed a long, deep breath of lavender oil. He put a hand on his chest and began box breathing. The images dimmed, the sounds muted, the smells faded. 10 minutes later, he was back to baseline. He put on the necklace and picked up his iPad. With a few taps, he pulled up the security system app for his New Zealand ranch and ran through the cameras. Camera 1, dining room, a long dining table with fresh flowers. Camera 2, family room, 2 couches, 3 chairs, a big fireplace. Camera 3, game room, a pool table, ping pong table, big TV, beanbag chairs. Camera 4, power, green pastures, rolling hills, 3 wind turbines, solar panels. Camera 5, gardens, An old woman with short hair, kind eyes, and a Maori tribal tattoo on her chin hummed and planted flowers. Camera 6, Livestock. A stocky old woman with a tight bun and dirty overalls stood with a hand on her hip, pointing to a barn and arguing with a fat sheep. Nick laughed and relaxed his shoulders. A wave of calm washed over him. So soon. Just finish the governor's plan, get through the holidays, and you'll be there by January. Then you can finally. His phone ringer shrieked, volume accidentally set on high. He snatched the phone and glared at the screen. It was Marty Kettenbach. At 2:49 a.m. Jesus Christ, Marty, fuck off. I'm not your personal 911. Nick declined the call, lowered the volume, and slid the phone back on the nightstand. He placed a hand on his pounding heart and tried to recenter. The phone rang again. Nick covered his ears and closed his eyes. The ringing got louder. 49 days, he whispered. 49 days. Louder in his head, rattling his skull, vibrating his brain. 49 days, he shouted. 49. An idea struck. The ringing stopped. He opened his eyes, grabbed the phone, and dialed. "G'day, Nick. What a nice surprise. How you going?" Her voice was gentle and peaceful. Nick relaxed and met her tone. "I'm doing well, Maya. How are you?" "Yeah, I'm good. It's a cracker day here, so I'm out planting sweet peas and alyssum in your garden. Oh, and I added something new. It's called Love in the Mist. I think you're gonna like it." "That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to see it. How's Cora feeling?" "Oh, you know Cora. She's out there arguing with the sheep all day, even though the doc told her to rest." Nick laughed. "It's good for her. She'd go crazy sitting inside all day." "No, I'd go crazy," Maya laughed. Nick laughed again, then paused for a beat of silence. "Hey, Maya, I wanted to ask you something. I know we talked about me moving there in January, but I was wondering, would it be all right if I came sooner?" "Oh yeah, Nick, no worries. It's your house, come whenever you like. We'll get everything ready for you. When were you thinking?" Maybe like 2 weeks. I have to wrap up one last project, then I'll head down the first week of December." "Yeah, no worries at all. It's practically ready now. Won't take much to spruce up a few things." "That's great. Thanks so much, Maya. I really appreciate it." She paused. "Everything okay, Nick?" Nick took a deep breath, pressed his aching chest, and forced a smile. "Oh yeah, no worries. I just want to catch more of the summer season, see your new garden, and help Cora with the first sheep shearing." "Aw, that would make Cora happy. Me too. Look, we'll get the house ready in a couple days, just in case you decide to come early." "Thank you, Maya, truly thank you." "No worries, Nick. We'll see you soon." "See you soon." He put his phone on silent and placed it on the nightstand. 14 days, he whispered as he snuggled into bed. 14 days. 5. Thanks for waiting, Mr. Ritter. Nick looked up from his phone at the peppy, young assistant bouncing with her iPad. With her short skirt and heavy makeup, she looked like a model. 9 times out of 10, when his clients had an assistant like that, it only meant one thing. TJ just finished his morning meditation. He's ready for you now. Follow me. Nick stood and glanced at his watch. 9:40 a.m. 40 minutes past his appointment time. He straightened his dark jacket, white shirt, and jeans, a neutral outfit that worked equally well for politicians, businessmen, and startup founders like TJ Chandra. He followed the assistant across the ground floor of TJ's 5,000 square foot Back Bay brownstone, weaving through a buzzing crowd of support staff, administrative assistants, agents, brand managers, media planners, press secretaries, and a plant maintenance lady. The entire downstairs had been converted into an office and furnished with fun furniture, wacky art, and big-screen monitors swirling innovative graphics. A barista ran a free coffee bar in the back, making the whole place smell like a Starbucks. She led him past two security guards in suits, down a hall, and opened the door to TJ's office. She gestured inside. "Enjoy." He stepped inside and she closed the door behind him. It was a long office that had probably once served as the home's private library. At the head of the room was TJ's desk, and at the other end was a seating area with refreshments, a whiteboard on wheels, and a big-screen TV. Aside from the windows and doors, the walls were one giant screen, wrapping 360 degrees around the room, stretching from floor to ceiling. The screen streamed a coral reef, with fish of all shapes, sizes, and colors darting and swirling through a forest of coral and kelp. TJ was standing at a window, his back to Nick, hands clasped behind, watching people stream past a busy sidewalk. Nick walked to the center of the room and cleared his throat. "Good morn," TJ shouted, as if trying to break into an invisible conversation. "Don, Don, Don, the truth is they don't add value. We're not running a public service here. I mean, this is still free market capitalism, right? Did I fall asleep and wake up in China?" TJ spun and adjusted his AirPods. He was slim, with bright eyes, healthy color, and perfect hair. Under his gray blazer, he wore a bright red sweater over a red tartan shirt. Despite being almost 40, he had a baby face, which made him look like a boy wearing his dad's suit. He squinted at Nick, pointed directly at him, and whispered, "Grapes." Nick stared and blinked, then turned to see a big bowl of shiny grapes on the refreshments table behind him. He turned back to TJ and nodded with a polite smile. Nick walked back and scooped some grapes into a paper cup. He popped one into his mouth and pretended to watch CNBC on the giant TV. TJ erupted behind him. "You're wrong, Don. You're fantastically wrong. Across the global economy, the value of human capital is in secular decline. We simply don't need people to do these jobs anymore." At the bottom of the TV screen was a banner, CNBC, Economy Now. In the top right corner was a picture of TJ titled, "Calling Live, TJ Chandra, founder and CEO of Encryptic." A host stared at the camera in shock. "Wait, is he?" The host spoke. "TJ, are you saying that computers and robots should replace people in the workforce? That's a good thing." TJ responded behind Nick, way too loud for the room. "For most low-skill and back-office jobs, yes, absolutely. It's economically irresponsible to put humans in jobs that robots can do more efficiently." Nick spun and watched TJ pace. "Look at Encryptic. We're the largest social network in the world, and we have fewer than 2,000 employees. And most of those are lawyers to defend against our litigious government." Nick swung back to the TV as Don responded. "Let's talk about that for a moment. Senator Galloway recently called Encryptic, quote, a cancer of America's moral fiber. And she wasn't talking about your hiring practices. She was talking about your privacy policy. What do you say to that?" Nick turned to TJ. "First of all, Don, let's not pretend Senator Galloway cares about America or understands what Zen is. She's just another useless DC sock puppet regurgitating talking points." Nick glanced back at the TV. Don's eyes popped wide and his jaw dropped. TJ strolled to the window, turned his back to it, and raised his phone in a selfie pose. He tapped the screen, smiled, and gave a little wave. "Second, let me clear up exactly how Zen works, because you guys really struggle to understand it. Zen is an invite-only, private room, end-to-end encrypted, fully distributed social platform. Put simply, we're a social network where anyone can create a private group conversation that can't be accessed by the government or hackers or anyone else. Complete and total social privacy. And because everything is hosted remotely on our users' devices, the company has no access to and bears no responsibility for any of the content. TJ gave his phone a big thumbs up, then tapped and lowered it. Okay, but TJ, let's be real about what's happening on your platform, Don said. Criminal operations, child pornography, human trafficking, illegal narcotics, terrorism, insider trading. Just last week, classified government documents were leaked on Encryptic, compromising national security and risking the lives of our soldiers overseas. Nick wandered to a weird, futuristic chair against the side wall, halfway between TJ and the TV. He sat and flicked grapes like popcorn, watching the debate volley back and forth like a tennis match. TJ strolled to a coffee bar against the wall and prepared a matcha tea. Using a thin, wooden ladle, he scooped green powder from a small container and dumped it into a teacup. Hold on. You've made a mess of it, Don, as usual. First of all, those classified docs came from high-ranking intelligence officials acting as legally protected whistleblowers. They were exposing evidence of rampant government corruption within their own agencies, so the public could see the truth. He picked up a wooden brush and whisked the green powder as he poured hot water from a little porcelain kettle. Second of all, you're missing the bigger picture here, so let me simplify. Let's imagine you install a whiteboard and a box of permanent markers in a dark corner of the Boston Common. You leave it there for a week, and when you come back, it's covered with all kinds of objectionable things. Hate speech, bullying, secrets, whatever. Who's to blame? Is it the board's fault? Is it the marker's fault? Is it your fault? All you did was put up a blank page and walk away. It's the people who wrote on the board that are responsible for its content. They could have written poems or drawn flowers, but no, they, did what people always do. It's the same idea with Zen, but our crooked politicians, rather than address their deeply unhappy and immoral populace, try to score points off me as a distraction from our national dumpster fire. Don stared in disbelief, then started to nod. Wow, all right then. Well, in the past you've claimed that Zencryptic brings power to the people, but your company is under investigation for selling user content from secure forums to private entities. Is that true? I can't comment on that. There was an awkward silence. TJ lifted his steaming mug and began to stroll. Listen, Don, the whole point, the reason I called in is because I want to help the American worker. In every industry, technology is replacing human beings, and it's creating real economic misery. He softened his tone. Look, I'm a self-made man from humble roots. After my parents moved to Queens from the slums of Mumbai, my father opened his own Indian restaurant. He didn't run that restaurant for profit because, trust me, there was none. He ran it to provide jobs for his employees and food for his community. If his restaurant was staffed by robots, my dad never would have opened it in the first place. TJ placed the mug on a coaster on his desk. Don interrupted, respectful but stern. TJ, we've heard your father's story many times on this network. He started a small business. He built it from the ground up. He ran it for the community. It's an inspiring story, truly. But how has your entrepreneurship created value? Your company is a hub for criminal activity. You offer very few jobs, which, apparently, is a good thing. You're embroiled in a staggering number of lawsuits, and you've burned through $500 million in venture funding without a penny in profit. What have you done to better our global community? TJ stared straight ahead, Don pressed his earpiece. TJ. Are you still with USDJ? Sorry, Don, you've completely lost the thread. I gotta go. TJ tapped his watch and the TV shut off. He closed his eyes and took a few deep, meditative breaths. The room was silent. Does he remember I'm here? TJ opened his eyes and spun, looking directly at Nick. Hi, how can I help you? He said in a cheerful tone. Nick froze, then stood and walked to the desk. Mr. Chandra, my name is Nick Ritter. I'm a crisis consultant. Governor Sutton asked me to meet you this morning. TJ pulled out his AirPods. You want a core water? Nick hesitated. No thank you, I'm fine. TJ squeezed his watch. Zelda 2 core waters. He nodded at Nick's wrist. You have a Z watch. Huh. TJ pointed to his futuristic watch. Our new Zencryptic watch. You have one. Nick pulled up his sleeve to show a classic dive watch. Oh my God, dude, is that thing analog? TJ shook his head and gestured at the chair. Wow, have a seat. Zelda entered and placed down 2 little boxes of water and 2 glasses. Nick stared at the label, a picture of a straw reaching through the gray earth to a blue circle in the center, with the tagline, Core, the last drop. Please don't tell me you drink the tap water here, TJ said. The fluoride will rot your brain. Gross, Zelda made a yuck face. To find clean water these days, you literally have to go to the end of the earth. TJ grinned at his clever joke. Zelda touched his shoulder and laughed too hard. Well, that confirms it. He's sleeping with her. Can I get you anything else, TJ? She fluttered her big eyelashes. We're good. Thanks, Zell. She gave his shoulder a little squeeze and walked out. Nick cleared his throat and pointed to the walls. This is an amazing display. TJ jumped up. It's the Great Barrier Reef. Nick feigned amazement. Wow, incredible, such a detailed reproduction. TJ spun and glared. It's not a reproduction, it's the actual GBR. Not this one. Nick smiled and nodded. Well, as much of the reef as still exists. TJ strolled along the coral. It's not a video. It's a living, breathing digital simulation of the northwest segment of the reef. Everything in here has to eat, sleep, breed, live, and die just like in the wild, except digitally, of course. He grinned. Crazy, right? We scanned what was left of the reef right before the Japanese bleached it. Lucky timing, really. The GBR conspiracy was a favorite among his clients. The theory was that the Japanese bleached the reef as payback for high Australian tariffs. However, one of Nick's Japanese clients claimed he had insider information that it was actually a false flag attack staged by Greenpeace activists. An oil executive in Australia swore the reef never existed in the first place. And just last month, Marty Kettenbach showed Nick pictures of his family snorkeling the reef on vacation. In these situations, Nick found it best to simply agree with the client. Nick beamed a patronizing grin. Well, now I can finally say I visited the Great Barrier Reef. Right, and look, you can feed them. TJ swiped his finger in a little arc, sprinkling down a rainbow of fish food. A school of fish attacked. He tapped the glass and they winced and scattered. He laughed. Nick gave a polite nod. TJ dropped back behind his desk. Okay, so Sutton got you in here, let's hear it, pitch me. He gestured for Nick to bring it on. Nick hesitated. Well, Mr. Chandra, actually, Governor Sutton asked me to meet with you because he's concerned about a high-risk event in Massachusetts. TJ twisted open a boxed water, sniffed it, and poured. Oh, right, his Civil War thing. Yeah, I did some snooping on Zen, it's bullshit. Actually, it's the opposite. Mass is sending troops south. Sutton probably knows about it. Nick pulled out his business card. Well, The governor wanted me to offer my services, but if there's no immediate threat, I can just leave my information and... Sorry, what exactly are you selling? TJ sipped his water. Nick blinked, trying to hide his annoyance. I'm a crisis consultant. I design survival plans for high-profile clients. It clicked and TJ's eyes widened. Oh, you're the posh prepper. I know you. You're big with my friends in Silicon Valley. Nick nodded. I have quite a few clients in the tech industry. Yeah, Bryce at Greenseed Capital was raving about you. Also, Caleb from Humanoid. Very cool. So what's the pitch? Well, here's the thing, Mr. Chandra. TJ. Here's the thing, TJ, I'm not taking on new clients. The governor asked me to meet with you as a personal favor, but if you're not in the market for my services right now, I'll just leave my number. He slid a card across the desk. TJ smirked and tilted his head. Reverse psychology, artificial scarcity. I like it. Nick sighed. TJ looked down at his watch, tapping and scrolling. Look, to be honest, Sutton is like the fifth person to recommend you. You're here now, I get what you DOSO pitch. What can you offer me? Well, that depends on a lot of things. Just bottom line it for me. What you do for Bryce and Caleb. I can't share their plans, but my high-end tech clients all lean toward a certain premium package. Ooh, let me guess, a backyard bunker and a lifetime supply of spam. TJ cracked up. I'm kidding. What's the premium package? This guy's starting to piss me off. Nick leaned in, focused and intense. 24/7 365 monitoring, protection, and extraction for every disaster I can think of. Survival training for you and your security team. A fleet of private planes, boats, and vehicles. A 200-acre luxury ranch in New Zealand with an airstrip, helipad, and independent energy. Fresh food from sustainable hydroponics, aquaculture, and agriculture, plus a lifetime stockpile of food, water, and medicine. We diversify your finances across countries and institutions to reduce risk and build off-grid backups in paper currencies, crypto, and precious metals. Plus rescue all your valuables, art, cars, coins, whatever. For you, safe arrival is just the beginning. I'd focus on wealth preservation and business continuity, computers, internet data centers, whatever you need to operate seamlessly. He leaned back. That's just the basics. The rest would be customized. TJ thumbed over his shoulder. Yeah, but can you save my fish? He burst out laughing. Absolutely. I do a lot of data redundancy for tech clients. TJ nodded, impressed. Entertainment is mandatory, Nick said. Without it, you'll get cabin fever or depression. I include a bowling alley, movie theater, library, golf course, swimming pool, game room, climbing wall, gym, spa, pets, horses, whatever you want. TJ picked up his phone and began to scroll. Sounds fun. How much are we talking? Package like that, 20 million up front, then 2 million per year. TJ's eyes shot up. 20, that's a lot. Can't we just buy a bunker somewhere? Sure, if you want to live in a concrete box in the middle of a cornfield. We can do an 800-square-foot bunker in a disaster community in Idaho, or a 2,000-square-foot condo in an underground missile silo in Kansas. But your friends are all buying big in New Zealand. TJ returned to scrolling. Why New Zealand? Isn't it all sheep? Nick counted on his fingers. It's a first-world country with a high standard of living. It has cheap, abundant, breathtaking land. It has political, social, and economic stability with no enemies. And it's isolated, yet easily accessible from all global hubs. It's survival paradise. TJ squinted at Nick. I thought they closed the border after that Taiwan refugee incident. They did, but that's what you pay me for. They have a residence by investment program, also known as a golden passport. It's complicated, but basically you make a significant financial investment in the country, and in return they grant you full citizenship. TJ smirked. Sounds simple like a bribe. Nick shrugged and nodded. We do New Zealand, 2 fallback countries, and Portugal, where citizenship unlocks all 27 countries in the EU. TJ put his phone on the desk, leaned back in his chair, and tapped his watch. Nick slid his card closer to TJ, but again, you can think about it and call me down the line. You don't have to decide. TJ lurched forward, stood, and extended a hand. Okay, Nick. If the other guys are doing it, I'm in. Draw it up for the lawyers. Nick sighed, slowly stood, and shook TJ's hand. Will do. Oh, before you go, let me grab you a Z-Watch. That's okay, I'm good. TJ waved him off and pointed at Nick's wrist. No, 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 you gotta replace that sundial with something digital. He squeezed his Z-Watch and chatted with Zelda. Nick pulled out his phone. He had a stack of notifications, 36 texts and 19 missed calls. The top one caught his eye, a text from his brother Paul, "Call me now." Nick froze. They hadn't spoken in a long time. Is there someplace I could make a call? Nick asked TJ. TJ pointed to a glass door in the back corner of the room. There's a conference room through there. Nick stepped into the dim conference room and shut the door behind him. The walls contained a different part of the reef, and the fish were all much smaller and brighter. He took a deep breath and called. Nick, Paul said over a stream of hectic background chatter. Nick hesitated. Paul. Listen, I know we haven't talked in a while, and I'm sorry to jump you like this, but there's something you should know. Nick waited. You there? Yeah, I'm here. I don't have much time, so listen carefully. There's been some kind of outbreak. It looks like a deadly virus, possibly man-made, possibly natural. We don't know. They think it started here at Logan Airport, but it's spreading worldwide. We've already confirmed cases in 3 other global airports. Nick, if you're in Boston, you should get out. Nick strolled the reef and a school of fish followed. Paul, I appreciate the heads up, but the thing is, in my work, I hear this stuff all the time. Yesterday, Governor Sutton swore we're on the brink of civil war. Today, you're telling me there's a deadly virus outbreak. Tomorrow, it'll be a Chinese nuclear strike. Every day is some new disaster. He swiped the screen 3 times, and the fish swirled and gobbled the rainbow. This virus, it's probably just localized hysteria or a disinformation campaign. It's real, Nick, Paul said in a serious tone. He was louder, had moved the phone closer. This is from a top-secret briefing to the Senate Subcommittee on Emerging Threats and Capabilities. It's not some conspiracy blog. The FBI received an anonymous tip that the outbreak started yesterday at Logan Airport. Otherwise, we never would have caught it this quickly. In 24 hours, there are already 150 airport employees sick, 30 of them in critical condition. The early transmission stats, the CDC says they shouldn't be possible. They're freaking out. He lowered his voice. Nick, I've seen the medical reports. They are horrifying. Nick watched the fish dart and swirl. How confident are you on this? Confident, but it doesn't matter. The White House is acting on it. They've activated the National Guard and they're locking down major cities right now. They have no plan other than to stall and say there's a terrorist threat. Tomorrow the president will tell the public the truth. He shifted to a heartfelt tone. Listen to me, Nick, real or not. You've got 1 hour before they lock down Boston and 24 hours before all hell breaks loose. Get out. Get out while you still can. Nick checked his watch. Okay, I'll go. Tell me about the virus. How is it spread? Hey, Paul yelled. A voice bellowed in the background. Sir, please come with us. I'm on the phone, Paul said. Senator, we have orders to extract you to a secure location. Get your hands off me. The phone scuffed and crackled. Silence. Paul. Nick lowered the phone and stared at the swirling fish. His eyes darted back and forth as he analyzed, calculated, ran the scenarios. Information quality is high. Paul has no reason to lie. His data is fresh, credible. The fish shimmered and swooped, eager for another feeding. If he's right, downside is you get trapped in Boston with a deadly virus. If he's wrong, downside is you spend $1 million to move to New Zealand 2 weeks early. Nick looked at his watch. The second's hand raced ahead. You're wasting time. Make a call, he winced, hesitating. You're freezing, move and confirm. Okay, he nodded. Move and confirm. Nick spun and strode toward the door. Zix. Nick burst out of the conference room as he pulled up the operator's number, muttering to himself. Drive north, activate your plan, clear the city in 30 minutes, then. Nick nearly slammed into TJ, who was standing just outside the conference room, AirPods in, clutching his cell phone in one hand and dangling a shiny Z-Watch from the other. Deadly virus outbreak, TJ said. They stared at each other for a long moment, each man trying to size up what the other knew. What? Nick said. On the phone you said there was a deadly virus outbreak. Nick thumbed back toward the conference room. Were you listening to me? Well, yeah, TJ shrugged. Nick brushed past. I have to go. Wait, you can't just leave. Tell me what's going on. Nick strode toward the office door. Come on, man, help me out, TJ whined. Nick didn't look back. Hey, asshole, TJ shouted in his big-time CEO voice. Nick stopped halfway to the door. 5 minutes ago, I hired you to protect me from this shit. Now you're gonna walk out mid-conversation. You owe me an explanation. Nick slowly turned. There's a deadly virus outbreak. It started in mass and is spreading worldwide. The military is locking down major cities as we speak, starting with Boston. He paused. And I don't work for you until you pay the bill. TJ stared past Nick in a daze. They predicted this on Zen, he refocused. How do you know it's real? I don't. That's the nature of prepping. You have to be early. To survive, you have to act before the threat is here, before it's obvious to everyone. The only way to be 100% certain is to wait and see what happens. I'm not taking that chance. I'm getting out, and I suggest you do the same. He nodded and headed for the door. Take me with you, TJ blurted. I don't do live support, Nick said over his shoulder. Your security guys will get you out. And then what? Hide in a concrete box in the middle of a cornfield. We agreed on the premium package. Nick opened the door. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Oh, you're going to help me, or you won't make it past Newberry Street. Nick paused in the open doorway and looked back. TJ stalked toward him. You're not going anywhere until my valet brings your car unless, oh, were you planning on taking the subway? If you don't help me, I'll blow you up on Zen. I'm thinking, TJ made a headline gesture in the air. Posh prepper Nick Ritter just warned me. Deadly virus spreading worldwide. Released in Boston by POTUS. Flee your city now. I think my 125 million followers would find that very interesting. He glared at Nick. That's not true. Doesn't matter if it's true. Only matters if I say it. You'd be in FBI custody within the hour. TJ mocked innocence. Oh no, my account got hacked, he shrugged. Happens all the time. Nick checked his watch. 2 minutes gone, this guy's gonna get you killed. TJ stepped close and lowered his voice. Look, I can help you. I've got money and connections. I can monitor the private conversations of 2 billion people worldwide. Take me with you." His eyes hung on Nick. Nick gazed out the open door for a long moment. "How many people?" "Just me." Nick gave him a skeptical look. "You sure there's no one else?" He cast a suggestive glance into the hallway. TJ stared, unflinching. "Nah, we're good." "You're sitting around debating move. Okay, call my car." TJ grinned, raised his watch and swiped twice. "Done." He scanned his office. "I need to pack a few things and I want to call my CFO and—" Nick slammed the door and stepped to TJ. "Listen to me. If you want in, we need to get a few things straight. We do things my way, no debate, no bullshit. We move quickly and silently, no calling your buddies, no warning your followers, no picking up strangers. In a disaster, every person is added risk. We have a head start, but my clients are well connected, and soon they'll know. If everyone tries to escape at once, we'll run short on planes and pilots. So we need to move now, before they lock down Boston and everyone heads for the exits." TJ stared like a schoolboy getting a lecture. "We're going straight to my ranch in New Zealand as fast as we possibly can. Once we get there, I'll help you make your own arrangements." "Okay, but—" Nick leaned in. "This is what I do. If you break my rules, I will leave you behind. If you slow me down, if you put me in danger, I will leave you behind." He pointed. "And you pay me $2 million for the escape. Consider it a rush order fee." They were startled by a knock at the door, then Zelda's voice. "TJ, Mr. Ritter's car is here. Everything okay?" Nick locked TJ in a take-it-or-leave-it stare and whispered, "We walk out that door, right now, or you're on your own." They stood for a long moment, dueling cowboys waiting for someone to draw. TJ reached past Nick and opened the door to reveal Zelda leaning in. He brushed past her. "We're doing a brainstorm brunch at Astra. I'll be back later." She turned, watching him go. "Oh, okay. What about your 11 o'clock with Mindy from STEM Girls?" "Reschedule," TJ called over his shoulder. Nick followed down the hall. The 2 bodyguards fell in behind. TJ waved them off. "You guys can stay. I'm good." They slowed and exchanged confused looks. TJ and Nick strode through the brownstone lobby, eyes locked on the front door, the buzzing crowd parting and watching them go. They stepped out to a crisp fall morning. Nick put on his sunglasses. "Your car, Mr. Ritter." A valet extended his keys. Nick snatched the keys and popped the trunk on his jet-black Mercedes. He pulled out a black duffel bag, threw it in the back seat, and got behind the wheel. TJ slid in the passenger side. They tore away from the curb and turned the corner into a column of Back Bay traffic, inching toward Storrow Drive. Nick tapped his phone, and it rang over the car's Bluetooth system. A woman answered after one ring, her voice focused and intense. "Operator. This is Nick Ritter. I need to activate my escape plan." "Okay, Mr. Ritter. I've got you voice verified. What's your passphrase?" "Wantabo Lake." "Confirmed. What's your situation?" She had a precise and direct tone, likely from prior work as an emergency dispatcher or combat mission coordinator. Nick checked his rearview mirror. "I've got a credible report of a virus outbreak with Ground Zero at Boston Logan Airport. Right now I'm in the Back Bay and I need to get outside the city ASAP. They're gonna lock it down. I have one passenger and I want to fall back to my New Zealand ranch." "Roger that. Before we go any further, I'm required to remind you that if you activate your plan, we'll immediately deduct $1 million from your escrow account. That fee is non-refundable, regardless of the situation outcome. Would you like to proceed?" Nick paused. "Are other clients activating their escape plans?" I can't share information on other clients, sir. Nick turned the wheel, merging into Newberry Street traffic. Come on, you know who I am. Most of your clients are my clients. She paused. I can confirm we're seeing unusually high volume in your area, sir. Nick nodded. He felt TJ's eyes on him. Okay, let's do it. The operator started typing. Okay, we're live. Your last ping was 10 seconds ago. Looks like you're at the corner of Berkeley Street and Newberry Street. Is that correct? Yes, I'm in my car, headed to Storrow Drive East, planning to take Route 1 north out of the city. Do you need an extraction? No, there's no immediate threat. Do you need medical care? No, just get me a plane to New Zealand, departing from north of Boston. Roger that, she typed. Sir, I'm going to go silent for a moment as I plan your escape route. Continue moving north. If you need me, just speak up. They merged onto Storrow Drive East in silence, listening to the operator type and horns blast. Mr. Ritter, are you still with me? The operator said. I'm here. Listen carefully, sir. I'm going to run through your escape plan. You've got a pilot activated and confirmed. His name is Brian Donahue. Head directly to his home at 221 Highland Road in Revere. It's right off Route 1 North, approximately 17 minutes from your current location. From there, he'll transport you north via Route 1, then 95 north up the coast until you reach New Hampshire. I've secured a Learjet at a private airstrip in Moose River, New Hampshire. To avoid the outbreak, I maximized your distance from Boston, so it's pretty far north, about 4 hours from your current location. You still with me, sir? Keep going. Your flight is scheduled to leave on Friday, November 26th at 5 p.m. There's an estimated 24-hour flight time, including 3 stops to refuel, which means you should arrive in New Zealand by Saturday evening. You'll be flying into a private airport on the South Island, near Lake Wantabo. We'll have vehicles and supplies waiting. From there, it's a 30-minute drive to your ranch. She took a breath. I just texted you and the pilot all the details. Do not be late, Mr. Ritter, or you forfeit your plane. Do you have any questions? Nick steered around 2 cars abandoned by arguing drivers. Friday, that's 2 days away. Don't you have anything sooner? That's the soonest we have, sir. I'm having trouble securing a plane. There's been a spike in demand and we're experiencing a shortage. Do you want to be put on the priority wait list? If anything opens up sooner and you're within range, we'll call you first. It's $100,000 per person, non-refundable, regardless of whether anything opens up. Nick whispered to TJ, $100,000 to get on the wait list. TJ shrugged. Yeah, whatever. We'll do it, Nick said. Okay, I've added you to the priority wait list, she said. I'll contact you if anything opens up. Where do we hide out until Friday? Unfortunately, all the fallout shelters within range of your airstrip are hosting other clients, so you're going to have to secure your own accommodations. Nick squeezed the wheel and clenched his jaw. There was an awkward silence. Sir, do you want me to stay on the line until you reach the pilot? No, we're good. Roger that. Pick up your pilot, get out of the city, and shelter for 48 hours. You'll be in New Zealand by Saturday night. Roger that, Nick said. Stay safe, sir. She hung up. TJ turned to Nick. Friday, why don't we just drive to Logan and take the next flight to New Zealand? We'll be there by tomorrow. Nick shook his head as he tapped the pilot's address into the car's navigation system. We're dealing with a virus, so we have to avoid crowds. We have no idea how it spreads, which means we can't go near anyone that could be infected. By flying private, we'll have 5, maybe 10 interactions. If we fly commercial, we'll have 700, maybe more with a trip of this distance. A map appeared on the display with an arrival estimate of 15 minutes. Plus this thing started at Logan. That's the last place we want to go. Traffic inched forward. Nick tapped his phone until it started ringing over the Bluetooth system. Boston General ER, a woman shouted over chaotic yelling and ringing phones. "Hi, I think my wife is sick with some kind of virus. What's your wait time there?" Nick asked. She raised her strained voice over the sound of a loudspeaker announcement. "Sir, we're overwhelmed with viral patients right now. We don't have any beds. Sorry, you're going to have to go elsewhere." She hung up and the commotion went silent. TJ looked at Nick. "Oh, shit." Nick placed another call. "Southern New Hampshire ER, how can I help you?" She sounded calm and friendly. "Hi, I think my wife is sick with some kind of virus." "What's your wait time there?" It's pretty quiet here. She might have to wait a half hour, an hour at most." "Thank you, we'll be there soon." Nick hung up. He merged onto Route 1 North and accelerated. "What does that mean?" TJ asked. "It means if we can beat the roadblock, there's a good chance it hasn't spread widely in New Hampshire. We still need to be cautious, but with fewer cases it's less risky than Boston." Within 2 minutes they were back to crawling in traffic, staring at an endless snake of red lights. TJ squirmed in his seat. "Come on, this traffic is killing me. Can't we?" They winced as an ear-splitting siren shrieked right on top of them. They looked around but saw nothing. The siren wailed again and Nick turned to his passenger-side blind spot to see an ambulance trying to merge from an on-ramp. He made space to let it in. The side of the ambulance read, "Mercy Community Hospital," in red block letters above a logo of 2 held hands. It passed, and the next car slowly yielded to let it through. The next vehicle in line, a pickup truck, didn't move. The ambulance blasted its shrill siren, but the truck didn't budge. A car in the next lane made space, and the ambulance passed the truck, but then became stuck behind an unyielding white van. "What is wrong with people?" Nick shook his head. "How can you not move for an ambulance?" "Why should they?" TJ scoffed. "It's probably some druggie taking a limo ride to a cut clinic on my dime." Nick sighed. The cut clinic conspiracy, another favorite among his clients. Last year, a law passed that allowed hospitals in low-income communities to provide patients with free care and be reimbursed by the federal government. But the law only covered medical emergencies. However, once a patient was admitted for an emergency, they could be treated for other coincident comorbidities, basically any non-emergency medical need, as part of the same covered bill. It was a strange loophole, passed with good intentions, but abused on the ground almost immediately. Politicians claimed that patients would cut themselves and come into the ER with an open wound so they could get free care for some other medical need. The doctor would bill the government for the cut and submit the other items as coincident comorbidities. Critics called the participating hospitals cut clinics. There was a media frenzy around a woman who needed dialysis 7 days a week for chronic kidney disease. Every morning she would cut herself, get a couple stitches, and then get her free dialysis. One day she cut too deeply and bled to death in her car, 10 yards from the hospital entrance. Most of Nick's clients believed cut clinics were a scam by the poor to get free medical care. Others felt they symbolized a tragic failure of a broken healthcare system. And a handful swore they weren't real. But Nick suspected that was because they had only experienced private medical care and had never set foot in a public hospital. Apparently TJ was in the first group. Nick watched as the ambulance crept forward, blasting its siren at unyielding drivers, cutting from lane to lane, swinging through the breakdown lane. "Jesus, what is that?" TJ pointed out the window. Nick glanced off the side of the highway at a sprawling tent city built up around the crumbling Bunker Hill Monument. The monument was built in 1825 to commemorate the heroic Battle of Bunker Hill. 2 years ago, a portion of the peak collapsed, letting in the elements. The National Park Service closed it to the public, and it fell into disrepair. Now it was surrounded by hundreds of tents and tarps in all different shapes, sizes, and colors. The ground was covered in litter, and the air was hazy from barrel fires. "It's the Bunker Hill Monument," Nick said. "Not the busted tower," TJ said. "The tents. They call it Methadone Mile. It's a homeless encampment. People started camping there to access the addiction center at Bunker Hill Hospital. Most of them never left. Now it's basically its own city." TJ looked down at his phone and scoffed. "And that's why you don't have cut clinics." They crawled through traffic for another 10 minutes, then took the exit for Revere. The traffic cleared and the navigation announced they'd arrive in 2 minutes. "So who is this pilot?" TJ asked. "No idea. Never met him. Pilots are assigned based on location, availability, and skill set. They're all Navy and Air Force vets, action hero types, so they can double as protection if needed. So this guy's gonna drop everything, drive us to New Hampshire, camp out a couple days, and then fly to New Zealand. How do we know he won't bail?" "We use certain incentives to ensure pilot compliance." Nick spoke like the words tasted bad. "Incentives? The hell does that mean?" Nick turned onto Highland Road. "Pilots are on call 24/7, 365 to respond to any disaster situation. They get a few pre-approved days off, but they're not allowed to work anywhere else because they need to be reachable every minute of every day. We pay them well, but they only take home 10% of their pay. The other 90% goes into escrow to be released at the end of their contract, usually 5 or 10-year terms." Nick scanned the house numbers. If they fail to respond to an emergency call within 10 minutes, they forfeit the money. If they're not packed and ready to go within 10 minutes of client arrival, they forfeit the money. If they show up to a destination without the client, Nick shrugged. The only way for a pilot to collect his money is to finish his contract or die, in which case everything goes to his family. So yeah, compliance is pretty high. TJ grinned. "Damn, I wish I could pay my employees like that. Has the Department of Labor seen those contracts? They're not big on withholding earned wages. Gives flashbacks to indentured servitude." Nick slowed and pulled off his sunglasses. "The lawyers found a way around it. Phantom share award with a vesting cliff, something like that. Plus everything is run out of the Caymans, so duel doesn't matter." TJ smirked. "I'd love to meet your lawyers." The navigation system cut in. "You have arrived at your destination." They pulled to the curb and stared at the pilot's house across the street. 7. Even though the small ranch house was modest, it stood out because it was the most well-maintained home on the street. The paint was fresh and flawless, the lawn lush and perfectly trimmed, the American flag bright and crisp. Someone took care of this house on a weekly, if not daily, basis. A jet-black Chevy Suburban sat in the driveway, facing the road, its rear liftgate open by the single-car garage. The Suburban was the standard escape vehicle issued to pilots. Roomy enough for up to 8 clients and a driver, yet sturdy enough to withstand disaster situations. With its tinted windows, reinforced bumpers, and custom license plate that read ARC 1, it looked like an FBI tactical vehicle. Parked curbside at the end of the driveway was an old beige Toyota Camry that had clearly spent its winters on the street. A man burst from the house carrying a black duffel bag and headed for the Suburban. He was well over 6 feet tall, early 50s, with a military cut, jeans, and a worn leather flight jacket over a button-down shirt. Despite having the strength and posture of a military man, straight, confident, disciplined, he looked tired and worn. He crossed the lawn with a limp. TJ broke the silence. "Is this the guy? This isn't the guy, right? This is just the bag man. The action hero S inside, right? Stay in the car." Nick locked the doors and placed a call on speakerphone. A shrill ringtone blasted across the street. The man stepped out from behind the open Suburban and answered immediately. "Captain Brian Donahue." "Brian, this is Nick Ritter. I'm your client." "Mr. Ritter, thank you for making contact. Are you en route?" "Well, actually, I'm here. In the black Mercedes across the street." Brian looked directly at Nick and TJ. "Oh, perfect. I'll come get your bags." Brian started toward them. "Brian, stay right where you are. I need to ask you a few questions before we get out." Brian stopped and stared at Nick. "Yes, sir." "Have you, or anyone in your household, been in Boston, or specifically at Logan Airport, in the last 48 hours?" Brian hesitated. No, sir. My wife has been off work this week, my daughter has been off school, and I don't leave the house much because of my contract. So we've all been hanging out here." "Are you, or anyone in your household, feeling sick?" "Sick? No, sir. We're all fine." "Have you visited with anyone that was sick?" "My wife's sister came for dinner on Sunday, but she felt fine." Nick stared at Brian for a moment and weighed the odds. "Okay, we're coming out." Nick hung up, grabbed his duffel bag from the back, and walked across the street. Brian erased the confused look from his face, a practice he'd likely perfected after years of serving eccentric high-net-worth clients. He strode toward Nick with his hand extended, projecting an air of military formality and professionalism. "Captain Brian Donahue. Let me get that for you, sir." He took Nick's bag. Nick gestured over his shoulder. "This is TJ Chandra. He's also a client." Brian extended a strong hand. "Brian Donahue, pleasure to meet you, sir." "Hey," TJ shook without eye contact. They walked toward the Suburban. "I spoke with the operator and reviewed the escape plan," Brian said. "We're heading north, hiding out for 2 days, then departing from a private airstrip in Moose River on Friday at 1700 hours. Is that right, sir?" "We have a lot of details to fill in," Nick said. "But yeah, that's right." "Sounds good, sir. Would you like to take your own car, or all ride in one car?" "One car, the Suburban." "Would you like to leave your car in my garage? A luxury vehicle like that, in this neighborhood." "It's fine, let's go." Brian got the message. "Roger that, let's roll out." He opened the passenger door for Nick. "I need to pee," TJ said behind them. Nick and Brian slowly turned. "What?" TJ said. "Matcha goes right through me. You want me to hold it for the next 2 hours?" Nick looked at TJ like he was a whiny kid on a long road trip. "No problem, sir," Brian said. "Come inside and use our restroom." They stepped inside to a simple but cozy interior. Nick inhaled the smell of fresh pancakes, maple syrup, eggs, bacon, and muffins. He couldn't remember the last time he had home cooking. "First door on the right." Brian pointed down the hall. TJ rushed to the bathroom. "Can I get you anything, sir?" Brian asked Nick. "I'm good." "You mind if I step out for a moment?" Nick nodded. "Make yourself at home." Brian gestured into the living room and walked down the hall toward the sound of a woman and girl chatting in the kitchen. Nick stepped into the living room and looked around. The space was overflowing with hobbies, like an adult playroom. His eyes jumped around the cluttered space. An old guitar and music stand. A book, Learn Guitar in a Week. A stack of worn Sudoku notebooks. A line of model airplanes. A book, Spanish for Dummies. A row of dumbbells sunk into a yoga mat. A 10-book box set, Epic Battles of History. A half-finished game of solitaire. This guy's bored out of his mind waiting around for a call. Nick could hear Brian and the women talking in the kitchen, so he peeked into the next room. Inside was a dining table covered with a grid of papers. Red block letters jumped out. Overdue. Last reminder. Past due. Final notice. The same logos popped up again and again. Mercy Community Hospital, Boston General Hospital, Veterans Mortgage Alliance, Revere Community Bank, St. Francis Catholic High School. In the center of each bill was a sticky note. The bottom row of papers had all green stickies, the middle row had yellow, and the top had red. They were triaging overdue bills. Nick moved back to the living room and spotted a glass cabinet he hadn't noticed before. The top two shelves were filled with pictures of Brian and his wife with their daughter at various ages. At the beach, ice skating, opening presents, all laughing. A few of the pictures included a younger woman who looked similar to Brian's wife, likely her sister. On the middle shelf, military medals flanked a picture of Brian and 15 other soldiers in full gear, smiling and holding two flags. The first was a black flag with the seal trident and the phrase, "The only easy day was yesterday, U.S. Navy SEALs." The second was a green flag with a snarling frog flexing his giant bicep and pointing a flaming trident. On the shelf below was a framed Time magazine titled, "The Men Who Stopped Captain Cairo," featuring a picture of Brian and 4 other SEALs in uniform. He looked young, bright-eyed, powerful, an elite soldier at the peak of his career. Nick heard a creak behind him. "Everything good, sir?" Nick startled and spun. Brian, his wife, and his daughter were all staring. Yup, all good." Nick gave the women an awkward wave. "Hello." Brian's wife squinted with her arms crossed. Her hair was up in a messy ponytail, and she had food stains on her apron, sweatshirt, and mom jeans. She looked annoyed, almost bitter time had taken something from the young woman laughing in the photos. Brian's daughter offered a polite smile. She looked about 15 and was wearing black leggings and a food-spattered sweatshirt featuring a Christian cross inside a recycling symbol above the words, "St. Francis Catholic High, Revere Beach Cleanup Day." Nick's startled hello hung in the air. The daughter broke the silence. "Hi there, I'm Zoe and this is Tracy. Welcome to our home." She projected warm, peppy energy. "Can I get you anything?" Brian winced. He touched Zoe's shoulder and whispered, "Honey, no, thank you, but no." He must have flown enough paranoid clients to know that they wanted privacy, and he wanted them away from his wife and kid. A door slammed open down the hall and TJ exhaled. "Hugh, I had to piss like a racehorse." He strolled into the room and spotted the group. "Oh hey, what's up?" Tracy's eyes jumped from TJ to the seat he left up in the bathroom, then shot Brian a death stare. Okay, gentlemen, let's head out." Brian ushered them toward the door. They were halfway to the Suburban when Zoe called from the front steps. "Dad, you forgot something." "You guys jump in. I'll be there in 30 seconds." Brian jogged back to his wife and daughter. Nick climbed into the passenger seat and TJ hopped in back. The windows were halfway down and Nick couldn't help overhearing the Donahues. "You forgot your sunglasses," Zoe said. "Oh man, thanks, Z-Bird." Brian grabbed the aviators and hung them on his shirt. Zoe looked like she was holding back tears. "Hug and a prayer?" Brian asked. She nodded. They all took hands and closed their eyes. Zoe spoke. Lord, protect my dad on this journey and show him a peaceful path home. Make him your shepherd, a gentle guardian. Make him your stone, a pillar of strength. And should evil come, make him your storm, a swift and mighty force. Amen. Amen. Love ya, Zoe. He pulled her in for a hug. She snuggled into his chest. Tracy leaned in and kissed him. Be safe, hun. Don't do anything dangerous for these guys. Brian looked from his wife to his daughter and back. Guys, come on. I do this all the time. It's always nothing. A quick trip round the world, then back home for another delayed Donahue Thanksgiving. They laughed and relaxed. Seriously, it'll be easy. Don't worry, I love you. Brian hugged them both with his wide wingspan. Go time. The women went inside and Brian jogged to the car. He started the engine, checked the dashboard gauges, and tapped a few buttons. The navigation display lit up and the rear liftgate began to close. Brian buckled his seatbelt, slid on his aviators, and shifted the car into drive. Good to go. Good to go, Nick said. Holy shit, it's all over Zen, TJ muttered, scrolling on his phone. Roadblocks, Houston, Seattle, Atlanta. Brian squinted at his rearview mirror. What's the situation, sir? Here we go. This is why I don't do live support. We can discuss on the road, Nick said. It's happening, Nick. TJ looked up. We're next. Brian removed his sunglasses and looked at Nick. Sir, is there a situation here in Boston? Their window of opportunity was closing. If TJ got the pilot worked up, it'd be 20 questions before they hit the road, or worse, he might bail. Nick's nose started to sting at the smell of burning rubber. He put on his sunglasses to hide his watering eyes. We need to go, Nick said. TJ lurched forward, poking his head into the front seats. Hey, driver, let's fucking go. I don't want to be here when this place turns Walking Dead. Walking Dead, Brian put the car in park. Sir, what are? Nick turned to Brian and snapped. There's a deadly virus. It started at Logan 24 hours ago and is spreading worldwide. The military is locking down major cities, and if we don't get out in the next 30 minutes, we're dead. Nick turned back to facing forward, his last word hanging in the air. Brian gazed at his house and spoke softly. I can bring them. I mean, they've never come before. But if I want to, I can bring them, right, sir? Nick clenched his jaw and nodded curtly. Brian looked at Nick with fearful eyes. Look, I didn't want to say anything, but I know who you are. Please just tell me, is this real? Nick stared straight ahead. Tell him it's real, more delays, risk a roadblock, get the wife and daughter as baggage. Tell him it's not. Lose him once he finds out the wife and daughter probably die here. Nick spoke, stone-faced behind his sunglasses. Real enough to run. Brian killed the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. I'm getting them. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Nick turned to Brian. You have 2 minutes, then we leave and call a backup pilot. He pointed at Brian's hand. Leave the keys. Brian spilled out of the car and sprinted for the house. 8. Tracy drizzled maple syrup over a giant stack of pancakes, and Zoe topped it with a puff of whipped cream. Ta-da! They plopped down at the kitchen table and admired their steaming brunch spread. Tracy grinned. Sue, where do we start? The front door slammed open. They jolted and locked eyes. Brian burst into the kitchen, his face a mix of flushed and pale. You're coming with. What? Tracy held a hand to her chest. What just happened? I don't have time to explain, but you're both coming on the job with me, and we need to leave now. What? We can't just leave. I'm slow cooking brisket. I told Father Ray I'd bring it by this afternoon. Dad, I'm dog walking for the shelter at 2, Zoe said. Tracy crossed her arms. Brian, what the hell is going on? Listen, there's a situation. Brian glanced down at his watch. I'll explain in the car, but you can't stay here, it's not safe. And I can't do my job out there if I'm worried about you back here. Tracy stood up and threw down her napkin. What did those assholes say to you? Tracy. Brian tried to stop her train before it gained steam. No, Brian. How many times have you sat at this table and said? She did an impression of Brian. These guys are all paranoid, they're crazy, they're liars. They're running from imaginary space bugs and lizard people and Chinese robo-whatevers. Tracy softened her tone. You can't trust them, hun. If they're delusional, we should stay away, far away. And if they're not, if there really is some situation, then you need to protect our family, not those bozos. So go tell them to find another pilot. Brian scoffed. You know I can't do that. I have a mission and they're depending on me. He took Tracy's arm and guided her gently toward the door. We'll talk in the car. We can. Tracy yanked her arm away. Brian. Dad, what's going on? You're freaking me out. Brian looked at his watch, took a deep breath, and forced his calmest voice. Listen to me. If we're not in that car in 30 seconds, we lose everything in escrow. 10 years of hard work gone. But worse, we'll be trapped here under military lockdown during a deadly virus outbreak. Now, if I'm wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, we'll visit New Zealand and be home in a week. But right now, I need you to trust me. So please stand up and get in the car. Tracy crossed her arms and squinted. 9. Nick checked his watch. 90 seconds and we're gone. TJ was peppering him with questions. Why'd you let him get the girls? What happened to every person is added risk? It's in his contract. Pilots are allowed to bring immediate family on any mission. Otherwise, we had compliance problems. You ask a man to ditch his family and he won't show up, no matter how much money you threaten. TJ huffed. This guy's a joke, he's used up, can't we upgrade? We're about to, in 75 seconds. Nick gave Brian the full 2 minutes, despite TJ lobbying to leave early. As the clock ticked down, they stared at the house. It was still. They're not coming, TJ said. Let's go. Nick lingered on the front door. Nick, TJ clapped. What are we doing? Let's go. Nick jumped out and circled around to the driver's side. He started the engine and placed a call on speakerphone. 1 ring. Operator. We need a backup pilot. This guy's not ready. Roger that, sir. I'll deactivate him and get you rerouted. Give me a moment to see who's available near your current location. Nick stared at the front door. Denial and deliberation, this is how people die. Okay, sir, I've got a pilot in Malden, 8 minutes west. Can I activate him? Nick took a deep breath. Okay, let's do. The front door swung open. Tracy and Zoe rushed out, clutching a red duffel bag and a pink backpack. Brian followed behind. The fuck is this? TJ said. Sir, can I activate the new pilot? Nick hesitated. Never mind, he's here. What? TJ lurched forward. Are you sure? The operator asked. The new pilot is ready to depart. No, this pilot's good. Nick waved TJ away. We'll call back with any issues, thanks. He hung up as the Donahues reached the car. Tracy climbed in the rear driver's side and Zoe jumped in the rear passenger side, squeezing TJ in the middle. Hello, let's get comfy. Zoe gave an awkward smile. TJ stared straight ahead, red-faced. Nick exited the driver's seat and headed back around. As they passed each other, Brian stopped him with a firm hand on the shoulder. He leaned in and whispered, "Thanks for waiting, man. I appreciate it." Nick flashed a smile and rushed his eye contact. "Yeah, no problem." 2 minutes later, they were cruising north on Route 1. Traffic had eased, and they were on course to cross the New Hampshire border in 50 minutes, assuming no roadblocks. Tracy had been staring out the window, arms crossed, but couldn't contain herself any longer. "Okay, can someone please explain this situation that has my family fleeing home the day before Thanksgiving?" Nick took a deep breath and told them everything. When he finished, the car was silent. People struggle to process new information during a crisis, especially when it's emotional, so he tried to simplify. "Look, all we can do is focus on the next step. If we beat the roadblock, our chance of survival goes up dramatically. We can regroup from there." "And if we do," TJ broke the silence with attitude. "It's not ideal. Then we try back roads, alternate airstrips, boats, we'll figure something out." Brian glanced at the navigation display. "Once we cross into New Hampshire." "What about Dana?" Tracy cut in. "Is Dana the sister? We'll call her as soon as our clients are settled in." Brian flashed his eyebrows in the rear view. "She's an ER doctor, Brian. We need to call her now before she goes to work with a bunch of sick people." "Hold on, I thought they made her take the week off," Brian said. "She was leaf peeping in Maine with that guy, the dentist." "You dad, no, that was like a month ago," Zoe said. "She dropped that creep." Brian shrugged. "Well, then she's probably at home baking those weird little googly-eyed cookies she makes every Thanksgiving." "They're called gobbles," Tracy said. "And yes, she's at home. Let's pick her up on the way. It's only 10 minutes off the highway." Nick felt Brian look at him. He gave a subtle head shake. "We're not picking her up." "Hun, listen," Brian said. "We can't stop now, but why don't?" A call rang on speakerphone. Nick turned. Tracy was holding up her phone. A woman's voice answered. "Hey Trace, what's up?" "Hey Dana, are you home right now?" No, I'm at work." Dana sounded like she was rushing. Tracy was silent. "Hello." "You're at work. I thought you were off this week." "Yeah, well, me too. They paged everyone a half hour ago. There's some kind of viral outbreak. They're out of beds, putting people in the halls. Can I call you tonight?" In the background of the call, a horn honked, then an ambulance wailed. Nick hesitated, then leaned toward Brian and whispered, "She's still outside. Tell her not to go in." Brian shouted into the back seat, "Dana, where are you right now exactly? Where are you standing?" "Brian, am I on speakerphone? I'm in the parking lot 20 feet from the hospital entrance. What's going on? Is Zoe okay?" "Listen to me," Brian said. "Don't take one more step toward the hospital. Do not go inside. Turn around and go back to your car right now." Dana was silent. "Dana," Tracy said. "Guys, what the hell is going on? You're freaking me out." "Just do what Brian said and we'll explain," Tracy said. There was a long pause. "Okay, I'm walking back to my car." "Lock your doors and we'll call you in 5 minutes," Brian said. "Okay." "Okay, I'm getting in now," Dana said, her voice unsteady. "Call me right back." Tracy hung up and leaned forward, looking at Nick. "We need to pick her up. She's at Mercy Community Hospital. It's 5 minutes off the highway." Brian forced a frustrated smile. "Hun, our primary mission is to get our clients across the border. We can call." "Primary mission?" Tracy's tone jumped. "I'm sorry saving your family doesn't fit with your primary mission, but these guys can." Brian shot her a death stare in the rear view. "They can wait 5 minutes," Tracy finished carefully. Nick tried to de-escalate. If you tell her to drive north now, she'll beat the roadblock. She might even be ahead of us. Tracy squinted at Nick. And if she doesn't beat it, or gets stopped, or won't go, then she's trapped here alone. If we don't get her, she'll go in that hospital within the hour. I know my sister. We are not leaving her behind. Dad, we can't spare 5 minutes for Auntie D, Zoe said. Brian tried to convince his family that Dana would be safer driving on her own. His words faded into the background as Nick watched a train of Desert Camel Humvees roar past in the fast lane. At the end was a flatbed trailer stacked with wooden barriers, steel fences, and orange cones. They're blocking the road, Nick said quietly. The car went silent and everyone looked at him. He pointed out the window. We can't stop now. If we don't beat that roadblock, none of us are getting out. Tracy unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned into the front seats. Brian, I swear to God, if you leave my little sister here alone, I will. Oh, come off it, TJ threw up his hands. Just tell her to drive north and she'll be fine. He looked at Brian. Driver, get us to the border. Do your job. Tracy turned her cannons on TJ. Excuse me, who the hell are you? Are you part of this family? I don't think so, so you can. Brian slammed the dashboard. Tracy, leave it alone. Tracy turned back to Brian. Her exit is in 1 mile. It'll take 5 minutes. Get over. She pointed at the far right lane. Brian kept cruising at a steady 80 mph. He flashed a side glance at Nick. We need to beat the roadblock, Nick said quietly. Brian pushed them up to 85 mph. Brian, get over. 90 mph, Dad. That's enough, Brian glared into the rear view. We're here to do a job. I don't want to hear. Look out, TJ screamed and pointed. Brian tapped the brakes and swerved to avoid rear-ending a minivan at 95 mph. The Suburban screeched and wobbled, nearly losing its grip on the road. Behind them, an 18-wheeler bellowed its horn. A green sign flew past. Exit 12 mile. Tracy slid back, buckled her seatbelt, and shook her head. You've lost your mind, Brian. You're gonna get us killed. Once we cross that border, drop us off. I don't want Zoe anywhere near you guys. TJ poked his head into the front and whispered, Hey Nick, this is a fucking shit show. I want a new pilot, call it in. I've got it under control, sir, Brian said to TJ, then frowned into the rear view. Tracy, enough, we'll finish this conversation in New Hampshire. This conversation is finished, Tracy said, and turned to TJ, you want a new pilot. By all means, call it in. Tracy, Brian glared, wide-eyed. Nick stared ahead in a daze as the argument escalated. A blaze shot up both nostrils and met in his forehead. His eyes watered at the stench of gasoline. Exit 14 mile. Nick closed his eyes and began box breathing. The crossfire of angry voices faded to a dull echo, like underwater yelling. Beat the roadblock, get to safety, hide out 2 days, make the flight. The wife and daughter will be a problem every step of the way. If the pilot can't focus, we're all at risk. Get the sister, 5 minutes there, 2 minutes load up, 5 minutes back, 12 minutes added time, 15 with traffic. We might still make it. It'll calm the wife and daughter, focus the pilot. Plus we gain a doctor. Nick opened his eyes. Tracy was pointing at TJ. Treat your employees, but no one talks to my husband like that. Next exit 100 FT. TJ jabbed back. Listen, lady. Nick pointed ahead and gave Brian a firm and unmistakable order. Take the exit. Without hesitation, Brian leaned the Suburban hard right, scanning his mirrors as he threaded effortlessly through 3 lanes of vehicles. He squeezed past the exit guardrail and caught the off-ramp with no room to spare. The car was silent. Nick waited until they pulled onto the main road, then projected his voice so everyone could hear. "If she went inside, we're leaving." They found Dana sitting in her blue Volvo station wagon in a remote corner of the parking lot, where she had moved to avoid the chaos near the hospital's entrance. Brian pulled up and idled so their windows aligned driver to driver. "Hey, Dana." Brian pulled off his aviators and flashed a tired smile. "What the hell is going on?" Dana said. She was in her mid-30s, with dark doe eyes perfectly suited to a cut clinic doctor. Patients would find in them gentle kindness. Critics would find fiery conviction. She wore blue scrubs and a white doctor's coat peppered with colorful pins. "Vote yes on question 3. Call don't cut. Stand up for survivors. I got my vaccine." She was gripping the steering wheel, with pink, blue, and green awareness wristbands on one wrist and a silver bracelet with an inscribed heart on the other. "We'll tell you everything," Brian said. "But first, I need to ask you a few questions." Dana looked from Brian to Tracy, who was leaning out the rear driver's side window. "Tracy, what is this? Where's Zoe?" "I'm here, D," Zoe called from the third row, where she'd climbed to free up a seat for Dana. "Just answer the questions, then we'll fill you in," Tracy said. Brian started to run through Nick's script to make sure Dana hadn't been exposed to the virus. While he quizzed her, Nick scanned the parking lot. It was overflowing with cars, abandoned, double-parked, idling at frantic angles. A line of people snaked from the ER entrance, down the sidewalk, around the corner. Two nurses wearing N95 masks, goggles, full body coveralls, and face shields stood at the entrance, interviewing patients and marking clipboards. Two more nurses pushed a cart down the line, handing out water and first aid. The people definitely looked sick, but in a different way than Nick had ever seen. They were coughing, sniffling, sneezing like the flu. Even from the corner of the parking lot, with the Suburban's engine idling, he could hear soggy, raspy coughs that barked like someone stomping an empty soda can. Despite their obvious illness, most of them looked energized, almost upbeat. People rocked back and forth in place, paced in little circles, danced around. A woman and a little girl did jumping jacks. An old man laid out his shirt to hold his spot and jogged topless up and down the line. The whole sidewalk was squirming, and if not for the horror of it, they almost looked like a line of circus performers warming up for a big audition. But the strangest thing, the thing Nick couldn't look away from, was their hands. They were scratching, digging, clawing at some maddening itch deep within their palms, and no matter how far they went, they couldn't reach it. Their hands were shredded, split, raw, dripping little pools of blood on the sidewalk. A man in a suit squatted, singing and rubbing his palms up and down the concrete. An old woman comforted a boy and girl with dish towels duct taped around their hands. A ragged homeless woman scratched alternating palms with a bloody fork. The nurses handed out instant cold packs, which the sick clutched, seemingly unbothered by gripping ice on a chilly November day. Up and down the line, they all looked the same, like they caught a vicious flu, chugged 2 Red Bulls, and needed poison ivy. Is it normal for a virus to cause such consistent symptoms? How could? Nick. Nick turned to Brian. "Sorry, what?" She answered the questions. "All good." "Okay." Nick nodded that he was satisfied. Brian took a deep breath. "Okay, Dana, listen carefully because we need to leave here in 60 seconds. Obviously, there's an outbreak. We have intel that suggests it's deadly and spreading worldwide. The military is locking down major cities, including Boston. I have 2 clients in the car and we're heading to a safe location in New Hampshire. But we need to leave now before they close the roads and we get stuck. So get in, and we'll fill you in on the way." Brian slid his aviators on. "You want me to just leave?" Dana looked from Brian to Tracy and back. She gestured at the long line of sick. Look at these people, they need help. You want me to abandon my patients, abandon my team, right when they need me most. Dana, they'll be okay, Brian said, like he was placating a child. I'm sure the other doctors can help. Dana glared and tossed her hospital ID lanyard around her neck. She opened her door and stomped out. If you want to run, fine, but I won't give up on these people. Dana, you can't save everyone, Tracy said. If you go in there, you're exposed and you can't come back to us. Auntie D, please come with us, Zoe said. 20 seconds, Nick whispered to Brian. Dana, get in the car, Brian said. We need to go now. Nick looked down at the navigation display, and his heart sank. A red dot of traffic appeared where Route 1 merged into 95 North. That's where they'd block it. We're too late, it's already up. Nick looked up. Drive. Without hesitation, Brian shifted the car into gear. Brian, Tracy said. She opened her door. Dana, get in. Brian looked to Nick for final confirmation. Dana stood by the car, cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering as they jumped back and forth between the hospital and the Suburban. Nick recognized it immediately. She was frozen. It was common in a crisis. 70% of people become overwhelmed by the combination of too many options, too many variables, very little time, and the high cost of a wrong decision. It was called choice overload, and the solution was to narrow the options and give the frozen person a simple justification for taking one particular path, then apply pressure to commit or be left behind. But choice overload didn't really make sense here. Dana was an ER doctor. Every day she had to make complex life-and-death decisions under extreme pressure. There was something else happening, survivor guilt. Sometimes people felt they did something wrong because they survived a tragedy when others didn't. Usually, survivor guilt haunted the survivor after the tragedy ended, but Nick had seen people experience it during a crisis, hesitating to take an opportunity to save themselves because others were dying. The solution was to release the person from their guilt by convincing them that saving themselves would also save others. The truth didn't matter. What mattered was that you provided an altruistic justification for a self-preserving action, relieving their guilt and validating their decision to save themselves. Nick removed his sunglasses, leaned toward Brian's open window, and spoke in a clear and gentle tone. Dana, hey, Dana. She peeled her gaze away from the hospital and looked at Nick with haunted eyes. You can't help these people, they're too sick. If you go in there, you'll die with them. But there are others that need care. Trust me, this is just the beginning. If you come with us now, you'll save your family and help hundreds of innocent people before it's too late. Dana stared at Nick for a long moment, rubbing her thumb over the inscribed heart on her bracelet. Nick held her gaze and nodded gently. Help us, Dana. Dana stepped to Tracy's door and slid into the Suburban. 10. They idled behind 4 lanes of stopped cars, 50 yards from the roadblock. They were 5 minutes too late. The roadblock was a sloppy blend of wooden barriers, steel fences, and scattered road flares. Beyond it loomed a line of enforcers, a row of Humvees and Army National Guard soldiers in camo, tactical gear, and N95 masks. Stay here in the right lane so we don't get trapped, Nick said to Brian. The right border of their lane was lined with orange cones, reserving the breakdown lane on the other side for military vehicles. A convoy of Humvees barreled past like a freight train, swaying the Suburban. A soldier at the roadblock waved them through. After the last Humvee passed, a blue pickup truck behind the Suburban screeched over a cone and followed the convoy down the breakdown lane. Oh shit, he's making a run for it. Brian pointed. The pickup accelerated toward the roadblock. 4 soldiers stepped out and aimed automatic rifles at the driver. One pointed just above and fired a warning shot. The pickup slowed to a roll, then stopped at the roadblock. The driver pleaded something out his window, but before he could finish, the soldiers swarmed, tore open the door, and launched him into a belly flop on the asphalt. Dana gasped. The driver, a skinny old man in a green trucker hat, went limp as one soldier kneeled on his neck, another kneeled on his legs, a third zip-tied his hands, and a fourth hovered, rifle aimed just off the pile. They lifted the groggy driver by his armpits, blood dripping from his mouth, and dragged him behind the roadblock. One soldier moved the pickup, and another assumed a guard position in the military lane. "Oh my God, how can they do that?" Dana said. "These are just regular people." "What's our move, Nick?" Brian asked. "Take the exit and try back roads." He nodded toward an exit ramp 20 yards ahead. Nick studied the exit and shook his head. "It's blocked. Look at the end of the ramp. You can see people outside their cars. They must have set up secondary roadblocks off the exits." Nick peered across the grassy median at a matching roadblock on the southbound lanes. Other sides blocked too, to keep people out of Boston. Brian pointed to a strip mall on the other side of the southbound lanes. "We could try and cut across to that parking lot, then take back roads." Nick squinted at the strip mall. "Yeah, that could work. Only problem is we've got 3 lanes of parked cars between us and the median. We'd have to plow through a lot of people, starting with this bus." Nick gestured at the school bus full of restless little faces on their left side. "So we're trapped," TJ said from the back. "We can't get through, we can't get off, we can't go back. We're trapped 50 yards from freedom." "We're working on a solution, sir," Brian said. "Here's a solution," TJ said. "Maybe next time we should listen to Nick. You know, the guy who does escape plans for a living. We should have headed straight north, like he said, instead of packing and arguing and picking up strangers like a goddamn school bus." "Gee, thanks." Dana stared at TJ. Tracy turned to TJ and crossed her arms. "Tell me, Mr. Big Shot, what have you contributed to this situation, besides a whole lot of whining?" "Tracy," Brian said. "Oh, here we go, not this again." TJ rolled his eyes. "Guys," Zoe said quietly from the far back row. The argument escalated. "Hey, guys," Zoe tried again. TJ and Tracy traded barbs. "Guys," Zoe shouted. Everyone turned to see Zoe pointing out the back window. "People are getting out." Nick scanned the windows and saw 24 people had left their cars. Others were joining, and a crowd was beginning to trickle through the gridlock toward the roadblock. More soldiers stepped to the barrier. "Some of these people are sick," Dana said. Nick followed her gaze. "Look, you can see they're symptomatic," she pointed. "Bloodshot eyes, upper respiratory irritation, pruritus of the palms." "Lock the doors," Nick said. Brian jammed the lock button. There was a bang on their left side as 4 New Hampshire police officers squeezed between the Suburban and the school bus. As the last cop pushed through, he steadied himself on their left rear window, smudging a red streak in Zoe's face. Nick's eyes jumped from the jammed exit ramp to the blocked southbound lanes to the distant parking lot, then settled on the growing horde streaming toward the battle line ahead. "We need to go," Nick said. "Trust me, this doesn't end well." He flinched as another convoy of Humvees roared past in the breakdown lane. There was a sharp crack. A big biker chick with frizzy, blood-caked hair and bulging red eyes wrapped a skull ring on TJ's window. "Hey, you got any water in there?" She squinted inside. "Hello." "Hey Nick," TJ's voice quivered. "What's the plan here?" Brian scanned their surroundings and revved the engine. "I can cut across the breakdown lane, Turn around and drive south on the grassy shoulder. The stench of burning rubber flooded Nick's nose. He squeezed the door handle. No, 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 not now. Or we could plow through to the strip mall. Brian revved again. Dad, hurry, more people are coming, Zoe said. Talk to me, Nick, Brian said. Hello, the biker chick hammered a fist against the window. Blood oozed between her fingers, spattering on the glass. Nick closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Focus. All your exits are blocked, forward, back, left, right. There are no good options. What's the highest probability path? How do we get through? How do we? An idea snapped into place. Nick's eyes shot open and he pointed to the breakdown lane. Take the military lane. What? Are you crazy? Tracy lurched forward. Did you see the last guy that tried that? Brian shifted into drive and watched for an opening in the train of Humvees. The last Humvee sped past. Nick squinted down the breakdown lane. There were more approaching, 60 seconds behind. Go now, cut in before the next convoy. Brian tore into the breakdown lane and aimed for the roadblock. I hope you know what you're doing. Nick turned around to terrified stares. Seatbelts off. We're gonna play musical chairs. They rolled to a stop at the checkpoint, blocked by 3 soldiers with half-raised rifles. Nick's first bet had paid off. They weren't face down on the asphalt because with its tinted windows and reinforced bumpers, the Suburban looked like a law enforcement vehicle. A young soldier with thick military-issue glasses and a clipboard approached. He wasn't wearing a mask, probably because this lane was only for military personnel. Brian lowered his window and stared straight ahead. Sir, this lane is for military vehicles only, the soldier said. I need you to move to the side, please. Nick pulled off his sunglasses and leaned toward Brian's window. We have orders to deliver a high-value asset to a secure location outside the city, he said, trying to project authority with a touch of impatience. The rear driver's side window rolled down to reveal TJ browsing on his phone. The soldier's eyes widened. He offered a deferential nod. Mr. Chandra. TJ ignored him. The soldier turned back to Nick. Who are the other passengers? I'm Mr. Chandra's head of crisis management, and these are essential members of his staff. Nick pointed at Brian, his driver and bodyguard. At Dana in the rear passenger side seat, his physician. At Tracy in the 3rd row, his chef. The soldier squinted at Zoe sitting next to TJ in the middle seat. And in the middle here. That's Mr. Chandra's personal guest. The soldier squinted at Zoe for a moment, then turned back to Nick. Sir, we have strict orders not to let any civilians through. Now, I appreciate the situation, but my commanding officer. I need to speak with your co immediately, Nick said. Mr. Chandra has been called to an urgent matter, and he's already late because of this mess. The soldier jogged to a bald, older man who was already rushing toward him. They spoke briefly, gesturing in Nick's direction. Then the co marched toward their vehicle with the soldier scrambling behind. As the co approached, he signaled for 2 more soldiers to step in. The next convoy of Humvees slowed to a stop behind them. Well, we're all in now. I'm Captain Kravitch. He pointed off the road. Pull your vehicle over and step out. He had the flushed cheeks, bulging veins, and hoarse Boston accent of a man who'd spent many years screaming at people. Absolutely not. Nick met his intense stare. Mr. Chandra has been asked to join a statewide emergency response summit, and I have strict orders not to let him or his staff leave the vehicle. Whose orders are you operating under? I can't disclose that. Where are you headed? I can't disclose that. The driver of the lead Humvee honked and stuck his head out the window. Let's go. Kravich signaled for the driver to wait and looked at TJ. Mr. Chandra, could I ask you to please pull your vehicle over? You can. Don't address him, Nick said. Talk to me. And no, we're not moving. Mr. Chandra is needed immediately on a matter of national security, and he will not be detained. Kravich leaned in and squinted at Nick. Look, son, you're interfering with a National Guard terrorism operation during a state of emergency. So unless you show me some orders, I have no choice but to remove you. Kravich gestured to his soldiers. 2 swung their weapons into firing position. 3 approached the Suburban. Brian looked at Nick for a signal. I really didn't want to do this. Nick pointed at Kravich and snapped. You crack that door 1 inch, and you can explain to Governor Sutton why his niece and Mr. Chandra were exposed to a deadly virus on their way to the governor's lake house. Kravich raised a hand and his soldiers froze. Zoe draped a hand over TJ's thigh. Kravich squinted, his face shifting from confusion to disgust. He leaned into Brian's window and lowered his voice. Central Command is run out of the governor's office. I'm calling this in. We'll see what he says. Make it fast, Nick glared. Kravich held his stare. And who do I say is asking? What, TJ Chandra? No, what's your name? Nick hesitated. Nick Ritter. Hey, what the hell's going on? The driver from the lead Humvee approached, trailed by 4 armed soldiers. We gotta go. Kravich held up a finger, raised his cell phone, and strode away. Nick tried to control his breathing as he watched Kravich. It was a gamble, 2 gambles really. First, that they'd be able to reach Sutton, and second, that he'd clear them to pass. Nick's stomach turned. He really didn't want his name in this, especially since Sutton had already bailaid him out once. Kravich lowered the phone and walked back to the Suburban. Okay, here's the situation. The governor is on a conference call with Washington. Central Command will call me back as soon as they speak with him. Kravich gestured off the road and forced an accommodating tone. In the meantime, I do need you to please pull your vehicle over so these Humvees can pass. You are not being detained. You can remain inside, and I will clear you as soon as I hear from the governor's office. Shit, that's it. All we can do is wait and hope Sutton clears us. Nick gestured to Brian. Pull off. Hey, TJ lurched to the edge of his seat, jerked to a stop by his seat belt locking. He leaned out the window, glaring at Kravich, straining against the seat belt like a man held back from a fight. Hey, meathead, what's your fucking problem? Kravich's jaw dropped open. You think I'm gonna wait in a ditch for a break in Ray's schedule? You see my face. You know who I am. We all know you're gonna let me through. So stop wasting my fucking time. Kravich swallowed hard. It must have been a long time since anyone spoke to him like that. Sir, respectfully, without authorization, I cannot clear you. TJ flipped from outrage to disgust. Oh, please, cut the bureaucratic theater. I don't need you to clear me, you're irrelevant. It's me, Ray, and a dozen other players holding this shithole together. You're not at the big table. You're not even in the big house. You're off in the woods shoveling horse shit off the trail. So get the fuck out of the way and let the big boys work. TJ aimed his phone at Kravich like a gun. Because if I have to run down my contact list until I reach someone you recognize, I promise you'll be working at McDonald's within the hour. Kravich stood frozen, eyes wide, face white. 11 soldiers watched for his command. Go, he said with a rasp. He cleared his throat. Go. The soldiers cleared the lane. Kravich waved them through. As the roadblock shrank into the distance, Brian grinned at TJ in the rearview mirror. Damn, you really sold that, sir. TJ scrolled on his phone, muttering, "Fucking red tape mouth breather." Nick put on his sunglasses, leaned to Brian, and whispered, "You know the secret to selling a lie. You have to actually believe it." 11. "Brian, this thing is immaculate." Dana admired the Suburban's spotless interior as they rolled into the car wash. She had insisted on washing the exterior, given their exposure at the roadblock, and Nick had agreed. Brian spun. "Oh yeah, I clean her every month, inside and out, plus quarterly tune-ups and a weekly cruise just to keep her fresh." Brian's arc, Zoe grinned. Tracy rolled her eyes. "I swear he's gonna leave me for this car." Brian chuckled and shrugged. They rolled out of the A1 car wash and Brian guided them back onto the highway. Even though it was sunny, the air was frigid. A light snow drifted down, dusting the road, swirling under the arc as it cruised north. "Kinda pretty, right?" Zoe said, "if you forget about the whole apocalypse thing." TJ chuckled without looking up from his phone. Brian tapped the navigation display. "So, our travel time to Moose River is 2.5 hours. He looked at Nick. "What are you thinking for lodging?" Nick scrolled on his phone. "We're not going to Moose River." "Oh, is that not our departure airport?" "It is, but our flight doesn't leave until Friday night. We need a place to wait for 48 hours, and looking at this." Nick gestured at his phone. "Moose River, ain't it? There's nothing here. It's basically Canada." "So where do we go?" Nick tapped his phone, pinched a map, and looked at Brian. "Wolfeboro, we go to Wolfeboro. We need a house for 6 people that's isolated and vacant. Wolfeboro's a summer vacation town, a lakeside getaway for New England's richest families. But these places, they turn into ghost towns in the winter, just a few locals and hundreds of empty mansions. It has abundant freshwater, retail shops, a grocery store. It's the closest real town to Moose River, just 90 minutes south." Brian changed their destination to Wolfeboro. "What kind of grocery store are we talking about?" TJ asked. "Because if they don't carry organic, we're gonna need to stop somewhere else." "Ooh, can we get stuff for s'mores?" Zoe made an excited face at Dana. "We're not stopping anywhere until we secure lodging," Nick said. "And then we're doing a focused supply run, not bouncing around town for everyone's favorite snack." "Yikes, who made you mean Dad for the trip?" TJ said. Everyone giggled. "Look, that roadblock was a disaster," Nick said. "I don't ever want to be in that position again. So from now on, we need to follow a strict plan." But it all worked out fine, right?" TJ smirked. "Fine." Nick pulled off his sunglasses. "Did it work out fine? I used the name of a private client, a high-ranking government official, to bluff through a National Guard roadblock, which, by the way, makes him an accomplice to a felony. By now he's gotten the message and either denied clearance, in which case we're wanted on a half-dozen charges, or approved, in which case he's going to expect a big favor from me. That's not a position I want to be in right now." Everyone was silent. "So, no s'mores?" TJ asked, looking around for a laugh. Nick unbuckled his seatbelt and faced the back. "Look, this isn't a vacation. Things are about to get very, very ugly. And it may not seem like it, but every choice we make is a life-or-death decision. We don't have time to sit around and think and debate and make mistakes. We need to plan and execute with cold, hard precision." Nick looked from face to face. "This is what I do. I'm not your friend, I'm not your tour guide, I'm not your babysitter, I'm the planner. So from now on, we follow my playbook. When we get to New Zealand, you're on your own, you can do whatever you want. But for the next 48 hours, it's my show." He paused. "And if you slow me down, if you put me in danger, I will leave you behind." Silence. Nick faced forward again, opened his mouth to soften his last words, then decided against it. He turned to Brian. Also, we need to discuss your pay. I'm covered under your existing contract, but TJ is paying me directly, so I'll pay you for his fare. When we arrive safely in New Zealand, I'll wire you $200,000. Fair. Brian's eyes widened and he cleared his throat. Yes, yes, sir. Nick addressed the group. Our only goal right now is to find a house in Wolfeboro. That's it. Then we'll work on supplies. Any questions? I have a question. Dana leaned forward. What about everybody else? If we know this virus has high transmission and high mortality, shouldn't we warn everyone? TJ's head snapped up from his phone. I could post it on Zen. I have 125 million followers. We could really get the word out. Absolutely not, Nick said. First of all, 95% of people won't believe you and the other 5% will panic and hurt themselves or someone else. Second, you'll make us a top target for the FBI, National Guard, White House, and God knows how many other institutions that want to control the narrative. Okay, so we tell the authorities, Dana said. Call the CDC or Washington or the WHO. Tell them everything we know. Nick shook his head. Anyone with the power to help is busy saving themselves. Why do you think the National Guard is saying it's a terrorist threat? To buy time for the power players to get out first. Right now the nation's top leaders, businessmen, congressmen, celebrities, scientists, they're all being escorted to safety while the virus spreads unchecked. I know, I booked them all. Besides, the president is going to tell everyone tomorrow, and anyone not living under a rock will figure it out before then. If we want to survive, we take care of ourselves, no one else. If you don't like it, we can part ways in Wolfeboro. Nick put his sunglasses on. They cruised north in silence. An hour later, they arrived in Wolfeboro. After passing through the empty downtown, they headed to Lake Wentworth, a mid-sized lake with 300 homes along her shores. Nick toggled between his phone's map and a real estate app and settled on their destination, Cradle Cove. Positioned at the southern point of Lake Wentworth, it was an isolated community of summer getaway mansions. The sole entrance to Cradle Cove was a slim wooden bridge spanning a small tributary. Surrounded by thick woods, it was designed to look rustic and allowed to fall into disrepair. The bridge groaned as the arc squeezed across, its loose planks drumming under the car's tires. Brian watched his side mirrors, monitoring their clearance through the narrow passage. Between the fairy tale bridge, the gentle tributary, and the drifting snow, it looked like they had crossed into a country snow globe. Brian cruised down a half-mile stretch of straight road that led from the bridge to the beginning of the Cradle Cove community. 14 miles per hour, Zoe pointed to a speed limit sign. Kinda weird, right? Huh, that's pretty clever, Nick said. People ignore safety instructions. But if you make them memorable, compliance goes way up. Who's going to forget 14 miles per hour? Brian eyed the speedometer and slowed to 14. Nick turned to Brian. Okay, so there are 23 houses in this community, most of them summer mansions. We need something spacious that's clearly vacant, and it needs to be lakefront with private beach access. Little cold for a swim, don't you think? TJ asked. Most of these houses rely on well water, Nick said, so they have to install high-end filtration equipment to remove radon, arsenic, minerals, etc. But all that equipment runs on electricity, so if we lose power, we lose water. That's a big problem. If that happens, we need direct access to lake water. How do we know the lake water's safe to drink? Dana asked. We purify it, Nick said, or there's always rainwater as a last resort. They reached the start of Cradle Cove, where the road split left and right, leading to homes along both shores. They chose right. The houses were spread far apart and surrounded by woods to ensure privacy from neighbors. The old road, cracked and potholed from harsh winters, conformed to the natural landscape, rising and falling like a roller coaster as it snaked around ancient trees and boulders. The snow had grown heavy and was beginning to accumulate, making the road even more treacherous. They crawled along, staring at each passing home like buyers with a blank check. They cruised past the first 3 mansions, each one a sprawling, custom design accompanied by various guest houses, docks, gardens, and recreational facilities. "Are these places really empty?" Tracy asked. 50 weeks a year, Nick said. "Give or take." Tracy shook her head. What a waste, spending $10 million for 14 days. These are more like 5 million, TJ said. And it's only a waste if you don't enjoy it. Zoe jumped in before her mom could reply. "Ooh, what about this place?" She pointed to a resort-style home with a swimming pool, tennis court, and basketball court. Nick stared straight ahead. "It has exterior security cameras. Last thing we want is some lawyer in Connecticut calling the local sheriff." Brian leaned over and squinted out Nick's window as they cruised past the house and crested a steep hill. "How'd you spot those cameras? They're completely hid." "Look out," Nick pointed ahead. Brian whipped his head straight and slammed the brakes. The anti-lock braking system thudded like a muted machine gun as the Ark fishtailed through the snow to a crooked stop. Everyone stared down at the teenage girl standing 2 feet beyond the Ark's rumbling hood. She stared back up, her frightened eyes glistening in the headlights. She broke away first, casting her eyes to the ground and shuffling to the side of the road. As she emerged on Nick's side of the car, Dana gasped. The girl was pregnant. She waddled toward the entrance to Cradle Cove, flashing a sheepish wave as she passed Nick's window. Something was definitely wrong. She looked about 16 and was wearing a tattered sweatshirt, black leggings, a small knapsack, and sneakers, but no jacket, gloves, or hat. Her rosy cheeks, pink nose, and red fingertips suggested she'd been outside for a while. Nick traced her snowy footprints back to an overgrown gravel road up ahead. "What do we do?" Brian asked Nick. Tracy leaned forward from the far back row. "Brian Donahue, if you don't check on this half-dressed pregnant girl wandering through the woods alone in the snow, I will divorce you today, virus or no virus." Nick rolled down his window. "Everything okay?" The girl flashed a polite smile. "I'm good, thanks," she sped up. Tracy tapped Dana's shoulder. "Put your window down, all she can see is these 2 creeps." Dana lowered her window. The girl's eyes widened at Dana in her scrubs and white coat. She stopped and turned. "Hi there, I'm Dana. This is my niece, Zoe, and my sister, Tracy." "Hi there," Zoe gave a peppy wave. "Hi, hun," Tracy called. "It's so cold," Dana said. "Could we give you a ride somewhere?" "Dana," Brian whispered. "Brian," Tracy whispered. The girl hesitated. I'm okay. I'm going to the bus station downtown. It's not far." They had passed it on the way in. It was far, a 5-mile walk at least, brutal in this weather, probably lethal for a pregnant, half-dressed child. "Can we give you a ride there?" Dana asked. Nick turned halfway toward the back seat and gave Dana a subtle head shake. The girl looked at the ground. Dana pivoted. "Where are you traveling to?" Canada, somewhere in Canada." Breath steamed from her shivering lips. "I'm still deciding." She kicked at fresh snow. "Ooh, Canada's fun. We did a girls' trip there a few years ago. So many moose," Dana said in a chipper voice. "Hey, I didn't catch your name." The girl hesitated. "Abby." "Nice to meet you, Abby." Listen, would you mind if I talk to my family for a minute? Would you hang here? Abby shrugged. Okay. Dana and Nick rolled up their windows. Let's give her a ride to the bus station, Dana said. It's a 15-minute drive. Nick stared straight ahead. She's an unquantifiable risk. We don't know her situation, we don't know if she's infected, and in her condition, she'll slow us down. Our focus is shelter. She's just a kid, Nick, Dana said. You're gonna leave her out here in the freezing cold. You know she won't make it downtown. TJ held a palm to his forehead. Oh, come on. We just cleaned the car and agreed Nick's the boss. Last thing we need is some prego runaway. Let's roll. Tracy lurched forward. Excuse me, how about you get out and walk to the bus station? Spare us your selfish attitude. TJ rolled his eyes and dove back into his phone. She doesn't look sick. Dana touched Nick's shoulder. Come on, Nick. Can't she stay with us until the storm passes? Then she can walk to the station. Brian placed a hand on the gear shift and eyed his family in the rear view. Your show, Nick. Nick studied Abby. She was staring into the falling snow with glassy eyes, tugging at the straps on her knapsack, kicking streaks into the fresh powder. She did look like a runaway, probably was. God knows from what. These towns were paradise in the summer, but in the winter they turned dark. Locals, alone in the freezing woods, had nothing but booze, drugs, guns, and demons. Places like this were hard on kids. Abby began murmuring to herself, her jaw chattering as she quietly argued with some invisible adversary. Pregnant, rosy-cheeked, admonishing the drifting snow, she looked like something innocent that had been broken again and again and again. Nick shook his head, already regretting his decision. Until the storm clears, then she walks. Yes, thank you, Dana lowered her window. And make sure she's not sick, Nick whispered. Hey, Abby, sorry about that. So, it's really starting to come down out here, and it's a long walk downtown. Why don't you stay with us until the storm clears? We have a house just up the road. Abby looked from Dana to Nick's tinted window and back. Her shivering had progressed to full-body shaking. I promise we're nice people. Dana gave a warm smile. Abby looked down the hill as if calculating her odds on foot. I'm sorry I can't, but thanks anyways. She flashed a quick wave and started toward the hill. Let's go. Nick pointed ahead. Brian shifted into gear. A car horn sounded in the distance. Abby froze, peering into the snow, then spun back to Dana. If I come, you can't call the cops, okay? Dana gazed into Abby's eyes and delivered a line that sounded both well-practiced and deeply genuine. Abby, you're safe here, I promise. Let us help you. Abby gave a quick nod. Dana quickly confirmed she wasn't infected or exposed, while Zoe scrambled into the way back with Tracy. Dana slid over and helped Abby into the Ark. They continued up the road, searching for a suitable house. What about this place? Brian said. Too far from the water, Nick said. Keep going. Dana leaned to Abby and whispered, Okay, so now you have to promise not to call the cops on us. She grinned and winked. A shy smile crept across Abby's frozen face. They approached a tiny cabin with smoke streaming from its chimney. The rundown house and accompanying shed were an eyesore in an otherwise pristine neighborhood. It must have belonged to a local. As they passed the cabin, a large figure stepped out from behind the shed. It was an old black man with short white hair. He was definitely a local, Nick could tell with one glance. His right eyelid sagged, the surrounding skin crisscrossed with scars. His nose was slightly flattened and his big hands were stiff and knotted. Silhouetted against the falling snow, his head askew, he looked like a haunted scarecrow guarding the side of the road. He glared at the Ark as it rolled past. Jesus Christ, next house please, TJ said. They continued up the road another half-mile, Nick finding a flaw with every house they passed. They approached a sprawling modern colonial painted in forest greens and browns. This, Nick pointed, this is it. Spacious, set back, waterfront access, no security cams, a generator, and a 4-car garage for storage. Plus, I see a jacuzzi in back. Brian turned into the driveway. Home sweet home. 12. Brian climbed back into the Ark and shut the door. Cold out there. They idled in the mansion's driveway, halfway between the front door and the garage. Brian shivered. Okay, so I climbed through an unlocked window in the fitness center and everything looks good. No security system, working electricity, water filtration in the basement, and plenty of beds. If you want to go inside, the door's open and I turned up the heat. Let's go. Nick opened his door. Hey Nick, would you mind if I chat with my family here a minute? Brian asked. Then I'll pull in the garage and unload the bags. Nick nodded. He, TJ, and Abby headed into the house. Brian turned to face Zoe, Dana, and Tracy in the back. Okay, family, he said with his stern dad voice. We need to get on the same page. This is my job, my mission. It's my duty to get my clients to safety, and I can't do that if you're arguing with them and goofing around and distracting me and second-guessing every decision. The windshield wipers scrubbed back and forth, clearing the falling snow and providing a steady beat to Brian's speech. I have 37 days left on my contract, 37 days. And then, when the new year hits, 10 years of escrow payments will be released. There's enough there to pay off the mortgage, the medical bills, the business loans. Zoe, you can stop working at the nursing home and focus on school. And maybe, just maybe, I can think about retiring from this shit. Oh, plus the $200,000 direct payment for TJ, he gestured at Tracy. Hun, you could take another shot at a restaurant. Tracy crossed her arms. In 37 days, we'll be free, Brian said. But if we don't deliver our clients to New Zealand, if they get infected, if we piss them off and they call for a replacement, we lose everything. 10 years of hard work gone. He snapped his thick fingers on the last word. Tracy waited to make sure his speech was over. Brian, I hear you. We all know how important the contract is. We've been planning your big New Year's payout party for like 9 years. But the thing is, we have to survive to cash in. She pointed at the house. These guys, they don't give a shit about us. Our lives mean nothing to them. I'm sorry, hun, but your loyalty only runs one way. To them, you're just another butler. And if this virus is as bad as they say, you need to focus on protecting our family, not serving these pricks. Brian shook his head. TJ is, well, yeah, he's a prick. But Nick, he's just doing his job and he's damn good at it. They call him the posh prepper and all the top guys use him. Honestly, we're lucky to have him. What else would we do? Head back home, drive to Canada, sail to New Zealand, he scoffed. The truth is, we need him as much as he needs us, maybe more. One phone call and he gets another pilot. Where are we gonna find another crisis planner? Right now, there's no safer place than with Nick Ritter. Brian, you're not hearing me, Tracy said. I don't care if he's the greatest prepper that ever lived. His job doesn't include saving us. It's about him and TJ. We're all expendable pieces in his big, brilliant escape plan. Can't you see that? He could have left me at the hospital, Dana said quietly, or left Abby in the snow. Brian pointed to Dana. Right, and he could have left us at the house, but he didn't. Trace, we gotta trust him. He's the best chance we have to survive. Once we arrive in New Zealand, the company will put us up in housing and will collect our payout. Then we'll be done with them for good. I'm sorry about the s'mores thing, Dad. Zoe hung her head. I was trying to be funny. I didn't mean to piss him off. All you're good, Z-Bird, Brian smiled. He wasn't mad at you. Zoe looked at Tracy. Mom, please. If we help Dad get through this, we'll get a fresh start in New Zealand. Tracy took Zoe's hand and nodded. Okay, Zoe. Thank you, Brian took a deep breath. For the next 48 hours, let's follow Nick's lead so we can get out and get paid. Okay. Everyone agreed. Okay, Brian exhaled and his eyes softened. Love you guys. 13. We've got a ton of prep to do if we want to survive. Nick stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the lake. He held an uncapped red marker with Arrive, Survive, and Thrive headlining the big center pane behind him. Everyone else was seated on couches and love seats around the family room's crackling fireplace. While Brian was talking to his family in the Ark, Nick had filled Abby in on the situation. She had seemed numb to it, and he wondered if she thought he was crazy or was just too cold to care. Dana walked in, handed Abby a steaming cup of tea, and sat down. Everyone turned their attention to Nick. He took a deep breath. Okay, so in any crisis there are 3 stages: Arrive, Survive, Thrive. Arrive is about getting to your destination safely. Survive is about outlasting the crisis. And Thrive is about building a life in the new world. Our goal for the next 48 hours is to arrive in New Zealand. He turned to the window and began adding bubbles with little symbols. There are 8 categories we need to prep for: transportation, food and water, shelter, health and medical, safety and defense, currency and assets, communication and continuity, leisure and entertainment. TJ stood and cocked his head. Wait, I thought we were leaving Friday. Why do we need all this stuff? Nick nodded. We need to plan for 2 scenarios. Plan A is to wait here for 48 hours, then head to New Zealand. It's a good plan and it should work. But if something goes wrong with Plan A and we can't make it to New Zealand, we'll be stuck here without food or supplies. So we need a Plan B, which is to stay here and outlast the virus. Anything can happen. It could be weeks, months, even years. So we hope for Plan A and prepare for Plan B. We're ready, Nick. Brian gave a thumbs up. Just tell us what to do. Nick gave an appreciative nod. Okay, let's start by taking inventory. I have a bug-out bag, and Brian, you should have one too. I do. Brian unzipped the 2 duffel bags on the floor. Nick turned and raised his marker to the window. Inventory. Brian began unpacking. 5 No 6 flashlights, 4 sleeping bags, 4 Mylar blankets, 40 N95 masks, 200 surgical gloves, 2 binoculars, 4 butane torch lighters, 6 packs of waterproof matches, 2 flints, 6 road flares, 2 hatchets, 5 permanent markers, 2 gas masks, 2 multi-tools, 6 fishhooks with line, 2 rolls of duct tape, 2 first aid kits, 2 envelopes of cash. Should be $10,000 in each. Nick scribbled. 2 small bars of gold, 2 dozen meal ready-to-eat rations, 4 water filtration straws, 100 water purification tablets, 2 camping stoves with 6 gas canisters, 2 bottles of lighter fluid, 2 hand-crank radios, 4 walkie-talkies, 2 prepaid cell phones. And Brian scraped the bottom of his bag. A pink seahorse whistle. Nick turned and tilted his head. I think Zoe added that when she was little. Brian chuckled. Oh my God, I'm sorry. Zoe's face turned red. No, that's good, Nick said. We can use that. He turned and skimmed a finger down the list. Good, everything's there. Anything else? I have a company-issue defense kit. Brian gestured to a black hardshell briefcase leaning against his chair. Pistol, knife, and some other tactical toys. Nick added it to the list. Given we're dealing with a virus and we have a head start, hopefully we won't need any of that. But better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Nick stepped back and scanned the window. Okay, the bad news is we don't have enough supplies to last 2 days, never mind 2 months, and we have major category gaps. He turned. But the good news is, right now, we have a tiny window of opportunity to prep before everyone else finds out. Between the roadblocks, the hospitals, the news, social media, people will piece it together. But if we go now, we can get what we need before it's gone. But we need to move fast. Every second we spend outside this house increases our risk of infection or confrontation. So we should only gather things that we absolutely need to survive for, let's say, 60 days. Nick pointed to TJ, while we go through the categories, can you gather the latest intel? Local news, social media, whatever. We want to know exactly what's happening before we go out there. TJ began tapping his phone. I can check private rooms on Zen. I'm thinking, Fed's anonymous, hypocritic oath, Washington insiders, and Conspiracy Central, of course. Perfect. Nick started to turn back to the window but stopped. Wait, I thought Zen was 100% secure. TJ swiped. More like 99.9%. Nick shook his head and turned to the window. Okay, let's go through the categories. We'll start with the easy ones. He moved to the airplane symbol. Transportation. We're good with the Ark, but we need to refill her tank and get some extra gas in case there's a run on the stations. Plus, we'll need gas for the generator. He sidestepped to a blank section of window and started a list. If we want a second car, we can get one tomorrow after we've secured the high-priority items. Shelter. His eyes swung around the million-dollar family room. He put a big check mark. We're good. He squatted, safety and defense. We've got the defense kit and we're dealing with a virus, not a combat threat. So we're good. Big check. Currency and assets. Between the cash and the gold, we've got $40,000 on hand. Plus, we can max out credit cards. TJ, you'll want to transfer some money, at least $10 million, to a New Zealand bank. I have a local banker you can use. TJ paced the side of the room, staring at his phone. Nick turned to Brian. Brian, we'll have your direct payment for TJ when we arrive in New Zealand. You can take it via wire or cash or gold, whatever you prefer. What about the escrow money? Brian asked. Nick shook his head. That's up to your employer. He turned back to the window. Leisure and entertainment L&E will have to wait. It's crucial for long-term mental health, but it's not an immediate need. Plus, Cradle Cove probably has enough books and board games to entertain us for a year. Check. Communication and continuity. I'll run the operation, so anyone who doesn't have my number, put it in your phone now. Nick wrote his number high on the window. And text me right now with your name, so I can add you to my contacts. If phone lines go down, which they probably will, Brian and I have satellite backup on our phones. And there's always the walkie-talkies. Nick rested his hands atop his head and squinted at the window. Okay, that leaves us with 2 big categories: food and water, and health and medical. Let's start with health and medical. Nick stepped to a blank section of window. Obviously, we need the basics: toothbrush, toothpaste, floss, mouthwash, razors, shaving cream, deodorant. Nick scribbled down the window, his hand racing to keep up with his mind. Shampoo, soap, hand sanitizer, lots of hand sanitizer, toilet paper, nail clippers. He stopped and stepped back. You know what? Just get it all. We'll go to CVS and shop like it's the end of the world. He turned to the group. We have the first aid kits. What else do we need? Vitamins, Dana said. If food runs low, We'll want multivitamins, vitamin C, vitamin B complex, vitamin D for the winter, etc. Abby, do you have prenatals? Iron. Fish oil. Abby stopped with her tea halfway to her mouth. I did, but not anymore. Dana, can you make a vitamin and OTC shopping list? Nick asked. Dana grabbed a pen and notepad from the pile on the coffee table. On it. Make sure to put potassium iodide on there, Nick said. There's a nuclear facility in Seabrook, less than 50 miles from here. Dana pointed her pen at Nick. Right, to block thyroid radioiodine uptake in the event of radiation exposure. Nick nodded. What about prescription meds? Brian asked. I have asthma, TJ blurted out, leaning against the wall, his phone inches from his face. Nick ignored him. Good call, Brian. I usually stockpile antibiotics, painkillers, anxiolytics, antidepressants, inhalers, antihistamines, modern medicine's greatest hits, but those are impossible to get in bulk on short notice. What about vet clinics or farms? Brian said. They'd have some stuff in bulk. Right, Nick pointed his marker. There must be livestock farms around here, but we'd have to raid them, which... I can write prescriptions. Dana looked up from her notepad. A smile crept across Nick's face. Good call, Doc. Can you do bulk? No. They'll only dispense a limited supply for one person. Nick's smile faded. They stared into space, racking their brains. What if you're a family of explorers? Abby broke the silence, staring at the Donahues. Returning from safari in Africa, and everyone got sick. Everyone stared at her, confused. Yes. Dana's eyes lit up and she pointed at Abby. They got really sick. The whole family, she scribbled. I can write a 3-month supply of 3 different antibiotics for each person, plus an antifungal and an antiviral, an opioid and anxiolytic for the pain, and inhalers for the asthma. And prednisone for the inflammation, Abby said. Dana tilted her head and smiled at Abby. Write a prednisone for the inflammation. The pharmacist will take one look at this infectious disease cocktail and want them out the door ASAP. If anyone has a specific medication they need, talk to Dana, Nick said. Asthma, TJ blurted. Nick looked at Dana. Do you need a computer? Dana held up her phone. The hospital has an app. I do everything from here. Nick nodded and turned to the Donahues. Wear masks and gloves when you go. A pharmacy is likely to attract sick people, plus it'll sell your story. Nick turned back to the window. Okay, last is food and water. Bare minimum, we need 2 gallons of water per person per day. Half a gallon to cook, half to clean, and 1 to drink. Nick scribbled some math. 2 gallons per day times 6 people times 60 days, that's 720 gallons. Yikes. We've got filtered well water, which is great. But if power goes out, we're relying on the generator until it runs out of gas. Then it's purified lake water, or rain and snow collection as a last resort. Not ideal. Water is a top priority, and we want to give ourselves as much runway as possible. So we'll grab some large jugs for storing well water, plus we'll fill all the bathtubs, refreshing both every week. That way, when the power goes out, we'll have enough supply to get a purification system up and running. Nick moved to a fresh patch of window. Last is food. He took a deep breath and scanned the room. We're gonna need a lot of food. 6 people. A long, cold winter. We don't want to be hunting squirrel a month from now. We each need at least 2,000 calories a day to survive, but we can get by on 1,500 for a stretch if needed. He scrawled a quick formula. If we each eat only 1 can of Spam per meal, he turned and held up his palms. I'm just using Spam to do the math. With 6 of us, that's 18 cans per day. We'd need over 1,000 cans to last 2 months. Whatever we get, we're gonna need to buy in bulk. We'll target foods with a long shelf life. Anything perishable will go bad in a week. Same with anything frozen if we lose power. So we'll focus on nutritious canned foods and dry goods with high caloric density, durable containers, and easy prep. You know, canned salmon over potato chips. Variety is sanity. So we want rice, beans, lentils, canned veggies, canned meats, nut butters. I can write a list, Tracy said, and reached for a pen and notepad. She's a chef, Zoe beamed. Nick turned to Tracy. I didn't know you were. Organic, TJ blurted out without looking up. Get all organic. We'll get what's available, Nick said. TJ lowered his phone. Do you have any idea how many pesticides they use? Big Food Insiders did a huge document dump on Zen. That shit is pure poison, causes cancer, autism, Parkinson's, obesity, infertility. They've known for 50 years. Nick sighed. Okay, we'll get organic. TJ dove back into his phone. Nick gave Tracy a little head shake and eye roll. She grinned. Also, Tracy, Nick said, in the spring we can homestead, grow our own food, so if we come across seeds for carrots, potatoes, squash, whatever, we should grab them. Tracy nodded as she scribbled. Oh, and if we can't find enough canned meat, get cat food, Nick said. TJ's head shot up. Cat food? Are you joking? A week without food and you'll be begging for meow mix, Nick said, and turned back to the window. Oh, and can openers, as many as you can find. Tracy looked up. Can we get food for a Thanksgiving dinner? It's perishable, but I'll cook it tomorrow. Nick paused. It had been a long time since he shared a Thanksgiving dinner. He turned and gently nodded. Yeah, sure, that'd be nice. Where are we going to get all this food? Brian asked. Nick looked at his watch. It's 4 p.m. the day before Thanksgiving and there's a snowstorm. The grocery store will be picked over. Even if it's not, we couldn't buy that much food without raising questions. Plus, if locals are doing last-minute Thanksgiving shopping, the risk of virus exposure is too high. What about a church or shelter? Brian asked. They might have a pantry with canned goods. Tracy shot him a death stare. She spoke carefully through a forced smile. Brian, I'd strongly prefer we not rob a church or shelter the night before Thanksgiving. Nick nodded. Right, what about a hotel? Brian asked. Maybe, Nick said. But they're all closed for the season and they probably don't carry supplies through the winter. We could try a factory or farm, but again, we'd have to raid it. And while there might be quantity, variety would be limited. Nick took a deep breath, studied his watch, and exhaled. We're gonna have to solve this on the fly. We'll start by scouting the grocery store and reassess from there. He drew circles around the words gas station, CVS, and grocery store. So we're just going to snatch up all these supplies and food and medicine? Dana asked. What about other people? Brian shot her a look. We have to prioritize our own survival, Nick said. When Plan A works, the plane has strict weight limits, so we'll donate everything to a local shelter. Dana nodded, satisfied. Nick stepped back, capped the marker, and admired the window. It was a good plan. TJ, what's the latest intel? TJ looked up, his eyes red, face pale. It's everywhere, every major city in the U.S., London, Tokyo, Brazil, Shanghai, Moscow. They're small outbreaks, but governments are reacting and people are starting to panic. His eyes fell to a carousel of live images streaming across his phone. The people, I can't. Jesus Christ, Nick, what are we gonna do? Nick raised his eyebrows and pointed to the window. This This is what we're gonna do. TJ stomped forward. Wait, what? This is your plan? Cat food and bathwater? Are you serious? I thought you were the best. The posh prepper escape in luxury. How the fuck is this worth $2 million? Tracy's eyes widened and locked on Brian. There is no plan. Nick threw the marker on the coffee table. First of all, I told you to go your own way, but you forced me to bring you along. Second, I usually have weeks or months to prep a client, not minutes. I want an extraction, TJ blurted. Sure, I can have an extraction team here in 20 minutes. Where do you want to go? Back to Boston. The cornfield in Idaho, trust me, wherever they drop you will be a big step down from here. They can bring me to your ranch. Nick scoffed. They won't do that. Plus, everything from the front gate to the coffee maker is on a security system that requires my key and code. Nothing works without me there, so don't get any ideas. I thought you knew people, important people, senators, generals, VIPs, people who can help us. I know plenty of them. Problem is right now they're either locking down the country, fleeing on my escape plan, or blowing up my phone. Nick held up his phone, which was lit with an incoming call. TJ waved Nick down. This is bullsh. Listen to me, Nick stepped to TJ and hardened his tone. There's a deadly virus of unknown origin tearing across the world. Governments are panicking. Roads are closed. Escape routes are overwhelmed. And we're stuck in the middle of nowhere with zero supplies. And you know what? The real crisis hasn't even started. Know what happens next. Phones go down. Power goes out. Markets tank looters, scavengers, martial law, military hospitals, mass graves. Everyone stared in horror. Nick softened and addressed the room. There is no magic plan. Even with the best plan, something will always go wrong. Prepping isn't about bunkers or beans or the perfect plan, it's about solving problems under pressure, reading the situation and maximizing your chance of survival. While everyone else is gawking and panicking, we focus on solving the problem in front of us, and then the next, then the next. That's all we can do. He turned back to TJ, but if you're unhappy, let's call an extraction. Nick unlocked his phone, or see if your private security guys will pick you up. He paused, or we can drop you at the bus station. Tracy crossed her arms and smirked at TJ otherwise. Let's get to work, Nick said. With a little luck, we'll be in New Zealand by Saturday. Then we'll talk about long-term survival. I thought that's when we part ways. Dana tilted her head. Nick stared and blinked. Right, exactly, that's when we part ways. He gave a stern nod. Dana gave him a gentle smile and a slow blink. Nick cleared his throat. We need to go. Every second we wait means less food and more risk. Dana stood. Abby, we can drop you at the bus station. It's right by the grocery store if that's still what you want. Abby hesitated, then stood. Yeah, definitely. I should get going. Okay, let's go, Nick said. We can discuss details in the... Someone pounded on the front door, 3 deep, aggressive thuds. Nick and Brian locked eyes. Brian reached for his defense kit. Nick gave a quick head shake. Brian slid the case under the couch. Everyone stay here. Nick headed for the door. 14. Good afternoon, sir. I'm looking for my daughter, Abby Hunziker. Have you seen her? Nick squinted through the cracked door at 2 men in green camo fatigues. The speaker looked late 40s, tall and strong, with dog tags around his neck. There were patches on his uniform, an upside-down American flag, a matchstick bursting into flame, and a name tag that read General Kurt Hunziker. He had the insignia of a 5-star general on his shoulders. Behind him stood an old man with tired eyes and a wispy, gray beard. He had the same upside-down American flag and matchstick patches, plus a New Hampshire state flag patch and a name tag that read, Lieutenant Neil Dobbins, Old Glory. Below the patches hung 3 faded medals, a silver star, a purple heart, and a distinguished service medal. Nick scanned the hodgepodge of patches and medals. They're not army, not private military, not cops. They look like local idiots. If it's really her father, I should just hand her over. But these guys seem off and they could be infected. Better not get involved. Haven't seen her, Nick said and closed the door. It stopped hard on Hunziker's boot. You sure? Pretty girl knocked up, kinda cranky. No, nothin'. His accent was southern, definitely not local. Nick shook his head. Doesn't ring a bell. Hunziker peered past Nick into the house. What brings you up here? Little late in the season for leaf peeping, huh? Here with my family, Thanksgiving tradition. Nick offered a fake smile. Hunziker returned a skeptical nod. Listen, if I see your daughter, I'll be sure. Zoe screamed. Nick turned and saw a giant face pressed against a side window. A radio on Hunziker's belt crackled. She's inside, sir, by the fireplace. Hunziker flashed a big gotcha grin and shoved the door open. Mind if I come in? The soldiers brushed past Nick. He followed them into the family room, studying their tactical belts, zip ties, radio, knife, sidearm pistol. Brian had moved to the corner of the room, near the exit to the kitchen, Zoe and Tracy behind him. TJ leaned against a wall, looking annoyed. Abby and Dana stood by the couch. Hiya, honey, there you are. Oh, we were so worried. Won't you come on home? Hunziker said with maximum sarcasm. He had the air of a natural-born asshole, the kind of guy who tied firecrackers to cats. Abby glared. You're not my father. A dickish grin spread across Hunziker's face. He reached inside his shirt, pulled out a folded paper and handed it to Nick. Nick opened the wrinkled paper. It was a certificate of adoption, dated 2 years earlier. It looked legitimate. I love what you've done with the place, Hunziker said, pointing to the prep plan scrawled across the window. Nick held the certificate up to Abby. Is this real? She crossed her arms and scowled. An enormous soldier stumbled into the room, startling everyone. It was the face from the window. The young man was obese, with a pit-stained uniform and skinny jeans that hugged his massive thighs. His torso was perfectly round, and he was wearing a tight brown beanie, which made his head perfectly round, giving him the shape of a volleyball resting on a beach ball, supported by 2 upside-down bowling pins. Below the upside-down American flag and flaming match patches, he wore a Maine state flag and a name tag, Corporal Ronald Stubbs, Big Ron. Panting and red-faced, Big Ron rested his hands on his tactical belt, which was crammed with a jumble of gear, including 2 sidearm pistols. Hunziker clapped. Okay, crabby, time to go. Let these nice people get back to, he gestured at the marked-up window and emptied bug-out bags, whatever the hell this is. Abby plopped on the couch, crossed her arms, and stared at the ground. Hunziker raised his eyebrows. Abigail, do we need to call Sheriff Tompkins again? That didn't go too well last time. Hunziker squatted to Abby's level and softened his tone. Look, honey, I know you're trying to look strong for your friends here, but one way or another, you're coming home. If you come now, I'll put in a good word and you won't get in any trouble. But if you're a headache, you can say goodbye to your iPad and your school and all your special privileges. An angry flush crept up Abby's neck and face. She raised her eyes, sharp and hot, and locked on Hunziker. You don't own me. Go find someone else to make you feel strong, you arrogant prick. Mind your tongue, young lady. Old Glory shook a finger. Shut up, Neil, you fraud, Abby said. How many of those medals are actually yours? Oh yeah, none. You served 2 days like 100 years ago, then broke a toe. Yeah, that's right, everybody knows. Old Glory's jaw dropped with a wet smack. Abby's eyes shot back to Hunziker. Do us both a favor and say I left town. You can play general with your stupid army, and I don't have to live with a bunch of ignorant hicks. Everyone stared at Abby. That was more than she'd spoken since they met her. Hunziker stalked at her, stabbing a finger. Listen up, you bitter bitch. No one cares about you. You're rude and selfish and fucking weird. If I hadn't scooped you out of that shithole, you'd be just another orphan frozen under a bridge. How about some goddamn gratitude? He towered over her as she fumed at the ground. You could have been part of something special, but in 2 weeks, say goodbye, Princess Prego, because no one's gonna want you. Hey, Dana extended a hand toward Hunziker. Take it easy. Dana, Brian whispered and shook his head. Abby stood up, eyes shimmering. If I had known. Oh, enough already, TJ exploded off the wall. Can't you just go, finish your tantrum somewhere else? We've got things to do here. Ha, see, Hunziker chuckled. Even the Arab doesn't want you. The fuck you say? TJ cocked his head. I'm Indian and I'm from Queens, you fucking dunce. Hunziker turned to TJ. His face darkened. Old Glory wobbled forward, pointing at TJ. How dare you speak to a war hero like that? If you're gonna come here, show some respect for this great country. Nick fired TJ a warning look, but it was too late. Listen, Gramps, I was born in New York. I went to Stanford, interned with a senator, got an MBA from MIT, and founded a Fortune 500 company with 2,000 employees. I pay $10 million a year in taxes, own property in 18 states, and take selfies with the president. He thumbed at Hunziker. I'm more American than G.I. Joke will ever be. Hunziker pulled his pistol with lightning speed and aimed at TJ's head. TJ raised his hands. Nick. Brian locked eyes on Nick, ready for a command. Nick gave a subtle head shake. Do not engage. Hunziker glared down the barrel. Okay, debate time's over. Abby, you're coming home. He snapped his fingers and pointed. Ronnie, escort Miss Hunziker to the truck. Big Ron lumbered toward Abby, yanked a stun gun from his belt and lit it up. Everyone protested in unison. Dana jumped in front of Abby. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hunziker extended his hand in a stop signal. Ronnie, what the hell are you doing? She's a kid and she's pregnant. God almighty, son. He shook his head. Old Glory, you do it. Big Ron holstered his stun gun and skulked behind Hunziker. Old Glory shuffled to Abby and spoke with a wheeze. Let's go, young lady. You've caused quite enough trouble for one day. He put a pasty hand on her elbow. She yanked it away and crossed her arms. Hunziker stalked toward TJ, gun extended. TJ backed into the wall, squeezed his eyes shut, and turned his face sideways. Hunziker pressed the muzzle to TJ's temple and cocked the hammer. If you're not in that truck in 30 seconds, Mr. America is gonna paint the wall red, white, and brown. The angry double crack of a racking shotgun echoed through the room. Everyone froze. Behind them stood an old black man with a rusty 12-gauge shotgun leveled directly at Hunziker's head. Nick squinted at the man's busted eye. It was the haunted scarecrow. Old Glory and Big Ron raised their hands high. Whatcha bothering these people for, Hunziker? The old man spoke in a gruff grumble, with a faded southern drawl. Hunziker squeezed his pistol grip. Just bringing my runaway daughter back home, Herman. Herman scoffed. That a girl. If I was stuck with you hillbillies, I'd run away too. He gestured toward the door with the shotgun. Time to go. That thing looks older than you, old man. Does it even work? Wanna find out? Hunziker clenched his jaw. Okay, Herman, have it your way. He carefully holstered his pistol, raised his hands, and walked toward the door. Herman tracked him with the shotgun. "Leave your pistol, all ya." Hunziker took a long pause, then unholstered his gun and placed it on the floor. Big Ron and Old Glory followed suit. They all headed to the door, hands high. Hunziker stopped in the doorway and turned his head. "Sleep with your good eye open, old man. We're comin' for you." 15. "That fella's trouble," Herman said, peeking out the window to confirm Hunziker was gone. "Ain't the first time we've nearly come to blows." In his dirty jeans and faded red-checkered flannel, Herman looked like an old-timey farmer. Even though he was tall and strong, with a commanding physical presence, every part of him looked damaged or worn, like an old gladiator who'd been stooped by time. Herman leaned his shotgun against the wall and turned to the group. "Now, what are y'all doing at the Giffords' place?" He crossed his arms like a grumpy grandpa. Everyone looked at Nick. Nick was about to respond when something caught his eye. Sneaking up behind the old man was a boy with Down syndrome. He looked about 18, with tanned white skin and a wide-eyed, curious expression. Herman swiveled from one person to the next. "What? No one's gonna speak up." The boy was standing by his damaged eye now, but Herman didn't see him. "What? Why y'all look like I have 10 heads?" Herman followed Nick's gaze and jumped. "Got 'em it, boy. What I tell you about sneaking up on me? Damn near gave me a heart attack." The boy stepped out from Herman's side, his eyes dancing across the new faces. "Hi, I'm Mikey," he stammered, then grinned. He was wearing dirty jeans, work boots, and a torn-up Carhartt jacket with a giant grease stain on one shoulder and a sloppy patch on the other. He pulled off his Boston University beanie and stuffed it in his jacket. Herman shook his head. "I'm Herman Reed. This is my grandson, Mikey. He helps me with the handy work around town." Nick looked from Herman, who was tall, dark, wrinkled, and frowning, to Mikey, who was short, white, tan, and grinning. "I see the resemblance," TJ said, smirking. Herman glared at TJ. Mikey laughed and clapped Herman on the back. Zoe gave a friendly wave. "Hi, Mikey, my name is Zoe, and this is my dad, Brian, my mom, Tracy, and my aunt, Dana. Nice to meet you." Mikey smiled and waved, and a graying German shepherd trotted in and sat by his side. "You let the dog out too," Herman said. "This is my brother, Cadillac." Mikey stroked the shepherd. "All right, now we all know each other." Herman looked at Nick. "Now, aside from avoiding Hunziker, what are you doing?" "We stand up to bullies," Mikey said, raising a fist. Herman's face softened, and he rested a hand on Mikey's shoulder. "That's right, Mikey. We stand up to bullies. Now let's help these nice people get where they're going." Herman raised an eyebrow at Nick. Nick walked them through the situation as clearly and quickly as he could. He explained the virus, everyone's role, and their intention to stock up and camp out at Cradle Cove until the flight on Friday. No point in bluffing. Whatever got them shopping soonest was best, and the truth usually saved time. When Nick finished, Herman stared at the floor with a finger pressed to his lips. "I know it's a lot to process," Nick said, "but we have to get shopping. We can talk more when we get back." "We can help you, Nick." Mikey outstretched a confident thumbs up. "Herman can fix anything, and I'm his manager." Herman snapped from his daze and squinted down at Mikey. "Now hold on just a minute, boy. Before you go committing us, we got responsibilities: salt, sand, shovel, winterize half the cove. Plus, they ain't even invited us. These folks don't want a half-blind old man and a smart-mouth busybody." Mikey glared back up. "Herman, attitude. We talked about this after church. You need to be positive if we want to make friends. Nobody likes a gloomy Gus." He surveyed the room with mock disbelief and added an exasperated eye roll. Everyone smirked. Herman crossed his arms and scowled. Can you help us find a new house? Nick asked. We'll need a solid place to land after our big shop, and we can't stay here. It's only a matter of time until they come back. Mikey thrust a big thumbs up. We know all the Cove houses, Nick. No problem. Herman sighed. We maintain most of the places around here. Make sure they're just right when the owners arrive in summer. I can't have you breaking into all my houses, making a mess for us to clean up. What do you need? Something spacious and vacant with private beach access, well water treatment equipment, and no security system. And of course, someplace they can't find us. How did they find me? Abby broke her silence. Nick and Brian exchanged shrugs. Honestly, I don't know, Nick said. Tracks, Herman scoffed. Fresh snow on an abandoned street might as well put up a billboard. Can we approach the next house by boat? Nick asked. You could, but no need. Herman thumbed out the window. Snow's stopped. In this sun, it'll melt in a few hours. That said, if you want isolation, the Conroy place is on Bass Island. Islands are too risky. Only one way out, Nick said. What else is there? The Kennebec house has everything you're looking for. It's on the other side of the cove. They have a security system, but I can turn it off. Any risk they show up? Nah, in 16 years, they've never set foot on that property outside of July 4th weekend. I've been in that house 100 times more than they have. Okay, let's do it. Should we check it out before we shop? Brian asked. Nick shook his head. The house will still be there in 2 hours. The food might not be. Nick stepped to the window and addressed the group. Obviously, what just happened was disturbing, but it doesn't change our plan. We still need to get gas, hit the pharmacy, stock up on food, and find a new house. Except now we have less time and more risk, so we need to be fast and focused. Nick pointed at Dana. Dana, can you put in the prescriptions now? Should only take a few minutes, Dana said, and picked up her phone. Brian, can you pack the car and prepare your family for the pharmacy? Brian was instantly in motion. On it. Herman cleared his throat. You know you could, use my truck too, shop more quickly, cover twice the ground. You don't need it, Nick asked. Nah, Mikey and I will walk up the road and prep the Kennebec place. That'd be great, Nick nodded. So it'll be the Donahues in Herman's truck, shopping the pharmacy and gas station. Me, Dana, TJ, and Abby in the Ark, shopping the grocery store and maybe elsewhere, depending what we find. And Herman and Mikey will set up the Kennebec place. Good. Good, Brian gave an enthusiastic nod. All right, Nick clapped. Let's get going before they come back. Oh, and Zoe, can you erase the window? Last thing we need is them tracing our steps. Zoe saluted and spun toward the kitchen. Nick stood back and watched the group buzz around the house, preparing for departure. TJ appeared next to him, eager for a sidebar conversation. Hey Nick, this is insane, he whispered. I almost got my head blown off by the Gestapo and now we're partnering with the guys from Deliverance. Did anyone ask them the virus questions? I mean, how do we know they're not infected? We don't, but at this point we've been in a room with them. If they have it, we have it. Besides, they don't exactly look like commuters. Something tells me they haven't left this town, maybe even this street, in months. So that's it. TJ raised his hands in frustration. They're just along for the ride now. Nick turned and snapped. Look, I don't want the risk any more than you do, but this is what we're stuck with. They know the area and can help us survive the next couple days. Just focus on New Zealand. By Saturday, this will all be a bad dream. I gotta check the window. Nick clapped TJ on the shoulder and brushed past before he could protest. Zoe, Tracy, and Abby were scrubbing the window with Clorox wipes, paper towels, and dish rags. "Good for you, hun," Tracy said to Abby. "If my dad spoke to me like that, my mom would have slapped him across the face." Nick leaned in and interrupted. "Abby, we can drop you at the bus station, get you out of town before they come back." Abby turned, surprised. Yeah, sure, that works." She looked slightly hurt. Nick squinted at the window. Despite 3 sets of hands, the marker wasn't scrubbing off. Their plan had smudged in a few places, but it was still clearly visible. Zoe gave him a nervous grin. "I think maybe you might have used permanent marker." "We don't have time for this." Nick scanned the room, then stomped to a golf bag in the corner. "We can try and find some Windex," Zoe said, "or maybe—" "Step back." Nick drew the biggest club. "What?" Zoe said. Nick gave a slow practice swing. "Step back." The women realized what was coming and scrambled from the window. Nick swung and struck a bottom corner. The window shattered into a line of jagged glass. Everyone startled and stared at Nick. "You out of your mind, boy," Herman gestured. "Now I gotta clean that up. Art Gifford is gonna have my head." "He won't." Nick handed Herman the club as he brushed past. "He's never coming back." Everyone watched in silence as Nick strode out the front door. Nick jumped into the driver's seat of the Ark, which was idling in the driveway, facing the front door. He fingered his necklace and stared as they emerged, one by one. Half-blind old man, Downs kid, prego runaway, asshole CEO, washed-up soldier, cranky chef, goody-two-shoes teen, bleeding heart doctor. Nick slid on his sunglasses. "We're screwed." 16. Kurt Hunziker slipped into the classroom and eased the door shut. Dr. Teddy Monroe scrawled across the whiteboard as he lectured. He looked unnaturally young for his mid-50s, with stylish thick-frame glasses, a black turtleneck under a doctor's coat, and over-caffeinated energy. He turned to the class. "Now, when we talk about gene editing in vivo, what is our #1 tool for cheap, easy, accurate genetic modification?" 7 girls were seated in the seminar room, all 16, 19 years old, all dressed casually, all 9 months pregnant. Monroe scanned the class, then pointed. "Yes, Sarah Jean." "CRISPR." Monroe pumped a fist and spun to the board. "Exactly right." He scribbled her answer and circled it, then spotted Hunziker by the door. "Girls, will you allow me a moment with General Hunziker? While you're waiting, consider CRISPR's real-world applications." He pointed to a girl in front as he strode to the door. "Aaliyah, I'll be coming to you." Monroe huddled with Hunziker. "Is she back?" he whispered. "Not quite. She's okay. Still here in Wolfeboro, but she took up with some vacationers. We had her, but we ran into some resistance." Monroe's face darkened, and he blinked rapidly. "It's not a problem," Hunziker said. "Nothing we can't handle." "Where is she now?" "Right now, I'm not sure, but I know where she's gonna be." Monroe leaned in, his snarled lip trembling inches from Hunziker's ear. "Get her back. Whatever you have to do, I want her back home immediately." "You got it, Doc." Hunziker opened the door and pulled a radio from his belt. Monroe swung back into the classroom, his face cheerful. "All right then." He rubbed his hands together and pointed. "Aaliyah, bring us back. What are the human applications for genetic engineering?" 17. The Ark rumbled in the Shop and Save parking lot as last-minute shoppers rushed in and out. Nick studied the building. "It's smaller than I." "There's a bus to Montreal that leaves tonight." Abby browsed schedules on Dana's phone in the rear driver's side seat. "It's 4.5 hours. Should I take it? Dana leaned over from the rear passenger side and checked the details. Yeah, that would work. Abby added a ticket to her cart and checked out. It's $68. Good deal, Dana said, then realized Abby was staring at her. Oh, here, use my credit card. I'm sorry, I can pay you back later. I just don't have any. Please don't worry about it for a second. Honestly, Abby, I'm happy to help with your fresh start. Nick pointed to the store. It's smaller than I. Fucking sell. TJ hammered at his phone in the front passenger seat. Oh God, it's a bloodbath. Everything's crashing. I've lost $50 million in the last 5 minutes and my goddamn sell orders won't go through. Zen insiders are saying the big banks are dumping everything and overloading the exchanges. Money isn't our focus right now, Nick said. Let's figure out food, then we'll plan assets. TJ ignored him. Sorry, Nick, we're listening now, Dana said. Nick took a deep breath. It's smaller than I hoped and the place is packed. There are too many people to shop safely. The risk of infection is too high. Dana stared out the window, watching shoppers pass. So many people, and they have no idea what's coming. All they're worried about is whether there's any cranberry sauce left. We should warn them. We've been over this, Nick said. How can you sit there and say nothing? Because I'm focused on saving us. Plus, they wouldn't listen anyway. But don't you want to try? Don't you want to at least? You want to try? Fine. Nick rolled down Dana's window as a young husband and wife strolled past. A little redhead girl was holding their hands and swinging between them. Go ahead. Warn them. Dana hesitated, then leaned out the window. Hi, hello there. The family stopped and turned. Listen, I know this is going to sound strange, but I'm Dr. Dana Foster, and I work at the Mercy Community Hospital ER clinic in Boston. I just wanted to warn you that there's a dangerous virus spreading, and you should go home. The family stared. It's highly contagious, and I'd recommend. Stay away from us. The mother scooped up the girl. Stay away or I'll call the police. They rushed into the store. Dana collapsed back into her seat. Nick rolled up her window and studied her in the rear view. She looked genuinely hurt and he felt responsible. Look, it's not your fault. When everything's a lie, nobody knows what's real anymore. But I'm sure they'll be fine. The president's going to tell everyone tomorrow, so they'll find out soon enough. And people this far north should be safe until then, especially with the roadblock. He paused, then turned to face her. But Dana, even then, people won't listen. When the shit hits the fan, the government lies. Everybody knows they lie, so people don't listen. The government sees people don't listen, so they lie. It's a vicious cycle. What do you mean they lie? Dana said. You know, doublespeak, white lies, half-truths. The president will say, it's an ongoing situation, or we have a plan, or we'll know more in the next 24 hours, but it's all bullshit. He's just buying time so they can spin the narrative and give the power players a head start. All they care about is stability and control. They'll lie until they're forced to tell the truth, and by then it's too late. I tell my clients, when the government gets involved, yo-yo, you're on your own. Dana shook her head, staring into the busy parking lot. It can't be, how can they just? Right now, all we can control is the food situation, Nick said. That's the problem in front of us. So let's focus and talk it out. He cleared his throat. Okay, it's small and it's packed, which means it's too risky and the food is probably picked over. Should we try someplace else? There was silence. TJ swiped his phone. Dana stared out the window. Abby played with her knapsack. Nick pulled off his sunglasses, closed his eyes, and rubbed his throbbing forehead. As usual, it all falls on me. Nobody's focused, everybody's selfish, and I'm the only one who. This is the biggest grocery store for 50 miles, Abby said, clear and confident. Nick startled and opened his eyes. There are bigger ones in Portsmouth and Manchester, she said, but they'll be shopped out too and much more crowded. Plus, a delivery truck just pulled up. His eyes shot to an 18-wheeler reversing into the loading area. Abby shrugged. There's enough food here, we just have to get it. Nick met her eyes in the rear view. Okay, yes, that's good. Sure, we could get enough supply if we hit here, Portsmouth and Manchester, but it's too much road time and it triples exposure risk, Abby said. Maybe more, given those are the biggest mass border towns. Exactly right, Nick nodded. So we stick here, we find a way to make this work. Abby returned a quick nod. Nick straightened in his seat. Okay, we have two problems to solve. First, how do we shop without getting infected? And second, how do we get enough food? I mean, ideally, we'd want to pick this place clean. Abby scooted forward in her seat. What if we wear masks and gloves? We could, but assuming that doesn't freak the employees out, they wouldn't let us buy up the whole store. Best case is 1 or 2 carts each. And we wouldn't have access to the delivery truck stuff. It's not enough. Nick pointed at the loading area, where 2 men in green aprons carried boxes inside through an open garage door. What if we just take the truck? Abby swayed her head as she considered. Well, we don't know what's in it. Could be all perishable stuff, which you said to avoid. And someone would definitely call the sheriff. Plus, can any of us drive an 18-wheeler? Good call. Nick tapped the steering wheel with his fist. We just need the place to ourselves for an hour. Could we call in a bomb threat or something? Abby shrugged. That would empty it out, but we'd only get 10 minutes inside before they arrest us, or, more likely, shoot us. TJ smacked the dashboard. Jesus, Nick, it's a massacre. My trusts are down. Stock options won't load. Even my fake charitable foundation is frozen. We gotta call my banker ASAP. Nick slowly turned to face Abby, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. His excited eyes locked on hers. I've got an idea. A bell atop the front door jingled as Nick and TJ stepped inside the shop and save. The place looked like it hadn't been updated in 50 years. The floor was checkered with scuffed white and vomit-brown tiles. Long fluorescent lights buzzed on rusty chains, and country music crackled from tinny overhead speakers. Just inside the door, a boy with pocked skin and a green apron restocked apples. He looked up and froze. "Excuse me," Nick said, adjusting his N95 mask. "We're from the State Health Department. Is the owner here?" The boy pointed across the checkout lanes to the other side of the store. "Lady, at the lotto counter." "Thank you." They walked over, keeping a healthy distance from the busy checkout lanes. Looking ahead, they spotted a rotund, gray-haired woman wearing a tie-dye t-shirt of a wolf howling at the moon. She was scratching a lottery ticket while a video blared on her propped-up phone. TJ leaned to Nick and whispered, "How do we know she's not sick?" "That woman hasn't left New Hampshire in maybe forever. Just don't touch anything." They pulled off their masks. As they approached the counter, the woman raised her droopy eyes and barked a raspy smoker's cough. "What can I getcha?" TJ flashed a salesman's smile. "Hi, ma'am, I don't know if." "Oh, you're famous." Her eyes shot open. "I seen you in People magazine. JT Curry." She spoke with a wheezy, thick New Hampshire accent. TJ stretched his smile a notch further, cocked his head, and raised his hands. "Ah, you got it, that's me. I'm looking for the owner of this fine establishment. I have a very exciting opportunity to discuss." "That's me," she sprung to her feet. "Oh my God, I told Cindy this was gonna happen." "It's happening," TJ raised his eyebrows. "So listen, miss." Hornbuckle, Pat Hornbuckle. "So listen, Pat. Every year I do a TV holiday special for my fans. As you probably know, I have 125 million followers on Zyncryptic." "Oh my God." "The show is called TJS, sorry, JT's Thanksgiving Shopathon Special. Do you see those two women out there?" TJ pointed out the window to Abby and Dana, who were standing by the front door in a tattered sweatshirt and scrubs, looking cold and sad. "They're a mother and daughter from Laconia. Dana is a nurse who had her hours cut at the hospital, and her daughter, Abby, is pregnant from some deadbeat guy who skipped town." He clutched his hands together and dialed up the sappiness. "These poor local heroes don't have enough money to buy Thanksgiving dinner, so they wrote to me, and I simply had to pick them for my Thanksgiving shopathon." Pat placed a hand over her heart. "Those poor dears. Have you seen my show before?" I mighta. I watch a lotta internet videos." She burst into a hoarse cackle. "Well, here's how it works. We clear out the store, and those two women shop for anything and everything they need to make their holiday special. They run around, fill up as many carts as they can, and we film the whole thing." "Oh my God, are you filming right now? Am I on?" Pat straightened her greasy, thinning hair as her eyes darted around in search of cameras. "I do all the filming with my phone, that's part of the show," TJ said, holding up his phone. "But here's the best part. I love to support small businesses, so in addition to paying for everything they buy, I give the owner of the store, that's you, Pat, a check for $100,000. Pat clutched her heart and grabbed the counter for stability. "What do you think, Pat? Should we do this?" She nodded and smacked her mouth like a fish. "Sorry, JT, I'm out of breath. Yes, I want in." "Excellent, come on out here." Pat hobbled out from behind the counter and stood next to TJ. He held up his phone in a selfie pose so they both fit on screen. "Ready? We're live in 3, 2, 1. Hey fans, this is JT Curry. Happy Thanksgiving. I'm here with Pat Hornbuckle, proud owner of Shop and Save in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire. Pat, are you ready to play my Thanksgiving Shopathon special?" Pat flipped her hair back and shouted at the phone. "Yeah, JT, sign me up for the win. Woo-woo, #1, baby." TJ winced behind his forced smile. "All right, guys, you heard it here. Lucky winner Pat is going home with $100,000. Next up, we follow our shoppers as they go wild in Wolfeboro. Stay tuned." TJ lowered the phone. "Congratulations, Pat. So excited to meet a true winner." She grabbed his hand in a two-handed shake. "Oh my God, thank you, JT, you changed my life. So how does, the finances work? Do you do cash?" TJ waved his hand dismissively. "My people do all the paperwork." Nick stepped forward and for the first time, Pat looked at him. "I'm Mr. Curry's attorney. I handle all the paperwork. We like to present winners with a big check autographed by Mr. Curry. Would you be available tomorrow morning for a photo shoot in front of the store? Say, 8 a.m. Yeah." She gave a sarcastic cackle. "Excellent," Nick said. "Then all you have to do is announce the store is closing and ask everyone to leave. That includes all your staff. We can't have anyone in the background. It's a liability thing." "Gimme a minute." Pat scurried across the checkout lanes and began chattering at a skinny old man with a manager tag. TJ extended his palm. Nick stepped in and squirted hand sanitizer. More. Nick gave another squirt. More. Nick drained half the bottle. Did you really broadcast that? You, of course not. I just took a video. TJ played a few seconds of the video, then deleted it. Pat's voice came over the loudspeaker with a rusty cough. Attention shoppers. Attention please. The store is closing due to an emergency. Please leave immediately. She wobbled to the front door and ushered everyone out. The staff left first, eager to get off early, and within 5 minutes she had chased out the last few shoppers. Pat stepped outside and held the door for Abby and Dana. Good luck, hun. Thank you, Dana smiled. Abby grinned and gave a double thumbs up. Nick locked the door and flipped the sign to closed. He pulled everyone into an aisle and they huddled up. First of all, I can't believe that worked. We bought ourselves at least an hour before she comes back with questions. With any luck, she'll be gone until tomorrow. She's gonna be pissed when she figures it out, TJ said. Nick shrugged. I'll wire her the money from New Zealand, and we'll tell her where to find the food. That'll be worth more than the money. He straightened and scanned the aisle. You were right, Abby, there's enough here. It'll work. Dana gave Abby a playful nudge. Abby returned a shy smile. Okay, let's do this, Nick said. Put on your gloves, fill up a shopping cart, drop it in the loading area, then grab a new cart from the front and do it again. Hit every aisle, and don't forget to check the supply rooms and the delivery truck. Stick to Tracy's list. I don't want to see any organic grapes or artisanal waters in there. Why are you looking at me? TJ said. Oh, and remember 2 is 1 and 1 is none, Nick said. When it comes to can openers, electric lighters, other tools, assume something will go wrong and you'll need a backup. Everyone good? Everyone nodded. Then let the Thanksgiving shopathon begin. Nick clapped and gave a cheesy smile. Dana rolled her eyes and patted him on the shoulder as she brushed past. Nick confirmed the staff had left the parking lot, then backed the Ark into the loading area. Pat must have convinced the truck driver to leave too, because the cab was empty and the back was wide open. Nick walked into the loading area to find 3 carts already lined up, all overflowing with canned meats. He smiled, jogged inside the store, and grabbed an empty cart. He started in a center aisle and filled the cart with an assortment of pastas. As he exited the aisle, Dana careened around a corner with a cart full of canned veggies and playfully bumped his cart. Watch where you're going, she said. Nick smiled and bumped her back. You drive like a Bostonian. As they dropped off their carts, Dana gave Nick a sassy smile. Bet I can get all the rice before you can get all the beans. Oh, you're on. They jogged back inside. They passed Abby, who was straining to push an overflowing cart in front while pulling another behind. Nick stopped and took the rear cart. Where's TJ? He's reading the soup labels. Nick shook his head. God help us. He pulled up alongside her and cleared his throat. Hey, Abby, thanks for doing this with us. It's a big help. Yeah, no problem. I mean, what better way to indulge my food cravings? She raised a half-eaten cucumber and chomped down. Nick smiled. A half-hour later, they had finished Tracy's list and picked through the supply rooms and delivery truck. Nick huddled everyone by the front entrance. Okay, there are only 4 empty carts left. And even though we finished the list, there's still something very important left. Nick put on his most serious tone. We need junk food. Abby and Dana laughed. TJ twisted his face in confusion. Obviously, it's not nutritious, Nick said. But we need something fun to break up all the rice and beans. So everyone grab your last cart and fill it with whatever your heart desires. Wait, really? Dana said. Go nuts. Go nuts, Nick smiled. I call the candy. Abby grabbed a cart and took off. Dana wheeled after her. Don't touch my chocolate, Nick and TJ lined up all 4 carts down the center of the junk food aisle. It was a feeding frenzy: chips, soda, candy, chocolate, donuts, popcorn, cookies, raining down into the carts. Nick tossed a giant bag of Swedish fish like a fadeaway three-pointer. Dana tucked a tube of cinnamon rolls into Nick's chest like a quarterback handoff. He passed it to Abby. She dunked it and raised her arms. Touchdown. Nick gave her a high five, and for the first time in a long time, he laughed. A deep, hearty, genuine laugh. It felt like he stretched muscles he hadn't used in years. It felt good. They stood in the loading area, tired and dirty, and admired their shoppathon spoils by the light of the setting sun. They de-gathered 47 carts, checking every item on Tracy's list, and more. Nick cruised the double-thick line of carts overflowing with cans, bags, boxes, and a smattering of fresh produce. Nicely done, nicely done. There's enough here to last us 6 months at least. Wait, I've got one more thing. Abby turned her back and slipped something over her head. She spun around for a big reveal. Ta-da! She was wearing a dull yellow apron that said, "Bun in the oven." Above a bright yellow cartoon bun that looked like an excited face emoji who'd had way too much coffee. Everyone burst out laughing. "Tracy's in trouble," Nick said. "Looks like we've got a new head chef." Abby giggled and gave a playful curtsy with her apron. TJ's phone rang. "Oh shit, it's my banker. Nick, I gotta take this." Nick nodded and TJ marched back into the store. "Talk to me, Orlando. I'm dying here." Nick checked his watch, then turned to Dana. "I'm going to walk to the pharmacy and check on the Donahues. I'll ride back with them. Are you good loading up here with TJ?" "Yeah, no problem." "Great. It won't all fit in the Ark, so I'll meet you at the house, and we'll come back for more trips." Nick turned to Abby. "Thank you again, Abby. We couldn't have done it without you." A proud smile crept across her face. She straightened and nodded. "Any time." "And done in plenty of time to catch your bus," Nick said. "Need any snacks for the road?" He gestured at the overflowing carts and laughed. Abby's smile faded and her lip quivered, her eyes softening with hurt. She pulled off the apron and threw it on the ground, then turned and rushed into the store. A pang radiated in Nick's chest as he watched her go. He looked at Dana. What did I say? I don't get it." Dana picked up the apron, folded it, and hung it on a cart handle. She stepped to Nick and spoke softly. "Come on, Nick, she wants you to ask her to stay." She brushed past and followed Abby inside. Nick started to follow, then stopped and looked at his watch. A wave of frustration washed over him. How is this my fault? How am I the bad guy? I'm supposed to plan the escape, run the prep, and hold everyone's hand. He shivered as if shaking off a spell. "We don't have time for this shit." Nick pulled out his phone and headed for the pharmacy. 18. Nick looked both ways as he crossed the empty street, the phone pressed to his ear. It rang once. "Operator." "This is Nick Ritter. Passphrase Wantabo Lake." "Thank you, Mr. Ritter. I've got you fully verified. What's your situation?" "I'm in New Hampshire with my passenger and the pilot. He brought his family. We've secured shelter and we're doing a prep in case there's trouble with the flight." "Roger that, sir. How can I help?" "Any change in the flight status?" "No, sir. You're still scheduled for Friday at 5 p.m., departing from Moose River, Brian Donahue as pilot." "What about the priority waitlist? Any chance we can get out earlier?" She punched a few keys. "It's quite long, sir. We've seen significant demand in the last 4 hours, but you're in the top half." "Top half, huh?" Nick rolled his eyes. "Thanks, keep me posted." "Yes, sir." He hung up. "There goes 100 grand." Nick stepped into the far corner of the parking lot and spotted Herman's truck in front of CVS. He strode toward the entrance. Okay, I want to make sure they got the prescriptions, the OTC drugs, the vitamins, and... A pickup truck screeched to a stop in front of Nick, almost hitting him as he pulled up on his toes. The red Ford F-150 growled for a moment, then the driver's window rolled down. Kurt Hunziker smirked behind the wheel. "Hiya, Nick. Wanna go for a ride?" Nick weighed his words. Is the invitation optional? Not really. The back door opened, and a young soldier in a camo uniform hopped out, stood uncomfortably close behind Nick, and extended a stiff arm toward the open door. Nick looked toward the pharmacy. Brian wasn't there. No point trying to run or fight. Nick stepped into the truck and slid to the middle seat, next to a soldier seated on his right. The young soldier hopped in on his left and slammed the door. Hunziker shifted into drive and headed for the exit. "I want to apologize, Nick. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Let's start over. I'm General Kurt Hunziker. On your right is Private Burt Winkler, and on your left is Private Tanner Ratliff." Private Winkler wore a full military uniform with thick glasses and a camo boonie hat. His shoulder-length hair and patchy beard would never fly in a real military unit. He was too busy jumping between apps on a large tablet to look up at Nick. Private Ratliff had a young, plump face with rosy cheeks and a cocky, wet-lipped grin. He eyed Nick and played with the safety on an assault rifle resting between his legs. Both men wore the same patches at Hunziker, an upside-down American flag and a matchstick bursting into flame. Winkler had a California state flag and the nickname Wiretap. Ratliff wore Ohio and the nickname Blitzkrieg. Hunziker pointed to the passenger seat. "And this is my blushing bride, Lieutenant Tammy Hunziker." A woman turned and curled her thin, snappy lips into a fake smile. "Pleased to meet you." Same southern accent as Hunziker. She wore a camo baseball cap and a tight ponytail that pulled back her entire face, freezing it into an unsettling mix of stern and surprised. Her nickname was Stormy. "Nice to meet you, ma'am," Nick said. Hunziker guided them onto the highway. "We'll hold on to your phone." Wiretap extended a hand. Nick paused, then handed it over. "So, here's the thing, Nick. My wife and I are awful worried about our daughter, Abby. She hasn't been herself lately. I think the pregnancy hormones are messing with her head." Hunziker twirled a finger by his head. "Can you help us find her so we can get her the care she needs?" "This guy's full of shit. Where's she at, Nick?" Tammy turned and beamed a plastic smile. "I don't know," Nick said in a measured tone. "I found her walking on the road 2 hours ago. After you left, she made a phone call from the house and then someone picked her up. Beyond that, she's a stranger to me." "Someone picked her up, huh?" Hunziker said. "Where was she going?" "I didn't care to ask." "What kind of car?" "Some kind of old sedan. I really wasn't looking." "Okay, well, we'll look into that." Hunziker took the next exit. They'd been on the highway less than a mile. There was a long silence. "Let's change the subject, chew up airtime so they can't corner me on details." Nick cleared his throat. "Back at the house, Lieutenant Dobbins, I think that was his name, he mentioned you served in the military. Are you a group of veterans?" "Some of us are veterans," Hunziker said, "but all of us are patriots. We're a group of concerned citizens banding together for real change." "I can work with that." Nick leaned forward. "I work in crisis management, and I'll tell you, this country has truly lost its way. It's just one catastrophe after another. The American dream has become a waking nightmare." Hunziker pointed to his chest. "Flag code uses an upside-down American flag as a signal of dire distress in extreme danger. That's what we got in this country today. Dire distress, extreme danger. Bingo, bet you'll like this one. It's sad but true. Nick shook his head. For starters, there's a silent civil war, economic sanctions, states attacking each other, citizens disappearing on U.S. soil. The Founding Fathers would be appalled. Wiretap looked up from his tablet. Well, what do you expect? The federal government collapsed 8 years ago, he said in a rushed and nasal tone. They defaulted on their debt, so, following the protocol of the original Constitution, foreign bondholders held a secret bankruptcy proceeding and installed their own political leaders. Ever wonder why all of a sudden Washington got so colorful? Haven't heard that classic in a while. And you know how they're repaying all that debt? Tammy squeezed Kurt's shoulder. By stripping veterans of their benefits and sending the money overseas. It's pure treason. Interesting, that's a new one. Let's see where it goes. Nick sighed. You know, I work with a lot of veterans, and what they come home to, the way they're treated, it's a disgrace. There's no respect. Goddamn right, Hunziker straightened. I served 2 years in the Eurozone liberation and 4 years in Egypt and came home to zero respect. Zero. He flipped up the truck's sun visor with a bang. There it is. There's the nerve. Let's dig. First of all, thank you for your service, Nick said. People don't even say that anymore. I guess I'm just old-fashioned. But how is that possible, General? What happened? I was unfairly discharged from the Navy as a kinda political statement. Some judge who wasn't even born here needed a scapegoat for a mission gone wrong. She stripped my veteran benefits, my right to vote, my gun license, my fucking honor. Deeper, gentle. Nick shook his head. That's how they do it. They make a mess from a desk in Washington, send you to some shithole to clean it up, then blame you when you get dirty. I've seen it 1,000 times. When you came back, what did you do? They turned onto a well-lit, perfectly paved, 2-lane road leading directly into the woods. What the hell? Who puts a road like this in the middle of nowhere? Well, I did a little private security work in Houston, Hunziker said, then a few years as a cop outside Atlanta. But there was a political situation there too. Law and order ain't what it used to be, Nick said. Blitzkrieg turned, his big eyes bulging, and snickered like a sneering cherub. My old man was a cop. When thugs got rowdy, he'd crack skulls, no problem. Now, you get suspended for hurting someone's feelings. It's the pussification of America. This guy's a loaded gun. Truth is, Nick, it's all corrupt, Hunziker said with a touch of sadness. Military, police, government, business, all rotten to the core. What are you up to? In my line of work, I see greed, corruption, abuse every single day, Nick said. The whole system is rotten from top to bottom. But what can you do? The machine is too big, too powerful, you can't change it. Hunziker raised his chin with reverence. For true patriots to be silent is dangerous. Samuel Adams, 1776. We refuse to be silent. Before this, I was in the Georgia militia, good guys with their hearts in the right place, but mostly just sat around complaining. So me and some other guys, we split off and formed our own nationwide group, the Matchstick Militia. Blitzkrieg puffed out his matchstick patch and stared down Nick. We're committed to real change, Hunziker said, and change starts with action. The time for talk, for steady progress, for small wins, it's over. We're past that. The people, the institutions, the soul of this country, it's too far gone. We need a hard restart. Oh shit, he's one of those guys. Nick leaned forward. You're talking about year zero, the new dawn, blow it up and start over. Goddamn right, Hunziker's face darkened. A house corrupted cannot stand. Mold, rats, termites, caved roof, rotten foundation, every fucking thing. It's beyond repair and needs to be torn down. The good news is she's already soaked in gas and ready to burn. All we have to do is light the match. We don't pick sides. We no longer care about this politician or that bill, we're past all that. Our only job is to accelerate the inevitable collapse, to provide the spark that lights the fire, to get it over quickly and mercifully so we can start to rebuild. We started small, the 8-day Hanukkah riots, that was us. So was the Seattle panic. Well, not the blackout, obviously, but the panic part, that was us. But we realized we needed something bigger, much bigger, so we. That's enough, Kurt. Tammy crossed her arms. How do you know he ain't a sympathizer? Hunziker studied Nick in the rear view. Fair question. Your house was kinda multicultural. Nick leaned forward and steadied his tone. I'll be honest with you, General, I'm not here for Thanksgiving, but you already knew that. The truth is, I'm a professional prepper. There's a deadly outbreak in Boston. The government is locking down the city, and I fled here to hide out. I got a head start because of a tip from a corrupt politician. The Indian forced me to bring him along. The black man showed up at my door. Even Abby guilted her way in. Frankly, the only person I actually invited was Brian. He's my business partner and a decorated veteran. All the rest are freeloaders. Yeah, we heard about that virus. Hunziker nodded. Sounds real bad. You and Brian should lay low for a while. The truck slowed as they approached the road's end, a giant chain-link gate protecting a sprawling office park. Hunziker lowered his window and gave a little wave to two guards in military fatigues. They wheeled back the gate and saluted as he drove through. They passed a large entry sign that read Monroe Sciences and parked in front of an impressive steel-and-glass building. Hunziker killed the engine, turned to the back, and beamed a dickish grin. All right, Nick. The doc will see you now. 19. Abby watched as Dana folded down the Ark's back seats, leaving just the rear passenger seat up for the drive home. Inside the store, TJ paced the aisles, yelling at his banker. There we go, plenty of space, especially if we pack tightly, Dana said, dusting off her hands. Ready. They each wheeled a heaping cart to the Ark and began loading groceries into the empty trunk. Hey, it's like a giant game of Tetris, right? Dana laughed. Abby nodded a weak smile as she stacked bags of oats. I shouldn't have made a scene back there. Now she's being extra chipper. Whatever, at least she's trying. So, Montreal, do you have anyone up there? Dana asked and gestured at Abby's belly. Is the father in the picture? He's a self-centered asshole. Abby slammed down a bag of oats. I want nothing to do with him. Dana winced. Got it, she pivoted. Hey, so, prednisone for inflammation, that was brilliant. How did you know that? Well, I'm studying medicine. Not in school or anything, just on my own. That's awesome. What are you studying? All kinds of stuff. Where I live, there's a medical library and a lab. I study there a lot, and at night I watch lectures on my iPad. Good for you, Abby. That's really impressive. Does she actually care? Or is she just being nice? They wheeled the two empty carts to the garage door and grabbed two more full carts. TJ popped his head out and covered his phone's microphone. Hey, he whispered, are we ready yet? 10 minutes, Dana said curtly. TJ disappeared back into the store and Dana shot him a dirty look. She grabbed a case of canned cat food. I wish I had started studying at your age. It would have made med school applications so much easier. She slid the cat food snug to the rear passenger seat. Well, I've been taking practice MCATs, Abby said. I got a 490 on one. I know that's not great, but I'm still studying. I can do better. Are you kidding me? That's really good. Honestly, better than some of my med school classmates. And you're still in high school, right? Yeah, well, I was, but I don't go anymore. Dana nodded and stacked on another case of cat food. So, what type of medicine are you interested in? I want to be a cancer researcher, get some big grants and do famous research. Harvard Medical School has the best MD PhD program in the world. I know it's impossible to get in, but if I can get my MCATs up, Abby shrugged, I don't know, maybe someday. It's a wonderful school, Dana smiled. I had amazing professors and classmates there. You've got a big head start, you can do it. Abby's eyes snapped to Dana. You went to Harvard. I did. I took their MD pathway, with a focus on emergency care. Did you ever see Dr. Billings around campus? Martha, sure, she was my thesis advisor. Abby's eyes widened and sparkled. She was the first to use CRISPR to program immune cells to fight cancer. Her paper was, like, world famous. What was she like? Dana stood back and admired the floor-to-ceiling tower of cat food leaning into the rear passenger seat. She turned and gave Abby a warm smile. Brilliant, passionate, eloquent, and very kind. She still calls me just to check in. Abby stared, spellbound. If you want, when your MCATs are ready, I can introduce you. She'd love to meet you. Abby raised a hand to steady herself and knocked over a tower of canned chicken. Cans clattered across the ground. Sorry, I'm sorry. It's okay, Dana said, crouching with Abby to gather the cans. Stupid. Nice job, idiot. Dr. Billings would be so impressed. Real Harvard material. I'd probably destroy her entire lab. Say something. Say something. Abby pivoted. So, do you like being a doctor? Dana took a deep breath. Yeah, I love it. The ER is crazy, always a new challenge, an interesting case. It keeps me busy, really busy, which is good. There's something more there. Do you ever think about moving from the ER to something less crazy? Dana sighed. Yeah, all the time. To be honest, it's not like I thought it would be. You see things, hard things. There's a lot of suffering, a lot of broken, forgotten people. But I get to be there for them during their darkest moments, and that's really rewarding. Dana grabbed a case of soup. What about you? What made you want to be a cancer researcher? Abby placed a hand on her belly and watched a bus drive past, toward the highway. My mom, not Tammy, Kurt Hunziker's stupid wife, but my biological mom. When I was young, she worked 2 jobs. One was finishing wood in a furniture factory, applying flame retardants, sealants, stains, stuff like that. She would get these headaches and bloody noses. When she started seeing double, she went to a clinic. The doctor said it was allergies and gave her an antihistamine. Dana stopped stacking and faced Abby. It kept getting worse, and by the time they figured it out, it was too late. She was diagnosed with sinonasal undifferentiated carcinoma. It's a rare nasal cancer from years of breathing furniture chemicals. It had spread to her lymph nodes and lungs, and there was nothing they could do. When she couldn't work anymore, couldn't take care of herself, the money dried up and the state put me in a foster home. Abby, I'm so sorry. They should have caught it earlier, Dana said, genuine pain in her eyes. Yeah, so I want to be a rare cancer researcher. Nobody cares about the rare cancers. They're forgotten. Well, I can see the headline now. Dana waved a headline across the air. Harvard dedicates new lab to leading cancer researcher, Dr. Abby. Dana winced. Sorry, what's your last name? Abby's eyes sparkled. Blackwell. Ah, there you go. Dana pointed at Abby. You've got the perfect name for your dream. Elizabeth Blackwell was the first woman in America to become a doctor. I know, Abby grinned. That's why I chose it. You chose it. Yeah, Abby started stacking boxes of rice. After my mom died, I was placed with a bunch of different foster families and group homes. I was even adopted twice, but it didn't work out. Every couple years was a different town, different school. I was always the new kid and never really fit in. The kids thought I was too serious and weird. The teachers did too. So I spent a lot of time alone in the library. But every new family, they kept changing my last name. And right before the Hunzikers, I lived with this old lady, Mrs. Glenfield. She was half blind and had 13 cats. Abby held her belly and laughed. But she was really nice. She just let me be myself. She drove me to the Harvard Library, bought me an iPad for my birthday, and paid for a science camp. Before she died, she helped me change my last name. She said, "Abby, today you choose your own name. And from now on, you decide who you are, no one else." So yeah, Blackwell seemed pretty cool. Abby looked up and smiled. Dana was staring at her with tears streaming down her face. "Shit, you said too much. Nobody wants to hear your sob story." Abby winced. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have." "No, please don't apologize." Dana wiped her tears. "I'm glad you shared. I'm just sensitive, I cry at everything. I'm sorry, Abby, you deserved better." Abby looked down and kicked at a price tag stuck to the asphalt. Dana put a hand on her shoulder. "Come on." They wheeled their empty carts toward the collection by the garage door. Dana dabbed the corner of her eye. "Hey, how about a joke? It's the only one I know, so you have to laugh. Ready? What do you call the person who graduates last in their class from medical school?" Abby shrugged. "Doctor." Abby forced a half-hearted laugh. They grabbed 2 full carts and started toward the ark. Dana leaned over and added, "Actually, Larry Musbino graduated last in my class, and he was a total jackass." Abby burst into a full laugh. Dana admired the packed ark. "Perfect. Just enough room for 2 more carts." "You need to say something. This is it. Now or never." Abby's smile faded. "Hey Dana, can I ask you something?" "Of course, anything." "This virus you're running from, what if?" A cart slammed against the brick wall behind them. They spun around. TJ was pushing through the tangle of empty carts, staring down at his phone. "Hey, what's up? We done yet? I need to see if the new place has a computer." Dana's face reddened. "We're ready, get in." TJ reached for the front passenger door. "No," Dana pointed. "In the back." TJ got in back and shut the door. Dana turned to Abby. "I'm sorry, you were saying about the virus." Abby watched another bus pass, headed for the station up the road. "Never mind, it doesn't matter." 20. Nick sat in front of the doctor's big mahogany desk, scanning the office walls while he waited. To the left were more honorary diplomas than one person could earn in 10 lifetimes. To the right were dozens of awards, framed articles, and magazine covers, including a New York Times special edition titled, "Dr. Teddy Saves the World," and a series of 5 separate Time magazine covers declaring the doctor Person of the Year. By the door was a small collection of photos featuring the doctor hugging people in wheelchairs, high-fiving children in hospital gowns, and cutting ribbons with smiling patients. Behind the desk towered a mahogany bookshelf crammed with thick medical volumes, history books, and famous literature. Peppered across its shelves were pictures of the doctor with various celebrities, including one of him strolling the White House lawn with the president. How does a hick like Hunziker know a legend like Dr. Teddy Monroe? What could they? The door opened. Nick stood and turned. The doctor strode in with an eager grin on his face. "Nick Ritter, thanks so much for waiting." He thrust out a hand. "Dr. Teddy Monroe, pleasure to meet you." Why is he wearing a doctor's coat and stethoscope? He doesn't see patients. He's a researcher and CEO. Pleasure to meet you, doctor. Please have a seat, Monroe gestured. This is a very impressive campus, Nick said. Ah, yes, thank you. Are you familiar with what we do here? Just the headlines. Genetic engineering, the 5 cures. Yes, of course. We've since moved into the promising area of cognitive adaptation, the science of shaping the human brain for optimal performance. As revolutionary as the 5 cures were, I believe our new therapies hold infinitely more potential. He waved a dismissive hand and smiled. But that's not why you're here. Nick cleared his throat. Yes, Abby, as I told General Hunziker, I bumped into her on the road just a few hours ago. We barely spoke. She made a phone call and someone picked her up. I wish I could be of more help, doctor, but that's all I know. Yes, General Hunziker filled me in. He's checking local acquaintances, shelters, hotels, the taxi company, the bus station, etc. I'm sure we'll find her. Shit, but just in case she returns to you, or contacts a member of your family, would you please let me know? Of course. Monroe leaned back in his leather chair. You're probably wondering what's happening here and how Abby's involved. I'm sure it all seems a bit strange, right? Nick shrugged and nodded. It's really quite simple. Kurt and Tammy Hunziker are Abby's adoptive parents. She's lived with them happily for the last 2 years. However, recently, about 9 months ago, in fact, she became pregnant under unusual circumstances. They came to me because her pregnancy was a complicated, high-risk case, and since then she's been under my care. Now, Abby is very bright and very willful. He forced a laugh. At times, her pregnancy and treatment program have been challenging for her, both physically and emotionally. But I want to assure you that Abby is receiving the absolute best care here at our facility. Monroe leaned in and lowered his voice. Nick, she's due in the next 2 weeks, and it is absolutely critical that she's back here for her delivery. A public hospital is not equipped to treat her and would put both her and her baby at great risk. His face softened with rehearsed concern. So, you can see why we're so insistent on her return. We're all just terribly worried about Abby and want to ensure she gets the care and support she needs at this critical time. Monroe leaned a notch closer and stared. So, are you sure you can't think of anything that might help us find her? Maybe she really is just a troubled kid who ran away. Maybe she's overwhelmed with the pregnancy, afraid of motherhood. Maybe she'd be better off here. I mean, this guy's one of the smartest doctors in the world. Plus, if the virus isn't already in Montreal, it will be soon. Monroe cocked his head and squinted. Nick. But this guy reeks of bullshit worse than my clients. Nick shook his head. I'm sorry, doctor. If I think of anything, I'll let you know. Monroe stared for a moment, then tapped the desk and stood with a grin. All right then, Nick. Thank you for your time. He breezed around the desk and extended a hand. Nick stared out the window of Hunziker's truck as they cruised toward the front gate. Tammy sat perfectly still in the passenger seat, her hands folded on her lap. Without wiretap and blitzkrieg breathing down his neck, Nick could focus on his surroundings. He spotted a large field at the edge of the complex and noticed something he hadn't seen on the way in. A grid of stadium lights had been switched on, illuminating rows and rows of luxury mobile homes. They rolled to a stop as soldiers wheeled open the front gate. Nick looked at the opposite side of the complex and spotted a similar field, except with rows of long, grassy mounds. Each mound was roughly the size and shape of a buried 50-foot shipping container, with a pipe on top and a single steel door carved into a concrete front. They were underground bunkers. Nick squinted. Are those the Millennium 2200s? Yes, sir, Hunziker said. Best subsurface survival shelter on the market, other than the Omni Terra with the greenhouse modification. But those were backordered forever. How'd you know? Like I said, I'm a professional prepper. At the far end of the bunker field stood a gun range and a tactical training course made of plywood and corrugated steel. It was riddled with bullet holes and blast marks. Why are there mobile homes, bunkers, and a gun range on a Fortune 500 medical campus? As they drove through the gate, Nick's eyes locked on something strange at the head of the bunker field, a mobile decontamination chamber. It was the size of a small party tent and made of white and clear medical-grade plastic. When planning for clients, Nick considered a wide range of decontamination chambers available on the market, some tailored to chemical or biological or radiological or nuclear contaminants, and the popular CBRN models covered all four. Judging by its size and design, this was almost certainly a top-of-the-line Kaneko Steri safe community model. That particular unit was manufactured in Japan, took 6 weeks to deliver, and performed only a single function, removing 99.99% of viral particles from the human exterior. Why buy a top-of-the-line, biological-only model when you can get a full-coverage CBRN model for less? Obviously, budget isn't an issue. And it's not a mistake. He knows his prep tech. It can't be a coincidence. Hunziker flicked on the radio and country twang blasted through the speakers. Love this song. He cranked the volume and drummed the steering wheel. Nick watched him bob and hum, and for the first time since he met the man, Nick felt a real visceral fear for General Hunziker. Hunziker rocked to country 104.1 all the way back to CVS, then parked crooked in a handicapped spot by the entrance. Sure, I can't give you a ride home. Not a chance. I'm good, but I appreciate the offer, General. Hunziker handed Nick his phone back with a white card. If you see Abby, let us know. My number and the doc's number are on the card. I absolutely will. Tammy turned to face Nick, and he was surprised to see tears in her eyes. If you see my Abby, please tell her that her mama is worried sick about her. Her voice trembled as she placed a small backpack on her lap and fumbled items out. This is her lab notebook and her medicine textbooks and her iPad for her classes and her prenatal vitamins. She needs 4 of these every day, 2 in the morning and her favorite sweatshirt. She refolded a worn Harvard Medical School sweatshirt, then carefully repacked the bag and handed it to Nick. Ma'am, I can't take this, Nick said. I don't think I'm going to see her again. Tammy started to sob. Hunziker rested a hand on her shoulder and gave Nick a stern look. Can you take it, Nick, please, just in case? He nodded toward his sniffling wife and flashed his eyebrows. Of course, Nick nodded. If I see her, I'll make sure she gets it, and I'll call. Nick stepped out. Have a good night, ma'am. He closed the door and headed for the road. The Hunzikers sat in silence as they watched Nick walk away. Tammy dabbed her eye with a camo bandana. When we find her, I'm gonna thrash that little bitch. 21. Nick walked as quickly as he could without looking alarmed. As he crossed the street from CVS to the town park, he powered on his phone, 9 missed calls from Brian, 2 from Dana, plus a dozen clients. He dialed Brian. 1 ring. Nick, you okay? Where are you? I'm all right, I'm downtown. Oh, thank God. Dana thought you rode home with us and I thought you were with them. I looked everywhere for you. What happened? Hunziker picked me up. It's a long story. I'll fill you in when I get back. I'll come get. Where's Abby? Abby? She was helping Dana unload the groceries. I think they're heading to the bus station soon. Why? Don't let her go. Brian hushed his voice. Wait, I thought we decided. Just make something up, tell her we'll buy her another ticket or drive her halfway or just take away the keys. I don't care, but don't let her leave. I think she knows who's behind the virus. Plus, Hunziker's guys are waiting for her at the station. Yes, sir, she stays here, Brian said, like he was speaking to a commanding officer. How's the prep? Good. We got everything on our lists and it's all unloaded and secure in the new house. Herman found a solid spot, private, spacious. You'll like it. Only trouble is TJ and the old man have been at each other for the last 2 hours, bickering and posturing and such. I had to put them in separate rooms. My money's on the old man, Nick said as he switched to speakerphone and opened the map app. Listen, I need you to come pick me up. Right now I'm crossing through the park, into the town forest that borders its west side. In about 12 minutes I'll come out of the woods on the side of 93 North. I'll drop you a pin, come get me there. I can just come to the park, it's a short drive. Hunziker's here and he's probably got guys on me. If I cut through the woods, they can't follow by vehicle. Maybe on foot, but I'll jump in the ark and we'll speed off. Keys jingled, Brian's breath quickened. I'm on the move. Hurry, we need to talk. A half hour later, Nick followed Brian into the theater room of their new house. Look who I found wandering the highway. Brian thumbed back at Nick. Dana turned from the giant projection screen and smiled. Hey ye, did you get lost on the way to CVS? Behind her smirk, he could see genuine relief. She was seated at one of 2 low-top pub tables located at the front of the theater, ahead of 3 rows of plush recliners. Nick swung Tammy's backpack off his shoulder and placed it under a table. Herman gave a grunt and a nod from a recliner in the first row, where he was whittling a little wooden loon. TJ lowered his phone from a recliner on the opposite side of the room. Oh, thank God, Nick. Where the hell were you? We've been busting ass here unpacking all your precious cat food. Herman glowered at TJ. Nick was about to answer when Zoe walked in balancing 2 platters of sliced cheese and deli meat. Mikey followed close behind, arms full of condiments and utensils. Abby emerged a few steps later holding bread and chips, Cadillac glued to her side. When she saw Nick, her eyes dropped to the floor. Tracy trailed after, carrying drinks and cups. They spread dinner across a bar on the side of the theater. Finally, I'm starving, TJ said. I'll have tofu and tomato on whole grain, lettuce and mustard, no cheese, sliced diagonally. Tracy's eyebrows jumped. You want a sandwich, make it yourself. Brian closed his eyes. Zoe jumped in with an infomercial voice. What our head chef meant to say is that tonight's meal is a deluxe, one-of-a-kind, build-your-own sandwich bar. Choose from dozens of combinations with a delicious side of salad, chips, or pickles. Dinner is served. She swept her hand across the bar like a dramatic magician. Dinner is served, Mikey grinned. Zoe laughed and they exchanged a high five. TJ sprung up and snatched a plate off the bar, cutting off Abby as she reached out to take a plate. Herman exploded out of his recliner, spraying wood shavings across the floor. Are you out of your mind, boy? You contributed exactly nothing to this meal, and now you're gonna cut off a pregnant young lady who worked up an appetite making your dinner. Not a chance. He stepped to TJ and lowered his voice. What's the matter with you? You raised by wolves. Ain't you gotta care for anyone else? TJ slid his plate back onto the bar and turned to Herman. Listen, old man, I know you haven't left the woods in 50 years, but in the real world, you can't just spout off every time your blood sugar gets low. So how about you grab an apple juice, settle into your recliner, and take a nice long nap? Brian positioned his intimidating frame over the two men, making it clear the argument was over. All right, that's enough, gentlemen. He looked down at TJ. Cook always goes first. Donahue House rule. He extended his arm, inviting Abby to start. TJ scowled. Once everyone was seated with their dinner, Dana turned to Nick. So, what happened, Nick? Where did you go? Nick filled them in on the Hunzikers, the matchstick militia, his conversation with Monroe, and the strange medical complex. When he was done, the group was silent. Dr. Teddy Monroe, the 5 Cures guy, TJ asked. Exactly, Nick said. Who the hell is that? Herman asked. Dr. Teddy is the founder of a genetics research company, Dana said. Over the last decade, he's cured 5 of the top 10 deadliest diseases in the world. Most people think he's a genius or a saint, depending who you ask, but that was before his controversial new treatment. Now he's basically a silent mascot for the company. What do you mean? Nick asked. Haven't you heard of ACE, the Harvard meltdown? Dana said. Nick shook his head. Dana picked up the tablet remote control for the theater and started tapping. Oh, you gotta see this. He was invited to speak at Harvard Medical School to debut his new treatment, and She swiped and jabbed at the remote as the big screen opened and closed random apps. How the hell do you play this thing? TJ grabbed the tablet. Let me see. He tapped twice, and the big screen streamed a dark stage with 2 crimson seats under a spotlight. The video's title faded in, Dr. Teddy Ace Meltdown at Harvard Medical School. It had 660 million views. The crowd hushed as a woman walked across the stage and sat down. She had shoulder-length gray hair and glasses that hung from a faded crimson strap around her neck. She placed her glasses at the end of her nose and thumbed through a stack of notes while the audience watched. Then she dropped the glasses onto her chest and looked up at the crowd. Good evening. Thank you for coming. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Dr. Susan Wangeler, Dean of Medical Ethics and a professor of healthcare policy here at Harvard Medical School. She spoke quickly, with a touch of boredom, like she had given her intro 1,000 times. She squinted into the packed crowd. I see we have quite a turnout tonight. I didn't realize my paper on the ethical considerations of murine enrichment models was so popular. The crowd laughed. Today we welcome back one of our own, a graduate of the class of 2008, a man who needs no introduction. Please welcome Dr. Edward Monroe. The crowd erupted as Monroe strode across the stage in a black turtleneck, waving enthusiastically. He shook hands with Dr. Wangeler and plopped down in the opposite seat. The crowd continued to roar, and the camera zoomed out to show a standing ovation. Monroe gave them prayer hands and a little bow, then waved them down as they kept cheering for just a little too long. Finally, the applause faded, and Wangeler glared at the audience. My goodness. A little laugh from the crowd. She turned to Monroe. Welcome, Dr. Monroe, or should I call you Dr. Teddy? Monroe shifted excitedly in his seat. Of course, even the mailman calls me that now. Big audience laugh, no smile from Wangeler. Can you tell us where that name came from? Well, there was a young boy named Ben who was suffering from severe type 1 diabetes and receiving my protocol at one of my clinics. I stopped in to meet him, and at one point his mother asked him a casual question, something like, "Do you want some water, Beanie?" And he said, "Mom, don't call me that." He turned red and got quiet, so I told him that my mom used to call me Teddy when I was his age, because it's short for Edward, and that really embarrassed me too. That made him feel better, and we had a nice visit, talked about his treatment and his favorite restaurants, and all the sugary foods he was going to eat when he got out. And when I stood up to leave, I think with so many doctors coming and going, he forgot my name, so he said, Thank you for saving my life, Doctor Teddy. A huge awe from the crowd. Monroe put a hand over his heart, and they happened to be filming for our website, so they caught the moment on video, and it was watched, I think, over 50 million times. Then other kids and later adults started calling me Dr. Teddy. Monroe gave a cute shrug. Isn't that wonderful? Dr. Wangeler said as she scanned her notes. So, let's start with your 5 cures. Over the last decade, you and your company, Monroe Sciences, have effectively cured 5 of the deadliest diseases on the planet: heart disease, stroke, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, diabetes, and Alzheimer's. How did? The crowd interrupted with a swell of applause. Wangeler stared ahead with a slight frown until they quieted. Tell us, Dr. Teddy, how did you do it? Monroe leaned back and crossed his legs, like an elder about to impart wisdom. For each disease, we conducted epidemiological surveys to identify patients who had experienced either unusual resistance or anomalous resolution. We sequenced thousands of their genomes and identified common genetic variations, looking for outlier patterns that might confer an advantageous response to the disease. Then we took those genetic variations and recreated them using CRISPR technology in newly diagnosed patients. That led to rapid disease resolution, driven by the patient's own biological response, without the need for further medical interventions. So it was a cross-functional solution that combined epidemiological surveys with individualized genetic engineering, Wangeler said. Exactly right, Doctor. She pointed at the camera. Can you summarize for anyone watching at home without a medical background? Sure, think of it like a DNA transplant. You see, for every disease there are people who are completely immune. They get HIV, but they don't get sick. They smoke for 70 years, but they never get lung cancer. Now, imagine you're diagnosed with a deadly disease. Well, we go out and find the 1 in a million people who are immune to your disease. We study their miraculous DNA, and then we update your DNA to look like theirs. And just like that, he snapped fingers, you're immune too. Wangeler flipped through her notes. The National Institutes of Health estimates that your treatments have saved more than 10 million lives worldwide. You were awarded 5 Nobel Prizes, named Times Person of the Year 5 times, and Pope Gregory said your 5 miracles qualified you for consideration as a saint. So where do you go from here? A grin flickered at the corner of Monroe's mouth. I'm working on a top-secret nanotechnology that will stop your cereal from getting soggy. Big audience laugh. Wangeler's expression was blank. You do have a new technology. You recently described it as a once-in-a-species discovery that was bigger than your 5 cures. That's hard to imagine, Doctor. Tell us more. Monroe turned serious. Doctor Wangeler, this is the greatest medical breakthrough in the history of mankind. It's going to transform billions of lives and change the course of humanity. It's called adaptive cognitive expression, or ACE. It's a simple genetic alteration, just like my 5 cures, but ACE increases expression of certain desirable parts of the human brain, such as logic, reasoning, problem-solving, language, and decreases expression of undesirable parts of the brain, such as fear, anxiety, aggression, and impulsiveness. It's like an instant upgrade for your mind. So the idea is to remove our emotions and dial up our logic. Is that right? Wangeler used the skeptical, disinterested tone of a woman who'd spent a lifetime being the smartest person in the room. Monroe shifted uncomfortably. Most people don't know that we actually have several layers to our brain. The oldest, core layer is called the reptilian brain because it was formed hundreds of millions of years ago in birds and reptiles. It focuses on basic instincts and survival. It's very primitive and very flawed. And if you look at the worst of human behavior, it all stems from reptilian thinking. Now, the newest part of our brain, called the neomammalian brain, emerged much more recently in higher mammals and was evolved to the extreme by human beings. It focuses on logic and higher thinking. It's very advanced and very effective. If you look at our greatest achievements as human beings, they all stem from neo-mammalian thinking. Now, you can think of ACE as a brain upgrade, a long overdue operating system update for an ancient brain still running 500-million-year-old buggy software. It will downregulate your reptilian brain and upregulate your neo-mammalian brain. It will forever transform your life, literally overnight. He scooted forward and faced the audience. And I'm excited to announce that I'm in discussions with the FDA to make it freely available to every man, woman, and child in the country, and eventually, the world. There was a smattering of applause. What's the goal here? Wangeler squinted. Does it make you smarter? In a way, yes. It doesn't directly increase cognitive performance, but by reducing emotion-driven thinking and increasing logic-driven thinking, ACE will help you make smarter decisions. It will eliminate foolish biases, unreasonable fears, and instinctive reactions, and allow you to think clearly and objectively. Monroe leaned in, his eyes sparkling. Dr. Wangeler, this is powerful at the individual level, absolutely. But it's the collective impact that will be transformative. As a country, no, as a species, we will think, communicate, decide, and live on a whole new level. Wangeler dropped her glasses to her chest. Some people have expressed concern that ACE is unethical because it removes our emotions and replaces them with hard logic. The New York Times called your ACE technology a cure for being human. Doctor, are you erasing what makes us human? Not at all. Just the opposite, in fact. We have a chance here to upgrade our humanity. It's our logic, our reason, that has driven all our greatest breakthroughs. ACE will bring out the best in humanity and leave behind the traits that no longer suit us. Wangeler flipped a page and raised her glasses. The American Medical Association published a letter this morning, signed by 300 leading doctors, including myself and several others from this institution, criticizing your ACE technology, saying it is a form of modern eugenics that carries tremendous unknown risks, not just to individual patients, but to humanity as a whole. She lowered her glasses and locked on him. Dr. Monroe, is ACE eugenics? Monroe shook his head and chuckled. Wangeler raised her eyebrows. He took a deep breath. Eugenics is a very loaded word. It carries a lot of baggage from the Nazis and the Holocaust, which of course was awful. But the underlying concept of eugenics is a sound one. Technically, ACE is a form of non-coercive new eugenics, but let's not get hung up on the terminology. Why shouldn't we upgrade our collective genetics using our technology? Why shouldn't we choose to amplify our best human traits and suppress our worst? Wangeler stared. The crowd stirred. Monroe reddened and shifted in his seat. Look, you're not following. Let me try and simplify with an example everyone can understand. We all know that person who makes good, smart decisions. He's balanced, he's successful, he contributes to society, because he's driven by his logic. Let's call him Logical Larry. But then we also know that person who makes bad, irrational decisions. She's difficult, she's always struggling, she's a drain on the world around her, because she's driven by whatever emotion rules her at the moment. Let's call her Emotional Emily. Now, why wouldn't we want more logical Larrys in the world and fewer emotional Emilys? Wouldn't we all be better off? Complete silence. Wangeller leaned forward. Are you saying we should systematically purge emotional people, doctor? Monroe pressed a palm to his forehead. Susan, you're not listening. It's Dr. Wangeller. She crossed her arms. Oh, come on, look at our world. Our species is headed in the wrong direction. 85% of Americans are obese. Half the U.S. budget is dedicated to war. Lifespans have declined every year for the past 2 decades, and 20 million people think the president is an alien. Monroe lowered his tone. Did you know, since I cured COPD, smoking rates have increased tenfold? It's all because people are irrational. We're ruled by our base impulses. Unless we change course, it will be our undoing. Dana paused the video on a red-faced Monroe. After another 5 minutes, he storms off the stage. He used to lecture at Harvard all the time when I was there. But after this, he was never invited back, and he hasn't talked about ACE or given an unscripted interview since. The room was silent as everyone absorbed the video. You went to Harvard. TJ raised his tofu and tomato sandwich. Yeah, MD pathway, Dana said. Why are you at a cut clinic? Couldn't you get into private care? He took a giant bite and a chunk of lettuce dropped on the floor. Dana tilted her head. What is that supposed to mean? Public patients don't deserve the best care. TJ shrugged and worked his overstuffed mouth like a cow. Dana wound up and Nick jumped in. Abby, what's going on? Hunziker wants to restart the world. Monroe's got trailers and bunkers on his campus. What's happening? Abby stared at the empty tabletop in front of her. Dana moved and sat next to her. Abby, if you know something, please tell us. It could help us survive. Nick placed the backpack on the table in front of Abby and sat down opposite. Tammy gave me this. She said she's worried about you and to come home. Abby opened the bag and pulled out the folded Harvard Medical School sweatshirt. She stared and gently traced the lettering with her finger. Abby, please, Nick said. We need. It's his, she whispered. What? Nick said. What's his? Abby looked up and locked Nick's eyes. The virus. Dana gasped. He made it and Kurt released it, Abby said. They want to erase mankind. How does it work? How does it spread? Nick said. Abby took a deep breath. He designed it to maximize transmission. In the air, it spreads like any other respiratory infection, cough, sneeze, talk, etc. But it also spreads through touch. The virus concentrates in the sweat glands and blood vessels of the hands and multiplies. Once infected, you lose all feeling in your palms. No hot, cold, pressure, pain, nothing. It's all replaced by an overpowering, insatiable itch. You scratch your palms raw trying to get at it, leaving contagious blood and sweat on everything you touch. And when the itching starts, you get a wave of energy, so you spread it as far as possible. Dana grabbed a napkin and started scribbling notes. He thought of everything, Abby said, tested and refined it until it was perfect. It has a narrow host range to prevent it from jumping to animals, a short incubation period to increase transmission speed, and genetic stability to prevent mutation. How confident are you about all this? Nick asked. 100%. He gave us this big TED talk on his brilliant design. Abby rolled her eyes. A little grin spread across her face. At the end, Kurt made a joke. He called it scratch and sniff. Dr. Teddy hated that, so that's what I call it now. How could he do this? Dana said. He saved more lives than any person who's ever lived. Now he wants to wipe them all out. Not the first time, TJ said. What are you talking about? Dana said. Well, AIDS for one. The CIA created the virus to wipe out the gays and the blacks, which they almost did. And then there was the Tuskegee study, when the CDC experimented on poor, black syphilis patients for over 40 years without telling them there was a simple cure. Should I go on? Please don't, Nick said. But I don't get it, Brian said. Why does a brilliant scientist need the matchstick militia? Protection, I guess, Abby said. Kurt loves to play the general, and Dr. Teddy gets a bunch of idiots to do his dirty work. I mean, Kurt's guys were the ones who released the virus. They infected themselves, spread it all over Logan Airport, then flew to 11 different cities. Monroe would never ask his brilliant medical staff to do that. It makes sense, Nick nodded. Hunziker's an accelerationist. He just wants his hard restart. He doesn't care how he gets it. Exactly, Abby said. Dr. Teddy called it a temporary symbiosis. They were working on something else too, but after I ran away, they cut me out. So that's it, Herman said. This celebrity doc got his feelings hurt because no one liked his new technobio thing, so now he's gonna end mankind. Abby looked confused. Not end it, just the opposite. He's going to repopulate the earth. Repopulate, Nick scoffed. With who? Tammy, Big Ron. Abby placed a hand on her belly. Me. Dana's eyes widened. She covered her mouth. What do you mean? Nick said. Abby began drawing items from the backpack and arranging them in front of her. He calls us his mothers of mankind. There are 33 of us, all teen girls, all 9 months pregnant. He used a corrupt adoption agency to pull us from foster homes and place us with parents in his compound. I was lucky enough to land with the Hunzikers. TJ pointed. A Zen insider did an expose on those adoption agencies. Rich families buy kids as housekeepers or sex. Shut up, Nick said, then looked at Abby. Keep going. The father's DNA is from the smartest men he could find, scientists, mathematicians, engineers. His company has access to millions of sperm samples. Plus, he used the top doctors from his compound. The mothers, he found us through his foundation. He offered a free STEM summer camp for bright girls from troubled backgrounds. To apply, we had to submit an entrance exam and an essay about our home life. Our first project was to analyze our own DNA. We gave him everything he needed to pick his mothers. From there, he arranged the adoptions. This poor girl, that camp was probably the best thing that ever happened to her, and he turned it into a nightmare. But 33 girls, that's not enough to repopulate humanity, Dana said. He must know that. He's got this whole big plan, Abby said. He chose young girls because we're the healthiest, most likely to carry to term, and have the longest fertility timeline. He implanted us with healthy embryos, all prescreened for genetic and racial diversity. The babies have a 70-30 female-to-male ratio, more second-generation mothers, as he put it. He's gonna get us pregnant every 2 years and have his nursing staff raise the babies at the compound. He said we can grow to 500 people in 15 years, and by then the second-generation girls will be ready to conceive. She shrugged. I don't know, he drew this big chart. It looked right. Jesus, Brian said. What kind of a doctor holds 33 pregnant girls hostage? Nah, they're not hostages, Abby said. They love it there. Organic smoothies, luxury beds, prenatal massages. Before Dr. Teddy, these girls were living a nightmare, abused, neglected, passed around the system. Now they're the most important people in the history of the world. What's not to love? How? Nick rubbed his forehead. How do we avoid infection? Abby sighed. You can't. There has to be a way, Nick said. What about? He has a vaccine, Dana said, staring down at the table. She looked up at Abby. He has to, right? A virus will always find a fresh host, he knows that. Eventually his virus will find him. He wouldn't risk losing the mothers or the babies. And no way he'd bring Nick into the compound unless the girls were protected. He's smarter than that. So he has a vaccine, doesn't he? Abby looked at the floor and gave a little nod. We're all vaccinated, 100% effective, the only vaccine in history created before its disease. So there's a cure, TJ said. Why didn't you say anything? Abby stared at the floor. Hey, TJ snapped his fingers at Abby. Wake up. All right, take it easy, Herman said. Can't you see she's been through hell? Fuck that, TJ said. She's known about a cure this whole time. She could have saved us. Why didn't you say something? Hey, I'm talking to you. Herman started toward TJ. That's enough. One more word and... Because you're all gonna die and there's nothing I can do about it, Abby blurted out. Herman froze. The room went silent. Abby looked from face to face. Dr. Teddy, he's a genius. He's 10 steps ahead of you. You'll never get the vaccine in time. A month from now you'll all be gone and I'll still be here, alone. So what was the point in telling you? She's worried about us, refusing a ride in the snow, the strange behavior, the bus to Canada. This whole time she's been protecting us. Abby started stuffing items back into her backpack. Look, I told you everything I know. Just take me to the bus station and he'll leave you alone. Dana touched her shoulder. Abby. Run as far away as you can. Run to New Zealand. Maybe you can wait it out. Abby zipped up the bag. Nick leaned in, trying to catch her eyes. Abby, wait. I'm sorry. Abby slammed the backpack on the table. Her eyes shimmered. I never wanted this. I ran away because I didn't want to be part of their fucked-up plan. I tried to convince the other girls, but whatever, they're all stupid and brainwashed. A tear streamed down her cheek. She smudged it away. I didn't know they'd track me to you. I told you to leave me on the road. I'm sorry, I did everything I could. I helped you plan and shop and unpack and cook and... Dana placed a hand on Abby's shaking wrist. Abby, it'll be okay. We can get you someplace safe. Abby sniffled and looked up at Dana. You don't get it. You can't hide from him. I'll be fine. The mothers of mankind were his precious flock, and I'm his favorite sheep. Why you? Nick said. Abby touched her belly. Because they're his. Dana's eyes widened. You're having twins. Of course, Abby shrugged. We all are. 22. Holy shit, check this out. TJ grabbed the remote control and unmuted the sound. On the massive screen, the president was seated behind his desk in the Oval Office. My fellow Americans, I come to you tonight with a somber message. He's early, Nick whispered. An hour ago, I was briefed on an urgent health situation. There is a virus of significant concern that has begun infecting people across the United States. We believe it is of natural origin, not a terrorist attack, and we are working as quickly as possible to identify the source and method of infection. I have assembled an emergency task force of leaders from the CDC, FDA, FEMA, and National Guard, and we are finalizing a plan. Because this is an ongoing situation, I am asking that, effective immediately, all non-emergency workers avoid public spaces and shelter at home. However, if you feel an unusual illness, go to your nearest hospital. We will know more in the next 24 hours, and I will address the nation again as soon as I have an update. Stay safe, have a happy Thanksgiving, and God bless the United States of America. The feed cut back to the studio, where two dumbfounded newscasters stared into the camera. TJ muted the sound. What does it mean? Brian looked at Nick. It's smoke, as usual. Nick cleared Abby's backpack off the table. He was supposed to speak tomorrow. They moved it up, which means it's worse than they thought. They're buying time. Nick reached back and fished in the pockets of his jacket, which was hanging on the back of his chair. He pulled out a red permanent marker. We've still got major gaps. Nick uncapped the marker. Herman reached out. Oh no, wait. Nick drew two big vertical lines on the table, dividing it into 3 sections. Herman rubbed his face and groaned. There's gonna be mass panic. TJ stared at the silent news stream. Looting, riots, a run on the banks, grocery stores. Do we have enough food? People are gonna lose their minds. Whoa, Nick scrawled on the table. Not yet. What? Why not? TJ said. Nick stopped writing. It's called the disaster myth, the idea that people instantly panic when disaster strikes. It's the opposite. People underreact, not overreact. What do you mean, underreact? Brian asked. People in hurricane paths wait until they see the storm. People in sinking planes climb past exits to grab their bags. People in burning restaurants finish their dinner. People don't panic. They deny and deliberate and wait to see what happens next. How can that be? Dana asked. It makes no sense. Because people are irrational, Nick said. They fear what they dread, not what's actually dangerous. They ignore facts and hyperfocus on emotional imagery and memorable anecdotes. Everyone stared at him, confused. He took a deep breath. Okay, when my clients need to escape by yacht, I worry about a lot of things. Running out of fuel, bad weather, losing course, pirates, spoiled food. All extremely high risk and deadly. You know what they worry about? Sharks. They're obsessed. Sharks kill 5 people a year, but it's the imagery, the deep visceral dread of a shark attack that makes it scarier than 100 other risks. Nick circled a word on the table and started adding spokes. The president was vague and boring by design. Until people see the infected tearing their hands off, they won't panic. So if they won't panic, what will they do? Tracy asked. They'll watch what happens next, wait for instructions, and follow social norms. Social norms? TJ asked. Nick sat back. When the Titanic sank, the escape was perfectly proper. The first-class passengers had the highest survival rate because they were offered the lifeboats first. The second-class passengers had a lower survival rate, followed by the third-class passengers. Women and children were 3 times more likely to survive than men. There was no panic. It was as calm as when they boarded, perfect social harmony. But what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Abby asked. Doesn't that cause panic? Yes, it does. Nick gave her a little smile. Because there's one big exception to the disaster myth. When people are facing an immediate deadly threat and their exit routes are closing, then they will panic. When the Lusitania sank, healthy young men had the highest survival rate, regardless of social class. Why? The Titanic took nearly 3 hours to sink, but the Lusitania went down in 18 minutes. Facing imminent death and closing exits, the passengers panicked and the strongest survived. Nick declined an incoming call and continued writing. There's a phrase preppers use, 72 hours to animal. It means we're never far from anarchy. We're not there yet. But once people realize how bad this virus is, that there's no cure, that basic necessities are disappearing, once they see the exits closing, chaos won't be far behind. Oh shit. TJ ran his hands through his hair. What do we do, Nick? We gotta get out of here. Nick capped the marker and placed it on the table. We stay the course, keep working the prep. Yes, we thought we had more time, but we knew this was coming. This is why we prepped the essentials first. I didn't think it was gonna happen this fast. TJ fumbled out his phone and started scrolling through his contacts. I gotta get out of here. Nick stood up and calmly plucked away TJ's phone. He turned to the group. Look, the next week is going to be very ugly and very hard. We're about to see a biblical flood of pain, suffering, and death. These situations, they bring out the worst in humanity. All we can do is stay focused and take care of ourselves. If we can make it to New Zealand, maybe we can wait this thing out. If we're stuck here, we've got shelter and 2 months of food, water, and medicine. Nick looked at TJ. We're in a good position. I wouldn't want to be out there starting over right now. But we've still got work to do. Supplies are dwindling, the virus is spreading, and people are starting to see the full horror. The countdown to panic has begun. Nick pulled on his jacket and looked across their faces. Clear your mind and harden your heart. Hell is coming. He threaded through the stunned group toward the door. As he brushed past TJ, he thumped the phone into TJ's chest. Still think the cat food was a stupid idea. 23. For the third time in 10 minutes, Nick rolled over and groped his phone off the nightstand. He tapped a note into his planning app. Plan Lake Water Purification System. He checked the time, 1:19 a.m. We should have prepped for more than 60 days. What was I thinking? Is it too late to go back to the store? It's probably empty, but someone might call the police this late at night. Nick sat up and rubbed his aching temples. We're short on medicine. Dana's prescriptions were a good start, but not nearly enough for a group this size. A faint smell of gasoline drifted in. Currency and assets are a mess. 40,000 in cash and gold is a joke. With markets crashing and banks frozen, we might as well be broke. The gas smell grew stronger, laced with a sting of burnt rubber that watered his eyes. He pulled the necklace from under his shirt, a long, deep smell of lavender, and his vision cleared. Not tonight. Nick turned on the light and got dressed. He decided to go through the food and medicine to make sure everything was stored correctly. He wandered downstairs through the dark and silent house, then stopped. A warm light danced on the wall opposite the family room door. Is somebody up? He crept down the hall and peeked inside. Herman was sitting in a high-back upholstered chair, whittling a baby loon by a crackling fire. Can't sleep, Herman said without looking up. How did he hear me? Nick stepped into the doorway and cleared his throat. Too much to do. Herman grunted. Have a seat. Nick looked at his watch. If it's a lecture, I'm leaving. He lowered into the chair opposite Herman, inhaled the woodsy sweet smell of burning cedar, and relaxed. The old man whittled in silence. Nick pulled out his phone and opened his email. You spent time in New Hampshire before. Herman carefully carved the loon's eye. Nick looked up. Not really. A few client meetings, but never more than a day. Herman grunted. What brought you to Cradle Cove? Nick asked. Oh, I moved here a while ago before all these McMansions went up. Every couple years they try to get me to sell, but nah, I like it here. You know, my neighbor offered me $1 million so he could put a pool where my house is. A pool. Why do you need a pool on a lake? Never mind, he's only up here 2 weeks a year. Herman shook his head. Downright foolish. Nick watched as Herman shaped the loon's beak and noticed for the first time the old man was wearing a scratched and tarnished wedding band. So is it just you and Mikey up here? Nick asked. Herman examined the beak for a long moment. You asking about the ring? Yeah, I guess I was. Herman grunted. I was married a long time ago, but my wife, she passed on. I'm sorry to hear that, Nick shifted. I didn't mean to. That's all right. She's been on my mind today, actually, on account of the dust up with Hunziker. Why is that? Well, 'cause I spent a lifetime tangling with guys like that. Years ago, me and Clara and our son, Luke, we lived up in northern Maine in a little town called Dwyer. The winters were hostile and so were the people, but rent was cheap and there was factory work nearby. Luke and we had the same birthday, December 19th. When I turned 40 and he turned 10, Clara treated us to dinner at the town pub. We were finishing up with a slice of pumpkin pie, and some fellas at the bar started bothering us. I recognized couple of young packers from the factory, and I recognized they were having the type of night where you drink until something breaks. They were throwing peanuts at us, making animal noises. Didn't really bother me, to be honest, you get used to it. But my wife and son, well, they were of a gentler nature and they were near tears. So I sat there and thought about what to do, peanuts bouncing off the table, hollering and such. I knew I should let it go, they'd move on soon enough. Herman stared into the fire, his lip twitched a slight snarl. But it ain't really in my nature to let a bully gather speed. Guys like that, guys like Hunziker, they got no conscience, they'll go until you make 'em stop. So when a peanut bounced off Luke's face, I walked over and made those boys an offer. We stepped outside and, well, I didn't count on there being 3 of them, but they didn't count on me being a boxer. Herman grinned. I knocked 2 of them out cold and the third one ran. He rotated the loon in front of the fire, admiring the details. Well, the next night we were driving home from Clara's church choir and a rusted-out pickup pulled up behind us, blasted the high beams, rammed us off the road. He stared into the flames, running a thumb over the loon. Clara hung on a few minutes, he paused, steadying himself. Luke was rushed to the clinic down in Bangor. He joined her 2 days later. Herman blew wood dust off the baby loon and placed it next to its parents on the fireplace. Chief of police said they couldn't find the truck, but they knew who it was. They just didn't care. A week later I moved here. Herman, I'm so sorry. I hope you were able to find some peace here. Herman scoffed. I spent a lot of time alone in these woods. Most nights I drank until they joined me in the room. Next morning I'd wake up on the floor with an empty bottle and a loaded pistol. I used to be a boxer, but Clara made me quit when Luke was born. Well, there was no work up here, and winters were long, so I went back to fighting. Not the gentleman's sport I used to love, but nasty brawls in fields and barns and basements, spectacles that went on too long, which was the whole point. I'd drink and fight and come home broken. Only way I could get up and fight again was to drink more, so I did a lot of damage in a short time. He nudged the loons until they were all perfectly aligned. Anyways, at some point I met Mikey and decided on more respectable work. We've been here ever since. How did you meet Mikey? Nick asked. He lived with his mom in a trailer across town. His father was a vagabond who only showed up when he needed money. He didn't care for the boy, couldn't get comfortable with his condition, I suspect. When Mikey was 8, his mother died of a stroke and his father came back to live with him. But that deadbeat kept coming and going, leaving Mikey alone in the trailer for days on end. Then one day, he didn't come back. Well, Mikey got hungry, walked 8 miles up the highway to the grocery store and filled a backpack with food. I walked in to buy a bottle and I saw this skinny, dirty kid trying to leave without paying. Everyone was yelling at him. The manager called the police. Poor boy was crying, scared, confused, like a cornered animal. So I told them I was his grandfather and paid the bill. I gave him a ride back home, and the trailer was a pit, covered in trash and bugs. I asked Mikey if he wanted to stay with me a few days, and we never went back there again. That was 9 years ago. Herman sighed. Honestly, Nick, I don't know what to tell him. He still talks about his mom like she's alive, thinks his dad is away with the army and coming back soon. I explained it a few times, but I can't tell if he doesn't understand or doesn't want to. He calls me Grandpa, and I just let it go. Can't the teachers help? Isn't there some kind of program? Nick asked. He didn't do too good in school. Between the teachers and the bullies, it wasn't the right place for him. He works with me now. The houses keep us busy, maintenance, repairs, what have you. Mikey helps me keep track of the projects, steps in when my hands and vision fall short. Herman nodded with a little smile. He's a good helper. He's a good boy. Well, he's lucky to have you, Herman. Nah, other way around. Boy keeps me straight, keeps my mind from wandering to the past. He shrugged with a big sigh. Anyways, point is, we don't always choose our family, but you need someone to show you the good in the world. Otherwise, the darkness it'll drag you under. Herman cleared his throat. Hand me that toothbrush. He pointed to a worn-out toothbrush lying next to a dirty rag, 2 bottles of paint, and a thin paintbrush. Nick passed it over and Herman started scrubbing one of the parent loons. Can I ask you something? Herman said. Yeah, sure. What have you got in New Zealand that you don't have here? Nick tilted his head. Well, everything. Solar, wind, crops, livestock, hydroponics, aquaculture, vehicles, security, and enough supplies to last a decade. Here we've got. He looked back to make sure no one was in the doorway, then leaned in and whispered, We've got almost nothing. Is that so? Herman nodded as he processed. Okay then, I'm gonna get some sleep. He stood up and brushed dust off his lap. Did I say something wrong? Does he want an invite to New Zealand? Herman aligned his loon family, then straightened and stared down at them. You know, these people trust you, Nick. Don't give them hope unless you plan to see it through. They need you. And well, he looked at Nick. Maybe you need them too. Herman grunted and walked out. 24. Abby sat up in bed with a big stretch. She must have slept in because she could hear everyone downstairs, muted voices, clinking plates, music, and what sounded like a blender. So now that I spilled my guts to everyone, what's next? Maybe they bought me a bus ticket for today, or tomorrow, or maybe Nick will ask me to stay. She looked out the window at the beautiful fall morning. Light filtered through a wispy mist that drifted across the lake and into the woods. Birds called with extra cheer as if they knew it was Thanksgiving. Yeah, right. If anything, last night scared them off. You're all gonna die. Great way to make friends. No one wants a runaway with 2 babies and a bunch of baggage. I'll just take the bus. Montreal will be cool. It's far from Kurt and Dr. Teddy, and I can focus on studying for the MCATs. I'm better off on my own anyways. Abby got ready and threw on a pair of yoga pants and her Harvard Medical School sweatshirt. She opened her bedroom door and nearly tripped over Cadillac, who was laying across the threshold. He looked up at her, tilted his head, and gave a little whine. Good morning, Cadillac. He sprung up and waited for her to lead downstairs. She took a deep breath. Whatever, here we go. Abby walked downstairs, Cadillac by her side, and turned down the hallway toward the kitchen. As she passed the dining room, she slowed. Nick had turned it into a war room. Spread across the table were papers, pens, 2 laptops, and a half-eaten breakfast. Nick was running his finger down a notebook and talking on the phone. Hold on 1 second, Maya. Nick covered the phone. Good morning, Abby. She stopped in the doorway. Good morning, Nick. I've got something for you, an idea. I'll grab you later. Cool. She gave an awkward wave and headed for the kitchen. Okay, Sue, that's a good sign, right? Abby tried to hide her smile as she approached the kitchen. The smell of home cooking, delicious and comforting, stirred up an old feeling. Hey, there she is. Tracy looked up from chopping carrots. Good morning. Zoe turned from rinsing potatoes. Love the sweatshirt. How'd you sleep? Dana slid a giant bowl of cranberry sauce into the fridge. Really well, actually, Abby said. The bed was super comfy. Mine too, Dana said. Tracy wiped both sides of her hands on her apron. Can she have coffee? Dana leaned out from reorganizing the overstuffed fridge. Yep, she's good. Tracy handed Abby a steaming mug of coffee. Mikey was looking for you. They're in the garage. Go ahead, we'll bring out breakfast. Oh wow, thanks. Abby started down the hallway to the garage, then turned back toward the kitchen. "Oh, and thanks for the coffee." Tracy gave her an "it was nothing" wave. "You got it, hun." Abby stepped into the four-car garage and spotted Herman and TJ by a jacked-up car in the farthest parking spot. She walked past the stacks of food they'd unpacked the night before. "Looks like someone reorganized, probably Nick." She slipped past Herman's truck, then the Ark, and emerged in the fourth parking spot. TJ was sitting on a stool by a workbench, browsing on his phone. "Hey, morning," TJ said. "Morning," Abby nodded. Herman cleared his throat and TJ looked at him, confused. "Oh, sorry, here." TJ jumped off the stool and slid it toward Abby, then went back to browsing his phone. "Oh, thanks." She took a seat and sipped her coffee. "She's a 1981 Chevy El Camino," Herman said. "Walter Kennebec bought her online, asked us to fix her up for his next visit." It looked like an old muscle car, with a front like a station wagon and a back like a pickup truck. It was painted black with two mean red stripes down the hood. Mikey popped out from underneath wearing a black sweatshirt with a big H&M brand logo. He wiped grease across his forehead and grinned. "Hi, Abby." "Hi, Mikey. Did you know Cadillac slept at your door? He likes you." She looked down. The dog was curled up at the base of her stool. "Yeah, I guess he does. What are you working on?" "We're fixing the transmission for Mr. Kennebec. I can fix anything. I love cars. Did you know Cadillac is my favorite car?" Abby gave a warm smile. "My grandmother used to drive an old white Cadillac. It was cool." "Wow," Mikey said with genuine awe. "That's so cool. One time my dad drove me in a black Cadillac. We're gonna go again when he comes home from the army." "All right, that's enough gabbin'," Herman said. "Back to work." They both slid under the car. "All right, Mikey, this piece right here is stuck," Herman said. "I'm gonna count to 3, and you give it a good bang with the hammer while I pull down, see if we can't knock her loose. Got it?" "Got it. 1 to 2. Bang, got 'em it, boy. You hit my thumb. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," I said after 3. "You said on 3, Herman. I can't afford to lose fingers. They barely work as it is." "Herman, please, I barely even hit it. Count to 3 and the pain will go away." Mikey squirmed out from under the car and whispered to Abby, "What a big baby." "I heard that," Herman said. Abby covered her mouth and giggled. "Hand me that open-ended wrench," Herman said from under the car. Mikey fished around the toolbox and placed a wrench in Herman's extended hand. There was a bang, then the wrench clanged on the garage floor. "Got 'em it, Mikey. This is a ring-end wrench, boy. I said open-ended." "Herman, it's a combination wrench. Turn it around." There was a beat of silence. "Oh, so it is." Mikey put his hands on his hips and rolled his eyes at Abby. "Oh, brother." He turned back to the car. "Herman, can you please take a deep breath? You know the rule, no grumps in the garage." There was a big sigh under the car. Brian emerged from behind the Ark holding a cup of fruit, his hair wet, like he'd just showered. "Hey, Abby, good morning. I have orders to hand-deliver this to you." She took the fruit and spoon. "Thank you." "My pleasure." He smiled and started back toward the house. "Hey, Brian." He turned. "Yeah, what's up?" "Is the plan due, you know? Is Nick going to buy me another bus ticket? Or?" I don't think so. He told me to wait, said you didn't need a ticket. Do you want me to go ask him?" No, that's okay. Thanks, Brian." He nodded and headed inside. She smiled and chomped a big scoop of blueberries. "No bus ticket, that has to mean New Zealand, right? What else could it be? They're going to ask me to come, I knew it. A clang drew her attention to the car. Mikey and Herman were back underneath. "This thing keeps slipping out of my hands," Herman said. "God damn," he stopped himself and took a deep breath. "Mikey, could you please turn this for me? Between my old fingers and the grease, it's troublesome." "Of course, Herman. I'd be happy to help," Mikey said with exaggerated politeness. Abby giggled, took a bite of berries, and enjoyed the comedy routine. 10 minutes later, Zoe strode out from behind the ark carrying a steaming plate and a glass of orange juice. She put the juice on the workbench and handed Abby the plate. Zoe straightened and gestured to each item like a proud chef. "Today's breakfast special is an everything bagel with local cream cheese, goat cheese scrambled eggs with blistered tomatoes, a free-range maple chicken sausage, and sliced cucumber. Nick said you were having a craving." Abby grinned and nodded. "I was chomping one at the grocery store." Zoe laughed and clapped. "Love it. Who says you can't have cucumber for breakfast?" Zoe handed her fresh utensils and a napkin. "Can I grab you anything else?" "No, this is amazing. Thank you so much." "No problem. If you need anything, just holler. Maybe we'll hear you over the sound of these two." She gestured toward the car and rolled her eyes. They laughed and Zoe headed back to the house. Mikey emerged from under the car and cleaned his hands with a rag. Herman called out from underneath. "Hey TJ, hand me that big Phillips head screwdriver on the workbench." TJ stared at the bench, then grabbed a screwdriver and placed it in Herman's extended hand. There was a scraping sound, then a clang. "Got it." Herman squirmed out from under the car and glared at TJ. "This is a flathead. I said Phillips. Turn off your phone and listen for once." "Hey, do I look like a friggin' carpenter?" TJ lowered his phone. "I don't know what these things are." "Herman," Mikey stomped a foot and crossed his arms. "You need to be patient. TJ doesn't know our tools. Now try again nicely this time." Herman stood up and huffed. "I'm sorry for being short." He walked to TJ and softened his tone. "Look, this is called a flathead screwdriver because of the flat head. You see, this here with the little cross, it's called a Phillips head. They do different things. Does that make sense, son?" TJ nodded. "Yeah, makes sense." He picked up the Phillips head and offered it to Herman. "The big Phillips head." Herman gave a wink and a grin. "That a boy." TJ smiled. Dana peeked out from behind the ark. "Hey, Abby, can I steal you for a minute? I need your help with something." "Oh yeah, sure." Abby sprung up, put her plate on the workbench, and followed Dana to the house. As soon as they stepped inside, Dana turned. "Hey, I wanted to chat about your trip," she said softly, trying to stop a grin sneaking across her face. "So I talked to Nick, and he said you should stay with us for Thanksgiving dinner tonight. Do you want to?" "Yes, here it comes." Yeah," Abby smiled. "I'd love that." "Great. And then tomorrow, forget the bus. You should ride with us to Moose River." "I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. And from there you can cross straight into Canada. Nick got you a luxury fallout shelter in Montreal, and Herman and Mikey offered to drive, help you settle in." "Wait, what? No, New Zealand. He still wants to dump me in Montreal." Dana grinned. "Well, what do you think?" Abby forced her best fake smile. "Yeah, that would be great. Thank you so much." "Oh, and the best part. Your place is right next to McGill University. It's basically the Harvard Medical School of Canada. Perfect, right?" "Wow, yeah, that's perfect." Abby clasped her hands behind her back and dug a nail into her palm to stop from crying. "Are you sure?" Dana's eyes shifted to concern. "Listen, Abby, if you don't want to go to Montreal, you can tell me. I'll talk to Nick, maybe convince him to." "No, it's okay. Montreal's good. Tell Nick I appreciate it. Are you sure? Totally. Okay, I'll let him know. Abby flashed a quick smile and stepped back into the garage. As she walked toward the clanging tools, her eyes started to tear and the garage blurred. Why did you even hope? You're such a fool. It always ends the same, nobody cares, nobody wants you. Why would they be any different? She passed Herman's truck and stopped beside the ark. She didn't want the guys to see her cry. She could go back inside, but she'd never make it through the kitchen without the women stopping her. And she couldn't step outside because Kurt's soldiers might be around. Abby quietly opened the ark's rear passenger door, climbed inside, and eased it shut. Whatever, I'll just do my own thing. Get my MCATs up, get into McGill, become famous for my rare cancer research. I don't need anyone else. I'm better off alone. Cadillac pawed the door and whined. Abby covered her mouth and tears spilled down her face. It's a lie and you know it. McGill, Harvard, medicine, their history now. You'll never become a doctor. Nick, Dana, they're already gone. A month from now there won't be anyone left. Just you and 2 cursed babies alone in Montreal. Abby buried her mouth in her elbow and sobbed silently in the back of the ark. 25. All right, chefs, listen up. Tracy clapped her hands like a head coach. Everyone has a station in our pie assembly line. Nick stood with the rest of the group and admired the neat assembly line laid out across the kitchen island. Tracy pointed to the first station. Okay, D, you're first. Cutting applies. Dana sprung to her station and clasped her hands behind her back. Zoe, you're in charge of the filling. You've got sugar, brown sugar, flour, cinnamon, nutmeg, and lemon juice. You know what to do. Zoe took her station and saluted. Mikey shuffled up next to her. Mikey, leave that poor girl alone. Herman shook his head. It's okay, Zoe said. I need a buddy to help with the mix. Mikey stuck out his tongue at Herman. Herman scowled and grunted. Herman, you're lining the pie crust into the dish. Herman took his station. Then, Nick, you're bringing it all together, combining the apples and the filling inside the dish. Nick smiled politely. Tracy, I'm not a very good cook. I'll watch and offer encouragement. Oh, no, 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 Mr. Prepper. Tracy took Nick by the arm and dragged him to his station. My kitchen, my rules. Rule number 1 is no idle hands in my kitchen. If you can prep out there, you can prep in here. Everyone laughed. Nick smiled and manned his station with a nod. Okay, next up is Brian. You're laying the pie crust on top and folding over the edges. You know how I like it. Yes, ma'am. Then, Abby, come here, my dear. You're painting the top of the pie with this egg wash and sprinkling sugar. Be generous with the sugar. And lastly, TJ, you're taking this foil and making a pie shield around the crust. Then into the oven. Tracy stood back and admired her fully staffed assembly line. We're going to make 4 pies so we have leftovers, then we'll eat dinner, and they'll be ready just in time for dessert. Any questions? Okay, get to work. The group buzzed as everyone dug into their station. After a few minutes, Tracy strolled behind her line of workers and inspected each station like a factory boss. Nicely done, D, not too thin. Come on, Auntie D, Zoe Mock scolded. Not too thin. Dana gave Zoe a playful scowl and a gentle hip check. Looking good, Zoe and Mikey. Mikey lowered a hand by his side and plopped a giant dollop of pie mix onto the floor. Cadillac lapped it up. Herman looked down. Boy, you better not be feeding that dog again. Herman, Mikey pointed to Herman's station. Eyes on your own station. He looked at Zoe and gave a mischievous wink. Tracy rested a hand on Herman's shoulder. Is this okay for your hands, Herman? He nodded. I'll make do. She gave a squeeze and moved on to Nick. Well, look at that, not such a bad cook after all. She gave him a wink and stepped to Brian, who was squatting and carefully folding the edges of a pie. Okay, Brian, let's pick up the pace. They don't need to be perfect. They're going in the oven, not the museum. Brian squinted and kept folding. We had a saying back in the SEALs. Oh boy, here we go. Tracy and Zoe rolled their eyes at each other. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast, Brian said. There are two ways to do something the right way, and again. Okay, Hell Frog, Tracy patted his head. As long as my pies are ready sometime today. She moved on to Abby. Beautiful coat, even sprinkle perfect, my dear, keep it up. Abby gave a weak smile. Tracy stepped to the last station, where there was a backup of pies surrounded by crumpled and shredded aluminum foil. TJ, my friend, what's going on here? I can't, there's no, how the hell do you get it to tear straight? TJ crumpled a sheet of foil and threw it down. Haven't you ever used tin foil before? Tracy smirked. Maybe to make a hat or something like that. Everyone laughed. TJ crossed his arms. Plenty of times, but it was pre-cut sheets, not this homemade shit. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Tracy put a hand on his shoulder and softened her tone. It's okay, cooking is the art of adjustment. If you look here, the dispenser has a serrated blade. You just pull a sheet, fold it down, and tear along the blade like this. Yeah, but it's not straight. TJ pointed to Tracy's foil. Tracy looked down at her near-perfect sheet, bewildered. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is good enough. He cast his eyes to the floor and nodded. Yeah, okay, fine. 10 minutes later, TJ slid the last pie into the oven. Tracy applauded. Nicely done, nicely done. Okay, my little sous chefs, wash up and head to the dining room. Dinner is served. Nick stood at the back of the wash line for the kitchen sink. Up ahead, Abby finished washing her hands and walked past him toward the dining room. Hey, Nick stopped her. Did Dana fill you in on my plan? Yeah, Abby looked down as she dried her hands. Great prep, right? The place is a high-end loft right by McGill, jacuzzi, fireplace, smart home, the works. You're gonna love it. Abby looked up and glared. Yeah, great prep. She walked to the dining room. What the hell was that? Is she moody? A pregnancy thing? Did she change her mind about Montreal? Wash up, Nick. Tracy clapped. Everyone's waiting on you. Nick sat down and admired the steaming spread of turkey, stuffing, gravy, cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, green beans, sweet corn, and biscuits. Trace, this looks incredible, Dana said. Everyone echoed the sentiment. Should somebody, say something? TJ asked. Zoe, you want to say grace? Brian asked, then turned to the group. Would that be okay? Everyone nodded. Geez, Dad, don't put me on the spot or anything, Zoe said. Okay, everybody take hands and bow your heads. Nick held hands with Dana and Abby and closed his eyes. Tonight we think of. A chair screeched back. Nick's eyes shot open. Mikey hopped out of his chair, sauntered around to Zoe, inserted himself between her and TJ, and clasped their hands. Herman put a palm to his face and shook his head. Zoe closed her eyes and Nick followed. Tonight we think of all the good people in the world who are suffering, alone, afraid. Our hearts are with them, and we pray that you watch over them, Lord, and protect them in this moment of darkness. We're grateful to be prepped and safe, with shelter and money and resources to survive this awful plague. Zoe took a deep breath. Please don't give up on us, Lord. Don't let this be the end. Her voice trembled. We know we are deeply flawed, hopelessly drawn to evil, but look past our shortcomings, our sins, and see that there is still good in this world, still good in us. Soften our hearts so that we may see the good in each other. Dana squeezed Nick's hand. Whatever tomorrow may bring, tonight we're grateful to have each other. Tonight we're a family, and that's good enough. Amen. Amen, everyone echoed. Abby pulled her hand away. Nick opened his eyes, and everyone sat in silence. Jesus, kid, TJ said with glassy eyes. Was it too much? Zoe looked at Brian. He gave her a loving smile. Just right, Z-bird. Tracy dabbed her eye with a napkin. All right, everyone dig in before it gets cold. After a flurry of passing and scooping, everyone faced a full steaming plate. They took a first bite, buzzed about the flavors, and complimented the chef at the head of the table. As everyone dined, Brian leaned over to Tracy. Almost feels like salt of the earth, doesn't it? Tracy took a big bite of potatoes, closed her eyes, and nodded. What's salt of the earth? TJ asked. Tracy, her mouth full of potatoes, looked at Brian to answer. Salt of the Earth was a restaurant we opened. Well, Tracy opened it, really. She was executive chef and designed the whole menu as a fun, elevated take on comfort food. It was incredible. Lobster mac and cheese, ginger chicken noodle soup, the $1 million meatloaf, everything was to die for. People traveled from across the state, across New England to try it. We were always packed, line out the door. And in the 3 years she ran it, not a single staff member left. That place, it was magical. And, Dana said, she won Boston Magazine's Restaurant of the Year award 2 years in a row. You never told me that, Mom, Zoe said. Oh yeah, Brian said. They did a big feature on her. Tracy Donahue, Boston's Queen of Comfort. Place sounds great. What happened? TJ asked. Brian opened his mouth, then stopped and looked at Tracy. I got breast cancer, Tracy said. The room went silent. Tracy folded her napkin. The chemo was rough, which kept me from the restaurant. Plus it was expensive, and Brian's VA benefits didn't cover it all. So we took on medical debt on top of the loan to start the restaurant, and the mortgage. We lasted 8 months, then we shut it down. Tracy placed her napkin on the table and forced a smile. But I'm still here, so that's good, and I was able to go back to work a year later. Do you still cook? Herman asked. Kind of. I work at corporate cafeterias as a station chef. Baked potatoes, grilled chicken, that sort of thing. Actually, I worked at Apocalyptic last year. She gave TJ a humbled look. At night, I do the same thing for corporate events, fundraisers, stuff like that. Plus the occasional shift at the diner up the street. And weekends, I cook for the church soup kitchen. Zoe watched her mom, her eyebrows scrunched with concern. Tracy stared at the Thanksgiving spread, lost in a bittersweet memory. We get by, it's good work, but I forgot what it's like to cook with love. Well, on the bright side, now all your debt is gone. TJ smiled. Tracy laughed, then turned serious as the thought sunk in. She looked at Nick. Do you think so? Nick shrugged. Could be. If this goes how we think, debt, wealth, it won't matter. Tracy took Zoe's hand and looked at Brian and Dana. Well, we have each other. That's all the wealth we need. Zoe squeezed Tracy's hand. You know, my dad was a chef, TJ said, and wound up into pitch mode. After my parents moved to Queens from the slums of Mumbai, my father opened his own Indian restaurant. He didn't run that restaurant for profit because, trust me, there was none. He ran it to provide jobs for his employees and food for his community. TJ looked around the table at the annoyed, skeptical faces. He deflated. Actually, it was more like a soup kitchen, he said quietly, looking down at the table. All kinds of people coming and going, only some paying. He never turned anyone away, though. He treated everyone like family. TJ sighed. Everyone loved Tushar from Big Table. I was never charming like he was, but I was smart. I worked hard, did well in school. When I got a scholarship to Sterling Academy, my dad scrimped and saved to cover the remaining $2,000 of tuition. Then when I got into Stanford, well, I think that was the proudest moment of his life. He got up on a chair and told the whole restaurant Tushar Jr. was going to become president someday. Then he comped everyone's meal. TJ laughed at the memory. That's wonderful, Tracy said. Does he still run Big Table? TJ shook his head. 6 years later, when I was at MIT for my MBA, I started Zencryptic on the side, and it really took off. So I decided to leave school and focus on Zen, and my dad, he was devastated, said I was throwing everything away for an evil website. The words left a bitter taste in TJ's mouth. By then he was in financial trouble, partially because he gave away too much food and partially because the neighborhood had gone to shit. The restaurant used to attract good people who were down on their luck, but by then it was mostly riffraff. I asked him. I begged him to move Big Table to a better neighborhood. I gave him a check to cover it. But he refused, tore it up, said he didn't want my blood money. We had a blowout fight, and something changed for him. He never looked at me the same again. Herman tilted his head and studied TJ's face. 2 years later, he was killed in a robbery. They took $23 from the register. TJ shook his head. He would have emptied the whole safe if they'd just asked. TJ stared at the table with misty eyes. If he wasn't so goddamn stubborn, if he wasn't so disappointed, he would have accepted the money. He'd still be here. Anyways, TJ shook off his spell and looked at Tracy. He would have loved this. Not just the food, but, he gestured around the table. Just his kind of thing. Well, I wish he could have joined us. Tracy gazed at TJ, giving me notes on my little tandoori turkey experiment. TJ laughed and nodded. Speaking of, pass some of that my way before Brian eats it all. They dined and talked and laughed for another hour, happy and present, forgetting the world around them, until the smell of apple pie called them to dessert. Well, should we clean up? Get some dessert, Tracy said. I thought you'd never ask, Dana said. Everyone started up. Oh, no, no, no. Brian wagged a finger at Tracy. The cook doesn't clean, you know the rule. Sounds good to me. Tracy leaned back and beamed at the head of the table. I'll just sit here and watch my little sous chefs clean up. TJ stacked a few plates and headed for the kitchen. As he passed Tracy, he paused. Incredible meal. Thank you, Chef Tracy. She gave a polite nod. Herman followed behind with silverware and napkins. He smiled as he passed Tracy. Thank you for the meal and the company, Chef. She gave a mock bow. Mikey followed. You're the best, Chef Tracy. Then Zoe. Go, Chef Mom, proud of you. Next, Dana. Amazing as always, Chef Tracy. Tracy covered her mouth, her eyes shimmering. Next, Abby. Best Thanksgiving in well ever. Thank you, Chef Tracy. Finally, Nick. Thank you, Chef Tracy. He lingered. We're lucky to have you. Brian, the last in the room, stepped to Tracy with a loving smile. My queen of comfort. He stooped down and kissed her forehead. I love you, Chef Tracy. 26. They sat around the family room fireplace and watched as Mikey blew on crackling kindling. The flame grew and spread. He turned to the group with a proud smile. Nicely done, Mikey. Herman clapped a hand on his shoulder. Nicely done. Abby sat at the end of the couch next to the fire, Cadillac curled at her feet. How long until I can excuse myself for bed? I'm done playing house. Let's just get to Montreal and get it over with. Herman, can we read the new book? Mikey asked. No, 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 these folks don't want to hear that. Oh, yes, we do, Tracy grinned. Herman was working up an excuse when Zoe popped into the doorway. Look what I found. She held up a faded board game called Cranium. Yay, Dana started clearing the coffee table. 45 minutes later, the girls' team and the boys' team were tied in overtime. Okay, next unanswered point wins. Dana rolled the colorful dice. It landed on blue. Ooh, story time. What are these again? TJ asked. I pick someone on my team to draw a story time card, Dana said. If I can guess their answer before they give it, we get a point. Everybody ready? Okay, I choose Abby. Ugh, leave me alone, lady. I just want to go to bed. Abby drew a card from the stack and read aloud. What does your dream career look like and why? Ah, perfect. Dana did a little dance in her seat and scribbled her guess on a scrap of paper. Okay, Abby, go. I'd be a doctor. Dana raised her arms in victory. Whoa, 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 wait a minute. You have to say more than that, TJ said. It's not what job do you want. It's what does your dream career look like? Abby gave him an annoyed look. Okay, well, I'd go to Harvard Medical School, graduate top of my class, join a big research company, cure a bunch of rare cancers, become world famous, speak at conferences, sit on boards, then finish my career as a professor at Harvard. Everyone was dumbstruck. Dana grinned. Oh wow, TJ said. I thought you were gonna say pediatrician or something. Dana displayed her scrap of paper to the group. HMS plus rare cancer researcher. That's a point for us, Tracy said. We take the lead, you're up. Hold on, TJ said. And why? Why, because I guessed right. Dana gave him an annoyed look. No, the question was, what does your dream career look like and why? You didn't put the why on there. No point. All right, then I'll do it now. Dana scribbled on the paper. Everyone turned to Abby. Abby stared at the group. Why? I don't know for the money. Wait, no, come on, give your real answer, Dana said. I don't know why. Abby shrugged. Come on, Dana said. We talked about it at the grocery store. Tell us. Abby stared into the fire. Whatever. I'll never see these people again. If I'm a world-famous doctor, I'll always have someplace to belong, she said softly. I'll always have a home. The room went silent. Dana slid the scrap of paper into her pocket. Abby felt Nick staring at her. TJ cleared his throat and looked at Herman. Okay, we'll give you that one, our turn. He rolled the dice. Here we go, boys. A point here ties it back up. A miss, and the girls get the win. The dice landed on green. Scribble, TJ said. Herman, you take it. Herman cocked his head. Scribble, the hell is that? Mikey slapped a palm to his forehead. The one where you draw what's on the card and we guess. We've done it 5 times. Come on, Herman, this is for all the marbles. Herman grunted and drew a card. Oh, okay, this is an easy one. TJ started the timer. Ready, go. Herman gripped the stubby golf pencil in his stiff fingers and started to draw. Cloud, Brian shouted. Snowman, Mikey pointed. Tree, forest, bush, TJ said. Ooh, weightlifter, Brian said. No, basketball player. Ghost, Bigfoot, Nick said. Herman dropped the pencil. Got him it. He snatched it up and kept drawing. Superman, King Kong, Brian said, losing steam. What the hell is that? TJ said. Time S up. Girls win. Tracy exchanged high fives with Dana and Zoe. TJ blinked at Herman. What was it? A bear. A bear? What the hell? I don't know what kind of wildlife you get up here, but I've never, ever seen a bear that looks like that. Herman, that's not a bear. Mikey frowned and shook his head. Where are its feet? It looks like a worm. Right here, Herman pointed. How can you not see that? What is he doing? Brian squinted. He's stealing some honey, Herman said matter-of-factly. Everyone burst out laughing. All right, good game, Zoe clapped. How about another round? Everyone buzzed in agreement. Abby stood up. I'm going to bed. I'm tired, feet hurt, you know. Can I get you anything? Tracy asked. No, I'm good, thanks, good night. Abby turned and walked out. Abby sat in bed watching a med-school lecture on her iPad. She tried to finish one per night to stay on schedule with her MCAT prep. Plus, it helped her relax before bed. She turned up the volume as Harvard's chair of dermatology strolled across a packed auditorium. Following last week's discussion on contact dermatitis, today we're going to deep dive into allergic dermatitis. As you can see here, the exponential increase in disease prevalence is, frankly, astounding. There are a range of theories, but the latest research suggests. There was a gentle knock at her door. What is wrong with you people? Just leave me alone. She paused the video and sighed. Come in. The door opened halfway and Nick peeked in. Hey, sorry to bother you, I brought you something. He held up a steaming mug. Abby nodded and he entered. It's raspberry leaf and chamomile tea, he said. Mrs. Kennebec must be British or something because she's got like 50 different flavors in there. He laughed. She stared and blinked. Anyway, Dana said it would help with sleep. He placed a coaster on her nightstand and lowered the mug. Thanks, Abby said with a tone that asked, Are we done here? Yeah, no problem. Nick smiled awkwardly and started to leave. He stopped and turned. Oh, I was going through our food earlier and I found this. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out the yellow bun in the oven apron. He shook it out and held it up. I thought you might want it. Abby stared. Okay. Nick gazed down at the manic cartoon bun and chuckled. Then his smile faded. Abby, he looked up and met her cold stare. Come with us to New Zealand. An uncomfortable thrill surged through her body. He lowered the apron. I don't know what we'll do or how long this will last, but it's better than Canada. Come with us. Abby shifted and studied his face. Dana made you ask. No, this is me. He stepped closer. Back at the grocery store, I couldn't have done it without you. You're smart and resourceful and analytical. I need your help. We all do. Don't play games with me. She crossed her arms. I already told you everything about the virus. I don't know any. I know, he said gently. I know. She held his stare. I'm gonna have twins, you know, like 2 hungry, screaming, needy babies. I know, he said with a little smile. What if I say no? Then I'll ask again. And if I still whoa? Nick sighed and dropped his gaze. Then I'll just have to bring the apron instead. He dropped the apron's neck strap over his head and began to tie the waist. She scoffed. Oh my God, take that off. What? He smirked with mock innocence, turning like a model. You do like it. You look like a banana. She pulled the comforter up and buried her face. I think it looks good. I'll wear it, try me. Abby peeked over the comforter and burst out laughing. Nick did a slow spin. See, you're into it, I can tell. It's okay, you can admit it. She giggled and waved him off. Okay, okay. Nick stopped. Okay. Abby dabbed her eyes. She turned serious. You promise? I promise. Okay, I'll come. Nick took off the apron and laid it on the back of the chair facing her bed. He shrugged. I thought it looked good, but if you feel that strongly. Their eyes met and they burst into a final laugh. Good night, Abby. Good night, Nick. Nick pulled the door shut behind him as he left. Abby put away her iPad. She was done with medicine for tonight. She turned off the light, nuzzled into the comforter, and whispered a happy little squeal. 27. Nick swung into the family room with a spring in his step. He rubbed his hands together. "All right, guys, what'd I miss? Hit me with a scribble, I'm feeling hot." He stopped short. They looked like someone had died. "It's happening," TJ said quietly. "The panic is starting." "What?" TJ gestured at his phone. "Riots at grocery stores, quarantine zones in China, soldiers opening fire at EU borders. It's chaos." Nick's eyes darted back and forth as he calculated. "Tell him the rest," Brian said. "It's in New Zealand," Nick bad. TJ shook his head. "They activated the military and locked down the borders." Nick brushed it off with a decisive wave. "Doesn't matter, I'm a citizen, and this is why we use private airports." Dana was alternating between calculating on her phone and scribbling on scraps of cranium paper. She murmured, "It shouldn't be this fast. There's no precedent." She looked up. "Can the R not really be that high?" She flipped through scraps, and the growth rate, it's unheard of. Her eyes darted between two notes, then shot up to Nick. "If this is right, we're quickly approaching a tipping point." "Tipping point?" TJ asked. "What does that mean, then what?" Dana gathered her notes. "Then what? That's it, the end. There's nobody left to save." "What about vaccines?" Tracy asked. "If Dr. Teddy made one, then maybe other doctors can make one too." Dana scoffed. "Maybe. With full staff and functional facilities, best case scenario, we're talking 12 to 18 months. She tossed the notes on the table. "It'll be over long before that." Nick looked down at his watch, then up at Dana. 21 hours, we just have to make it 21 hours, then we're in the air." 28. Nick sat by the patio fire pit and skimmed the latest news. It was bad, worse than the others realized. He flipped through pictures of grocery store riots and fought the urge to go recheck their supplies. The patio door opened. Dana stepped out wearing an oversized purple sweatsuit that said, "I love Wolfeboro." Mrs. Kennebeck's closet must be a sight. "Can't sleep," Dana said. "Mind if I join you?" "Of course." He put his phone on the next seat. She curled into a chair on the opposite side of the circle and held out her palms to the crackling fire. "Ooh, nice and warm. Herman made it for me. I don't think that guy sleeps." Dana laughed and watched the fire's hypnotic dance with a sleepy gaze. "I can't believe it's real," she said softly. "Like, this could be the end." "It won't be. If we can make it there, we can buy a whole lot of time." "Yeah, but what about?" Nick's phone lit up as a silenced call came in, casting a bright beam into the night. He frowned and clicked a button to decline the call. "It's okay, you can answer," she said. "Nah, it's a client." "You don't answer your clients." "I'm the planner, I don't do live support, they know that." She nodded for a moment. "Do you like what you do, Nick?" He shifted. "I guess I used to, but now these last few years," he shook his head. "Not anymore." "Why not?" Nick reached to the seat next to him. "Marshmallow." He held up a bag of white puffs. "Tracy dropped them off on her way to bed." Dana chuckled. "No thanks, I'm good." He shrugged, skewered a marshmallow on a twig, and picked up a butane torch lighter. It was the type of kitchen blowtorch chefs used to finish creme brulee, but Nick liked it as a survival lighter and included two in all his clients' bug-out bags. He squeezed the trigger and a blue flame hissed. He started to brown the marshmallow. "So, clients hire me for one of two reasons." "Hold on," Dana pointed. "That's cheating." Nick looked down at the torch, then back up at Dana. "We're in the woods. You have to use the fire." He shrugged. "Oh, sorry, I didn't know there were marshmallow rules." "Yeah, there are," she said with a sassy grin. "And that's a big one." "Yes, ma'am, won't happen again." He lowered the stick over the fire. "So, clients hire me for one of two reasons. Most see me as a cheap insurance policy against losing everything they have. For just a few $1 million, they can sleep well at night knowing they're protected from a wide range of low-probability, high-impact events. The rest, they want to fantasize about the end of the world and all the wonderful change it will bring." "Fantasize? What do you mean?" "Well, they know something's coming. They see behind the curtain hell, they built the curtain. Some way, somehow, they're pulling the strings in this giant mess." He gestured around them, as if surrounded by an obvious tragedy. "They're smart, they know how the story ends, and they want a free pass when it all comes crashing down. But more importantly, they want to release their guilt by imagining a fresh start, a better, happier world." Dana curled her lip in disgust. Nick changed course. "Point is, planning for these guys, it wears on you. I consider everything they want, everything they need, everything that could happen, days and nights dreaming up everything that could possibly go wrong. Every horror, every variation, rewind, pause, slow motion, scrutinizing every detail, again and again and again. Most people never imagine the apocalypse. I replay it 100 times before noon." He withdrew his stick and inspected the marshmallow's crispy exterior. "The thing is, that shit seeps in. It doesn't shut off. All that time alone, dreaming of tragedy, dissecting our worst moments, it changes you." He chuckled. "I mean, try getting a good night's sleep after 14 hours prepping the rise of the lizard people." He nodded Dana a look and laughed. "Yeah, seriously." Nick plucked the marshmallow and popped it in his mouth. "So, to answer your question," he said with a gooey mouthful, "no, I don't like what I do." "Wow, Nick, how did you even find this line of work? I can't imagine your school offered a major in apocalypse planning for rich assholes." He laughed. "No, definitely not." "Pass me a marshmallow," she said, and nodded at the bag. "Just put it on your stick, we'll share." He skewered a fresh marshmallow and passed it over. "Well, I did major in social psychology and international relations at Georgetown. After graduation, I moved to Boston and joined Thorne Global, a big crisis management firm. Basically what I do now, but for large corporate and government assholes instead of millionaire assholes." He dropped a fresh log on the fire. "Anyway, I was there over a decade, and then there was an incident. So I left and started my own practice." "What kind of incident? Like a disagreement?" "Nah, more of an accident." "What happened?" He shifted uncomfortably. "It's not a happy story." "Tell me." "Dana, you don't want to hear it, trust me." "Nick, you know what I do for work every day. I can handle it." She plucked her marshmallow and popped it in her mouth with attitude. "Trust me." Nick nodded. "Okay." He picked up a twig, snapped off a little side branch, and tossed it in the fire. "Thorne sent me to a cobalt mine in Congo. Standard disaster planning with a bunch of checked-out managers. Nothing unusual. But at the end of the day, the client asked me to inspect some equipment in the mine. It was strange, but they were a big client, so I agreed." Nick stared into the flames. "These African mines, they're hell on earth. I mean, the locals believe they're an actual gateway to hell. You can't even imagine cold, dark, damp, appalling working conditions. Kids as young as 5, starving, drugged, slaving away day and night. I knew it was bad, but not like this. A fucking horror." He cracked off another little branch and threw it in. Well, I'm down there and there's a collapse, actually, a fire and then two collapses. We're trapped. The place is filling with smoke and fumes and dust, and we're all gonna die. He leaned in, and the flames danced across his face for a long, silent moment. I found a way out, an old sealed-off shaft. I got as many out as I could, and I was halfway up when I saw this little girl. She was blind, no more than 6 years old, and she was all alone, groping along a wall, trying to find the way out. Everyone had left her behind. So I went back in, which you never do in a disaster, and there was a collapse, and I passed out. I woke up in a Congo hospital 2 days later. He blinked out of his daze and tossed the whole stick in the fire. 23 people died, including 13 kids. 16 people got out. So you saved 16 people, Dana said. You were a hero. He laughed. Just the opposite, I was a villain. What do you mean? An American businessman, a tragic mine collapse, dead African kids. It drew international headlines, and these guys hate headlines. So the local government blamed me, spun up stories about negligence or sabotage or whatever. They held me in a Katanga prison camp for 6 weeks while the local media smeared me as a white devil. It was a nightmare. Finally, some high-level U.S. officials got involved and they let me go. When I got back home, Thorne offered me a big promotion. And I quit, started my own thing. He stood up and grabbed another log. Anyways, I'm getting out, retiring. I don't sleep right, flashbacks, nightmares, phantom burning smells. I know enough to know what it is. He tossed the log, and a burst of sparks swirled into the sky. I was headed to New Zealand anyway, before all this. Monroe just started my retirement a few weeks early. He plopped back into his chair and smiled. Once we get there, it'll be a nice, quiet, easy life. No prepping, no clients, just rest and fresh air. The new log caught fire and a stream of smoke drifted across Nick's face. He squinted and wafted it away, then stood and moved over 2 chairs. He looked up. Dana was scowling. So that's it, she said. You help rich and powerful assholes escape catastrophe for 10+ years, then you go through one yourself and now you're done. He sat back, caught off guard. I'm serious, she said. You have skills, money, connections, why don't you help? Help? What do you mean? I mean, instead of running off to your island paradise, how about you help clean up this giant mess your clients made? He scoffed. It's not that simple. It seems pretty simple to me. You wake up, you find someone who needs help and you help them. What's so hard about that? He stood up and raised his palms defensively. Look, I tried, trust me, for years I tried. But you don't understand, you can't fix this. It's too wide, too deep. What kind of excuse is that? You can't stand up and say something, or push back. Or... I did push back, Nick snapped, and they tried to kill me for it. Dana stopped. Nick sighed. At Thorne, we made money by helping clients handle disaster. A catastrophe would happen, there'd be public outrage, and leaders would bring us in to clean up the mess and prep for the next one. That was our sales cycle. Riot plans for Disney parks, terrorism prep for UNICEF, mass shooter scenarios for the Department of Education. Governments, NGOs, corporations, they spent billions on crisis consulting. It was the second great doom boom, with the Kennedy nuke era being the first. The world kept getting worse and business kept getting better. Every day was a new catastrophe and a new multi-million-dollar project. I rose up quickly. I was smart, hardworking, good with social psychology, and great with scenario planning. Plus, I was good with clients. Soon, I was a junior partner overseeing multiple projects. He sat down and exhaled a painful memory. I wanted to save the world, Dana. I really did. I felt like a first responder in my own way. I'd show up and ask, how do we fix this? How do we make sure this never happens again? How do we help more people survive next time? The more projects I took, the harder I worked, the more lives I saved. I was traveling or working 100 hours a week. No time for family or friends. Every new project was someone calling out for help, and I couldn't say no. Plus, I was happy because I was making a difference. I was preventing the next big disaster, helping people survive. I was saving lives. He leaned back and scrutinized the flames. But once I made junior partner, I started to see it, little oddities here and there. At first I thought I was imagining it, maybe it was just coincidence. But soon I saw the whole thing. Saw what? He looked up. We were starting work before the disasters. What do you mean, before? This one senior partner, he wanted to enter Argentina, pitched it as a huge untapped opportunity. He started ramping up staff, consulting local leaders, vetting suppliers. 6 months later, farmers in Buenos Aires lost 40% of their soybeans to a mutant species of aphids. Guess who they called? $130 million contract. I started seeing it everywhere. The playbook was simple. Something awful happens. We give leaders talking points. They push our never again sound bites. Public support swells, budgets appear. We lock in a mega contract. In Qatar, our largest banking client moved their executive suite across town 1 week before terrorists flew kamikaze drones into their building. We closed a $45 million contract with the government's new aerial security force and a $20 million contract with the bank. In Madagascar, one of our defense contractors delivered 2,000 military coffins to a rural village 24 hours before a lead factory contaminated their water supply, killing 1,800 people, $25 million contract. Leaders gained popularity, suppliers got contracts, citizens felt safe, and every step of the way Thorne raked in millions. How we were involved, I don't know. But I couldn't unsee it, a giant disaster machine. Death goes in and money comes out. How is that possible? How could anyone do that? Nick sighed. People have been planning disasters for profit since Moses brought the 10 plagues. There was the Great Chinese Famine. 50 million people died to cement Mao's power. The Chernobyl nuclear disaster, orchestrated by the KGB to scare Europe into sticking with Russian oil. And of course, J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. The Titanic. Sure, when the Titanic sank, J.P. Morgan's 3 biggest millionaire rivals were on board: Jacob Astor, Isidor Straus, and Benjamin Guggenheim. All 3 opposed the creation of the Federal Reserve, something Morgan desperately needed. He canceled his ticket last minute. All 3 rivals drowned, and the Fed opened a year later. She shook her head, dumbfounded. When you saw it at Thorne, why didn't you tell someone? Oh, I did. I told a senior partner at the firm, someone I considered a friend and mentor, and he told me I was imagining things to let it go. 2 months later, I brought him specifics, and he promised he would look into it. The next day they sent me to Congo, down into a mine with a deadly fire and a broken fan, a jammed elevator and a missing ladder. 23 people died because I asked the wrong question. Sitting in that work camp, I realized something. My entire career, I thought I was saving lives, but I was just a cog in a giant killing machine. He sat back and looked up at the stars. When I got home, I was numb. I took on as many clients as I could, filled every waking moment with work, and I never looked back. He met her gaze. I tried helping Dana, I really did, but it's just too broken. She gazed with her gentle doctor eyes. I'm sorry, Nick. I know how broken everything is. Trust me, I see it every day. But you can't quit. There are still good people out there and they're worth fighting for." He gave a frustrated little scoff. "You don't understand. I've seen behind the curtain and everything's broken by design. The greed, the corruption, the hate, it's a cancer and it's everywhere. Companies, governments, churches, people, you can't fight it. We're too far gone, all you can do is take care of yourself." She looked hurt. "What about us? What about Abby? What about me? Are we too far gone?" "That's not what I meant. You're the good ones. That's why I got you at the hospital. And that's why I'm bringing Abby to New Zealand." Dana's eyes widened. "You are? I thought you were sending her to Montreal." Nick cleared his throat and avoided her intense stare. "I guess I changed my mind. I asked her an hour ago, practically had to beg, but she said yes." He looked back up. Dana was studying him with probing eyes and a little grin. "What?" he said defensively. "Nothing. I just didn't expect that." "Yeah, well, anyways, what about you?" Smoke drifted into his face. He coughed and waved it away. "Are you getting any of this? Or is it just following me?" She laughed. "Nope, none at all." He moved to the other side of the circle. "What about you?" he said. "How do you do it?" "Do what?" "You know, how do you do what you do and not give up?" Dana crossed her arms defensively. "What do you mean?" "Working in a cut clinic. The people, the politics. I don't think I'd last a day." She sighed. "I don't know, I try not to look at the bigger picture. I just focus on the patient in front of me, then the next one, then the next." He let her answer hang, hoping for more. "But yeah, sure, it wears on me," she said. "The poverty, the desperation, the ignorance. Every day is like being down in that mine in its own way. It's a carousel of pain and suffering, round and round, day after day. Honestly, I don't know if I make any difference at all. The same people come in again and again, and all you can do is slap on a Band-Aid and tell them everything will be okay." She forced a smile. "But you stay positive. For the patients and the families and the staff, step into the cry closet. If you need to, then put on a smile and get back to work." Nick steered her to a lighter subject. "What about outside of work? What do you do with your free time?" "Outside of work? Let's see, well, between the hospital and the shelter I work 90 hours a week, so there's not a lot of free time. But I don't know, I jog around Crystal Lake, read books halfway through, bake more cookies than I can possibly eat, bug the Donahues, rewatch my favorite movies, drink too much wine and pass out on the couch. I don't know. I guess I'm boring." "I heard about the cookies, gobbles, right? What are they?" She was crying. "It wasn't always like this." She sniffled and wiped away tears. "So depressing. I was a happy kid, a dreamer, a feeler, a fighter." She shook a fist and laughed. "I always wanted to be a doctor, but the world I dreamed of saving died somewhere along the way. I didn't see it until my parents got sick. I was interning at Boston General, this amazing pediatric oncology rotation, and one morning my mom called and said they weren't feeling well, they had the flu. I was between patients and they were at a clinic nearby, so I figured they'd be fine. It was pneumonia. How do you miss that, Nick? Especially in two elderly patients. I would have found it in 30 seconds, but the next day my dad called and said my mom had passed. He went 2 days later." She rubbed the inscribed heart on her bracelet. "It was just so sudden. They were here one day and gone the next. My heart broke and Tracy's heart hardened. I quit my rotation, decided on public ER, and never looked back. As long as I'm working, I'm okay." Nick waited to see if there was more, but she just stared into the fire. "You're making a difference, Dana. Every day for all those people. You can't save everyone. You can't stop the carousel." She sighed and dabbed her eyes with her sleeve. Maybe you're right, Nick. Maybe it is too far gone. But maybe there's still some good left. He smiled. Speaking of, we've got a lot of marshmallows left. He held up the bag and grinned. Better get to work. A cloud of black smoke puffed into his face. He winced. I swear it's following me. She burst out laughing. Nick, just come sit here, there's no smoke. She patted the chair next to her. He hesitated, then moved over. She sat up and leaned toward him, her eyes sparkling. Okay, I'll have a marshmallow, medium char, crispy on the outside, gooey on the inside with just a touch of burn. Nick laughed. I'm a terrible cook. You're the baker, you should make it. He handed her the bag and leaned into her gaze. He saw it in her eyes now, clearer than before she wanted him. And he realized he felt the same. They leaned closer. A looming, misshapen figure stumbled from the shadows behind them. You folks need any wood up here? Herman cradled an enormous stack of firewood. Dana leaned back and crossed her arms. Herman shook his head. Mikey was supposed to bring it up, but that potato head left it in a pile on the beach. Now, what good is firewood soaking in a lake? God damn it, boy. No, Nick said. I think we're all set here, but thanks. Herman squinted at them, grunted, and dropped the firewood with a loud clatter. All right then, good night. He trudged back into the darkness. They looked at each other and snickered. Dana stood up and stretched. Well, I should probably head up. Long day tomorrow. She gave him a flirty smile. But you owe me a marshmallow. You know it. He returned her sweet gaze. Good night, Dana. Good night, Nick. She headed toward the house, and he tossed another log on the fire. She grasped the door handle, paused for a long moment, then turned. Hey, Nick. He looked up. Yeah. What happened to her? He tilted his head, confused. Who? The girl in the mine. His chest tightened at the sting of burning rubber. He peered through the flames and saw her there, groping, stumbling, disappearing into dust darkness. A whisper. When he finally spoke, his voice was haunted and gravelly. I don't know. He swallowed his soul and met Dana's eyes. I don't know. 29. Nick sat outside for another hour, poking the fire and replaying his conversation with Dana. A carousel of pain and suffering round and round day after day. Just look at Monroe, restarting mankind. He'd be right at home in my client book, another rich asshole gracing us with his better, happier world. Nick rested his throbbing head in his hands. Stay focused. If I can get to the ranch, none of it matters. But what am I gonna do with all these people? They're not moving in, that's for sure. Do Herman and Mikey think they're coming? No way, there's space on the plain. The fire had faded to glowing embers and the night air was starting to bite. He checked his watch, 1:02 a.m., 16 hours, and we're home free. His phone lit up with an incoming call, a beam of light in the darkness. These guys never listen. I don't do live. It was the operator. Nick snatched his phone. Nick Ritter, passphrase Wantabo Lake. Fully verified, Mr. Ritter, she said. Confirming GPS. Are you still in Wolfeboro, New Hampshire with your passenger? Yes. Sir, I'm calling because 10 minutes ago a client missed his rendezvous at Moose River. He's unreachable. I've dropped him off the list and reopened his flight. You're next on the wait list. Do you want his spot? Nick stood up. Now. Yes, sir. You're roughly 90 minutes away. We'll allow a 20-minute buffer, so takeoff is in 110 minutes. Can you make that work? Move and confirm. Nick started toward the house. Yes, we can. Okay, sir, just a moment. She started typing. He stepped inside and whispered, Can you take 7 passengers? The typing stopped. Say again, sir. Nick cupped the phone as he crept up the stairs. 7 passengers. Can you take 7? 7? The typing was slower this time. No, sir, this is a small aircraft. Based on weight capacity, the limit is 2 passengers, both under 250 pounds and no bags. Shit, he moved down the hallway toward TJ's room. What about my pilot? She paused. Your pilot is waiting at the airfield, sir. He's ready to depart as soon as you arrive. No, my current pilot, Brian Donahue. We'll assign him another client. When would they fly out? How much longer? For security reasons, I can't discuss other client details. Nick snapped as best he could while still whispering. Come on, whoever you assign, I probably did his escape plan. Now I need to know when my pilot would fly out. She paused. We'll assign the next client on the wait list to your original flight. Leaving today at 5 p.m., I'll contact Mr. Donahue shortly with details. Nick reached TJ's door and stopped. Sir, do you want this flight? If you decline, you forfeit your spot and your deposit. If you accept, you'll be at your ranch within a day. But I need to know in the next 10 seconds, or I'm required to move down the wait list. I can't just leave them in the middle of the night. His hand hovered over the door handle as his eyes darted back and forth in the dark, speeding through the scenarios. Sir, they'll be right behind us. If we go ahead, we can make sure it's safe. Plus, we'll free up capacity for Abby on the second flight, maybe even Herman and Mikey if. Okay, sir, I'm declining the flight. We'll take it. Are you sure? 110 minutes, we'll be there. Nick twisted the handle and silently burst in. Nick and TJ crept down the hall toward the kitchen. Hey, TJ whispered, what about the? We'll talk in the car, Nick said. The kitchen still smelled like apple pie. When they reached the island, there was a loud click and overhead lights flooded the room. They flinched and looked around. Herman was leaning against a counter, scowling. Aw shit. They must have been a guilty sight, tiptoeing through the house at 1 a.m., Nick carrying his bug-out bag, TJ half awake with sleep mask lines across his face. Herman, listen, Nick said. A flight just opened up. We're leaving now to free up capacity on the next flight. That way Abby can come. Maybe you and Mikey too. Herman raised a palm and grunted. Save it, I heard you on the phone. He tossed car keys to Nick. Take my truck. If you're gonna abandon these people, at least leave the good car. Herman, I'm not abandoning anybody. There's limited capacity. You don't have to sell me, Nick. It's better if you go. These people trust you, they'll follow you anywhere, but son, you're lost. He extended an arm toward the door. You wanna go, go. I'm going to call Brian, fill him in and coordinate. Ma'am, Herman said. Nick, we gotta go, TJ whispered and headed down the hall to the garage. Nick backed toward the door. Listen, I'll call you from the road, we'll figure it out. He turned and followed TJ. Hey, Nick, Herman said. Nick stopped in the doorway, his back to Herman. What's the point of surviving if there's no one worth living for? Nick hung his head and walked out. Herman's truck groaned along Cradle Cove's winding, pitch-black road. Hey, TJ said, so I was gonna ask, not that I'm complaining, but what about Brian and the gang? Do they, they'll be good, right? We'll call them from the highway. I would have woken them, but we don't have time for a debate. Nick glanced at his watch. It's gonna be tight as it is. They'll be half a day behind us, and if they get stuck, they've got the supplies and 2 fewer mouths to feed. Nick turned onto the long straightaway that led to the little wooden bridge and accelerated. Their headlights shimmered off a truck parked in the middle of the road just ahead. Nick squinted. Is that The truck's high beams exploded with light, blinding him. "Oh shit," TJ yelled. Nick slammed on the brakes. They skidded to a crooked stop in the middle of the road. The truck crept to within a few yards of their bumper and idled. "What the hell?" TJ said. Nick shaded his eyes from the blinding light. Suddenly it went black, revealing a big red pickup truck. Two smaller pickups pulled alongside, and a white Mercedes sedan rolled to a stop behind the three-car roadblock. Kurt Hunziker hopped out of the red pickup. "Hiya, Nick. Nice ride." "Shit," Nick cracked his door. "Stay in the car." He met Hunziker between their trucks. "Now, where are you and Mohammed headed in the middle of the night?" "We're leaving town. Called away on business." "That's so," Hunziker gestured, and two heavily armed soldiers began inspecting Herman's truck. Dr. Teddy Monroe strolled from the shadows behind pickups. "Good evening, Nick." "Dr. Monroe." "Look, Nick, I think you know why." Monroe squinted at Herman's truck. "Is that TJ Chandra?" "Who?" Hunziker said. Monroe approached the truck and TJ stepped out with an awkward wave. "TJ, good to see you. We met briefly at the Innovator Awards." Monroe extended a hand. "Dr. Teddy Monroe, a pleasure. I'm a big fan of Zen." TJ smiled and nodded, then glanced nervously at Nick. "How do you two?" Monroe pointed back and forth between them. "He's a client," Nick said. "Fantastic." Monroe clapped. "Well, listen, gentlemen, I'm sorry to disrupt your evening, but I think you know why we're here. Can you help us locate Abby? Just point us in the right direction and you can be on your way." Hunziker stepped toward Nick. "Is she in the fourth house down on the left?" Wiretap strolled up, pinching and zooming on his giant tablet. "Looks like it's 11 Cradle Cove." Nick raced through the options in his head. "Is she there, Nick?" Hunziker moved closer. Nick swallowed his nausea and chose a path. "Yes, she is." "We gonna meet with any resistance?" Hunziker rested a hand on his sidearm. "It's the same group as before." Hunziker grinned. "All right, boys," he yelled over his shoulder. "We got a live situation. Gear up." A dozen soldiers spilled out of the pickups and began strapping on gear and loading assault rifles. Hunziker jogged back to his truck and pulled to the side of the road. "You're doing the right thing, Nick." Monroe patted his shoulder. "She'll be safe in our care, I promise." He turned to TJ and extended a hand. "TJ, it was a pleasure. Keep up the great work with Zen." TJ shook with a stiff smile. Monroe walked toward Hunziker's truck. Nick and TJ headed for Herman's pickup. "Oh, and TJ," Monroe called as he spun, "I'm sure you've been following this crazy virus situation, but there's a lot of speculation on Zen that, well, just take care of yourself. Stay safe, okay?" TJ gave a thumbs up and a pale smile. "Got it. Good tip." He hustled into the passenger seat and buckled up. Nick cracked the driver's side door and scanned the scene one last time. Hunziker and Monroe stood by the red pickup, chatting and gesturing toward the house. Tammy sat shotgun, arms crossed, scowling like an angry witch. On the other side of the road, the soldiers circled up, a zoo of men in mismatched tactical gear, their bodies a strange mix of malnourished thin and junk food fat. Blitzkrieg carefully handed out flashbang grenades one by one, then flipped the last one at Big Ron. "Rise and shine." Ron juggled the grenade and pulled it to his chest. Everyone burst out laughing. Blitzkrieg tossed back an energy shot and flicked the bottle into the woods. "All right, ladies, it's Hiroshima time." "Nick," TJ whispered, "let's get the hell out of here." Nick looked down to respond and startled at his reflection in the window. His face, backlit by Hunziker's headlights, was a veil of shadows, grave, tired, worn, a dark, broken stranger. He squinted ahead at the lamplit bridge that led out of Cradle Cove to the highway to Moose River to New Zealand. He looked back toward the house, where everyone was sound asleep, resting up for their big trip. Dana snuggled in her I Love Wolfeboro sweatsuit. Abby passed out with her iPad. Nick. TJ snapped his fingers. Let's go, we're gonna miss. Bang, a gunshot cracked and echoed through the woods. Everyone flinched and ducked. Jesus fucking Christ, Ron, Hunziker stomped across the road. How many times I gotta tell you, finger off the fucking trigger. Now we gotta go in hard. Load up. He clapped at the soldiers and they scrambled to their trucks. Go, go, go. TJ banged the dashboard. Let's. Nick slammed his door and strode directly at Monroe. I'll get her. Monroe looked up and cocked his head, half confused, half interested. Nick pointed at the trucks. If they go in, someone's gonna get hurt, maybe Abby. Let me do it, I'll bring her out safely. Hunziker jogged in. No need, Doc, we got it covered. We'll go in graceful. Please, Dr. Monroe, she trusts me. She'll follow me. Hunziker glared down at Nick. All right, Nick, Monroe grinned. We'll do it your way. 30. Nick rolled up to the dark house. Motion sensor lights flooded the driveway. Monroe's convoy pulled in behind, blocking him in. Nick unzipped his bug-out bag and dug through. What are you gonna do? TJ asked. Bring her out. And then we're going to make our flight. Nick pulled out a prepaid cell phone and slipped it into his back pocket as he stepped out of the truck. Hunziker's men were gathering at the front steps, preparing to storm the house. 2 minutes, Nick, Monroe called from his car. If she's not out in 2 minutes, I send in the cavalry. Blitzkrieg spat dip toward Nick and flashed a shit-eating grin. Lay on the horn, Nick said to TJ. What? Do it now. He slammed the truck door and bounded up the steps. The horn blasted. Nick burst through the front door and closed it behind him. Brian crouched beside a front window in gym shorts and a tank top, delicately peeling back the curtain with one hand and gripping a semi-automatic pistol with the other. Abby, Nick yelled as loud as he could. He moved into the house and called back to Brian, put the gun away. Dana, Zoe, and Tracy huddled on the living room couch. Where's Abby? Nick said. A bedroom door opened above them and he looked up. Abby stepped to the banister in pajamas, her face a mix of dread and terror. Come down, now. She rushed downstairs, one hand on her belly, the other gripping the handrail, and faced Nick in the center of the room. Abby, listen to me carefully. They're going to take you. Like hell they are. Herman stormed into the room and racked his shotgun. Brian answered the battle call and racked the slide on his pistol. Get in the basement, he said to his family. No, Nick said, everybody stays here. He pointed to Herman. Brian, take his gun. Over my dead body, Herman said. God damn it, Herman, Nick said. There are 14 soldiers out there, hopped up like some hillbilly SWAT team. In 90 seconds, they're gonna toss flashbangs in here, shoot us all, and take her anyways. Put the gun away. Herman bludgeoned Nick with a look what you've done glare as Brian gently lifted away his shotgun. Brian slid both weapons under the couch and stepped back into the corner of the room. Get behind me. He beckoned to his family. Nick turned back to Abby. She glared at him, fists clenched at her side, chest heaving, her face a mix of deep hurt and boiling rage. They're going to take you. You promised, she said through gritted teeth. I know, I'm sorry. Listen carefully because we don't have much time. I got moved to an earlier flight and I'm leaving now. Brian is leaving today at 5 p.m. with a new client. You can still come with us. Escape from Monroe and go back to the road where we first found you. Brian will stash a cell phone there. Call him and he'll pick you up and drive directly to the airport. If phone lines go down, send a text. If that doesn't work, just wait there. He'll stop by at 3 p.m. On his way to the airport, Nick tossed the prepaid phone to Brian, who caught it effortlessly. Put everyone's number in the phone and stash it on the road. There should be an extra seat on your flight. If you bring her to New Zealand, I'll pay you $200,000 on top of your existing contract. Brian slid the phone under the couch and looked offended. I'll bring her, Nick. You don't have to pay me. Tracy glared at Brian. Nick turned back to Abby. You have 14 hours to escape. Get to the road and Brian will bring you to New Zealand. Do you understand the plan? Oh, I understand. Her voice trembled. Nick placed his hands on her shoulders. Abby, I'm so sorry, I promise. The front door blasted open. Everyone flinched. Sweetheart, Daddy's home, Hunziker sang. Soldiers streamed into the room, guns raised, gloved fingers on triggers. Somewhere in the back of the house, a door burst open and glass shattered. Seconds later, 5 soldiers poured in through the hallway door. Hunziker stepped into the living room. Everyone had their hands in the air except for Abby. There's my little angel. Your mama's been worried sick. Time to come home. Abby looked at Nick for direction. He took a deep breath and nodded for her to go. Big Ron lumbered to Abby and grabbed her by the elbow. Let's go, princess. He dragged her toward the door and she tripped on the corner of the coffee table, falling to her knees. Get your hands off her. Herman Two Hands shoved Big Ron square in the chest, sending him stumbling backward. The coffee table took out his legs, and he crumpled into a wedged heap between the table and the couch. Fucking coon. Blitzkrieg rushed in from Herman's blind side and sucker punched him with an arching left hook. Herman reeled into the wall, then recovered and raised his hands with the instincts of a boxer. A bald soldier rushed in, and Herman buried an uppercut in his chin, crumpling him into a limp ball. A gorilla-like soldier roared and swung a meaty fist at Herman, who dodged effortlessly and returned 2 quick jabs that the ape into a stiffened face plant. Herman turned to Blitzkrieg and beckoned for him to advance. Blitzkrieg returned a wicked grin as Big Ron raised the butt of his rifle high above the back of Herman's head and rammed it down with a sickening thud. Herman went down and soldiers swarmed, raining down a vengeful storm of punches and kicks. Fucking spook. Fuck you. Hit him in his good eye. Blitzkrieg shrieked and raised the butt of his rifle. Hold his hands. Brian locked on Nick with wild eyes and glanced down at the couch, his fingers outstretched, ready to strike. Nick gave a firm head shake. Do not engage. Brian clenched his fingers into a fist and glared at Nick. Stop, Dana cried. You're gonna kill him. Tracy clutched Zoe to her chest and turned away. Abby watched wide-eyed, frozen in horror. Hold his fucking hands. Mikey charged in from the hallway with a full-throated battle cry and leapt onto Blitzkrieg's back, wrapping him in a rear choke. Cadillac skidded in, snarling, and sank his teeth into Blitzkrieg's calf. The soldier shrieked and spun and clawed at Mikey. 3 soldiers tried to pry Mikey off, but his grip was too tight. They started pummeling him. 2 soldiers kicked at Cadillac until he yelped, released, and struck again. Blitzkrieg fumbled at his sidearm, drew the pistol, and fired a deafening shot into the wall. Everyone froze. He aimed the pistol down at Herman. Mikey and Cadillac released and retreated. Blitzkrieg, sweaty and heaving, stepped over Herman's body and aimed the gun in his face. He cocked the hammer with a trembling hand. Any last words? The room went silent, everyone braced for the shot. I can't see, I'm going to faint. Abby stumbled, grabbing at the fireplace mantel, knocking off picture frames and porcelain bowls. Dana rushed over and steadied her. She needs a doctor. Oh God, here we go. Hunziker rolled his eyes. All right, princess, the dock's outside. Let's go before you get somebody killed. He turned to Blitzkrieg. Let's roll out, Private. Blitzkrieg towered over Herman, glaring with crazy eyes, his hands shaking. Private, Hunziker barked. Roll out, that's an order. Blitzkrieg lowered his gun and stared down at Herman with fascination. He looked up at Big Ron and grinned. Hiroshima, bitches. They burst out laughing, and Blitzkrieg limped out the door. Dana helped Abby walk out. Search the place, Hunziker said, and the remaining soldiers moved into the hall. He stopped and squinted at Brian, who was standing in front of Zoe and Tracy. You a Navy man. Brian's tank top exposed a patchwork of scars and burns, plus 3 tattoos. On his right shoulder was a faded green Celtic cross, and on his left shoulder was a seal trident and a frog skeleton, signature marks of the Navy SEALs. Yes, sir, Brian said cautiously. SEAL Team 6. Served in the Eurozone and briefly in Egypt. Hunziker's face lit up. SEAL Team 6, the Hell Frogs, the guys that took out Captain Cairo. Oh man, you boys are legends. I was Navy, mostly Egypt, a little Eurozone. Hooyah. Hooyah, Brian said. Listen, you should come join us. I could use a guy like you. Bring the whole family, not the mouthy Arab and the other riffraff, but the girls can come. Tracy stepped in front of Zoe. Thank you, General, Brian said. That's very generous, and we'd love to, but we're headed out of town today. Old Glory poked his head into the room. General, you gotta see this. Hunziker started after Old Glory, smiling at Brian as he passed. Offer stands if you change your mind, soldier. Brian returned a grateful nod. They were alone. Nick exhaled. Brian, I'm sorry. Nick started backing toward the door. TJ and I have to go. We're gonna miss our flight. Follow the original plan with your new client. Plant the phone and pick up the package. He nodded toward Abby outside. I'll call you from the road. Tracy pushed Brian aside. Are you kidding me? Abby's abducted, Herman's beat half to death, and you're worried about your flight. Herman pulled himself up behind the couch, his face a bloody mess, and teetered. Mikey steadied him, and Tracy rushed over to help. Brian, please, Nick said. This is the only way everyone gets out safely. You see that, right? Brian pulled down the neckline of his tank top, exposing a tattoo above his heart. No man left behind. He shook his head like a disappointed father and followed Tracy. Herman, I'm sorry. Nick reached the living room door. Come with Brian tonight. If there's no room, I'll find you another flight. I promise. Herman spat blood at Nick's feet. Nick turned to the doorway and bumped into Dana as she rushed in. Is Herman okay? She froze. Where are you going? I have to leave right now, or we're going to miss the flight. I'll be waiting for you in. Her eyes widened, and she threw up her hands and brushed past him into the room. He watched her go, took a step to follow, then turned and walked out the door. Nick swung open the truck's driver's side door and stopped. He spotted Abby sitting in the back of Monroe's Mercedes. A nurse sat beside her, monitoring her blood oxygen level while Monroe squatted outside, checking her blood pressure with a stethoscope and cuff. Tammy hovered near the open door, arms crossed, glaring at Abby. Hunziker stood in front of the scene, directing his men as they loaded up Nick's food and medical supplies. Abby looked up and locked eyes with Nick. I'm so sorry. Get free, I know you can. I'll wait for you in New Zealand. She stared back with wounded eyes, and her voice whispered in his head. You promised. Zoe walked past and broke his stare. She handed Hunziker Abby's backpack. Here's her stuff, General Hunziker. Monroe removed his stethoscope and smiled at her. Thank you, sweetheart. How thoughtful. Zoe flashed a polite smile and rushed back to the house. Hunziker unzipped the backpack, pulled out the Harvard Medical School sweatshirt, and flung the bag into his truck bed with a bang. He looked at the sweatshirt's logo with disgust and tossed it to Wiretap. Wiretap flipped open a knife, plunged it through the hood, and shredded up. He reached in and removed a small GPS tracker. He flipped the tracker to Hunziker, who dangled it at Nick with a giant "fuck you" grin. Monroe shut Abby's door and opened the front passenger door. "Thank you, Nick," he smiled and waved. "Appreciate your help. Safe travels." Nick climbed into Herman's truck and watched the Mercedes drive away in his rearview mirror. "We're not gonna make it," TJ said. Nick watched the soldiers wander in and out of the garage. "Oh, we're gonna make it." He stepped out of the car and approached a soldier smoking a cigarette, leaning against the pickup directly behind them. "Private, could you please make a path? We have to go." "Whoa, whoa, whoa, where's the fire?" Hunziker strolled over. "Relax, boss, we're almost done." "General Hunziker, sir, we have a flight to catch. If you could please take just a moment." TJ blasted the horn and gestured impatiently. Hunziker flipped him off with both hands and backed away. Nick climbed back into the pickup. How was that helpful? He was about to move. They sat in silence another 5 minutes, watching the soldiers load. Come on, we're not gonna make it," TJ said. Nick squinted at his phone. "It's mostly highway. If we do 100 the whole way, we can make it." The soldiers finished loading and climbed into their trucks. Nick started the engine and shifted into reverse. "Okay, here we go." The convoy backed out slowly, with Hunziker leaving last. As he reached the road, he put his truck in park, stepped out onto the running board, and leaned over the open door. "Have a nice flight, asshole." He aimed his pistol and cracked off a single shot. Their rear tire popped and hissed. The truck sank as Nick gripped the steering wheel and watched Hunziker disappear in his rearview mirror. "We can take the other car, the Ark." TJ pointed at the garage. "Let's go." "We can't leave them with nothing," Nick said quietly. "They'll miss their flight." "No, listen, we take the Ark and they fix the tire for tomorrow." "This truck can't fit them all." "Shit, well, they can find another car. There's plenty of time to look." TJ glared. "Nick, come on." "We're not gonna make it." Nick dialed the operator. "We need more time." "Operator." "Nick Ritter, passphrase Wantabo Lake," he said, his tone tired and defeated. "Fully verified, sir. What's your status?" "We ran into a conflict situation. We're through it, but we need more time. Can you delay the flight?" "Unfortunately, sir, I cannot. If you miss the flight, you forfeit your deposit and you're off the wait list." "Please, we just need another hour." "Respectfully, sir, you know how this works. You wrote most of the rules. Right now I've got 9 clients within 20 minutes of Moose River, all begging for a call. I'm sorry, sir. I can try to find you something else, but you're at the bottom of a very long list." Nick rubbed his face and sighed. "Fine. We'll just stick with the original flight plan today at 5 p.m. Sir, we've given your spot to another client. He's en route to your pilot now." Nick's head whipped up. "What, already? How much space is on that flight?" "Silence, please help me." Slow typing. "Look, you know I can't share this," she whispered, "but it looks like a single client and a mid-size aircraft. So after Mr. Donahue and his family, there are 3 open seats. Officially, you're at the bottom of my list. But if you can convince everyone to let you join, that's up to you. That's all I can say. Good luck, sir." Nick lowered his phone and looked up at the house. His stomach turned. He wondered how long it would take to swim to New Zealand. They stepped out of the car in silence and TJ trudged toward the house. Brian and Tracy stood on the front porch, drawn outside by Hunziker's gunshot. "What happened?" Brian asked as TJ plodded up the steps. "We missed our flight." TJ brushed past them and walked inside. "And now we have no ride," he added over his shoulder. Tracy gave a satisfied little scoff and followed him inside. Brian looked down at Nick for a moment, then turned inside and shut the door behind him. Nick lowered the tailgate on Herman's truck, sat down, and stared into the woods. His breath drifted away in misty puffs, backlit by the driveway's motion floodlights. What a complete and total catastrophe. Herman, Mikey, Cadillac all hurt, who knows how badly. Abby's gone. We lost our food, our medicine. We're down a car. We need a new house. I have no flight and I'm banned from the wait list. There aren't enough spots for everyone on tonight's flight. And panic is spreading as a deadly virus erases mankind. He lowered his head into his hands and squeezed hard. "Oh, and everyone hates me. They should. This is my fault. I can't go back in there. I can't face these people. I never should have." "Hey there." He looked up. Dana stood by the truck, wrapped in an oversized winter jacket. "Hey." He cast his eyes to the ground. "Mikey has a concussion, some bruising, but he'll be okay. Herman will survive, but he may lose vision in his left eye, which would leave him effectively blind. I won't know until the swelling comes down. I need to stitch up some lacerations, but they took all our medical supplies. There's a surgical kit in my bug-out bag." He thumbed behind him, "on the seat." She paused, waiting to see if he'd say more. Then she grabbed the bag and started back toward the house. "She knows, right?" His voice was rough and pained. "They were going to tear through and take her anyway. She knows that, right?" Dana stopped and turned. "Dana, he looked up at her with haunted eyes. "I can't keep these people safe. What am I supposed to do?" She placed down the bag, walked back to Nick, and sat on the truck bed beside him. "In my first year as a doctor, I had a patient, a little boy with cystic fibrosis. It's a nasty disease in kids, and he had it bad. His lungs were always filled with fluid and he couldn't breathe. I was the new, bright-eyed doctor, and I insisted on taking his case because, you know, I love the broken ones." She rolled her eyes. "His treatments were awful: nebulizers, horse pills, vest therapy. Every day was torture for this poor kid. Honestly, I couldn't have done it. But he never complained. I mean, he literally never said one bad thing. The way he was, quiet and kind and grateful, it just got to me. It got under my skin. And I decided that no matter what happened, I was going to save this boy. So I told his parents, there's a breakthrough gene therapy trial starting early next year. Whatever it takes, we will make it to that trial, I promise. Your son is going to be okay. You're going to take him home." She chuckled and shook her head. "As a doctor, you never ever say that, but I made Christopher my personal mission, my obsession. I attended to him 7 days a week. Holidays, days off, didn't matter. I oversaw every treatment. I called or texted his parents every night. And amazingly, I got him a match off the double lung transplant list, which would buy us enough time to join the trial. The transplant was a success. Christopher got better and better, and he was on track to be one of the first children ever cured of cystic fibrosis." She raised her arms in triumph. "I was the hero doctor I always wanted to be. The nurses baked him a cake with 2 big blue lungs, and his parents got him this little black bunny. He named it Dana." She laughed. "Nick, you haven't seen real, true joy until you've seen a child given a second life." She basked in the happy memory for a long moment. At 5:41 a.m., the morning of his release, an unlicensed orderly administered a massive dose of the wrong medication, and Christopher went into cardiac arrest. Nick looked up, eyes wide. Tears streamed down Dana's cheeks, her gaze lost deep in the woods. It happened fast. I don't think he suffered. Her voice wavered. I did 90 the entire way to the hospital, straight through 3 red lights, but by the time I arrived, he was gone. She exhaled and wiped away tears. Dana, that's not your fault. Of course it's my fault. It happens all the time. She shook her head. I should have been there. It never would have happened if I was there. She paused and gathered herself. His family showed up in a limo an hour later, overjoyed to bring their little boy home, and I had to sit them down in my office and explain how I failed, how I lost Christopher an hour ago. The father was inconsolable. He raged and cursed and tore up my office and stormed out. Christopher's mother, she just stared up at the wall, at this cheesy poster with 2 turtles hugging above the phrase, "Hope is the last thing ever lost." I kept crying and apologizing. "I'm so sorry, Lucy. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I lost him. I should have been there. I lost him." And she took my hand, looked into my eyes, and said, "Thank you, Dana. You were our light in the darkness." And then she walked out. Dana's words hung in the frigid air. She took Nick's shivering hand and gazed into his eyes, her expression as warm and comforting as her gentle grip. "We need you, Nick. I need you. Without you, there's nothing but darkness." "Dana, I can't save everyone." She squeezed his hand and leaned in. "So save the good ones." 31. "Where were you, Nick?" Tracy crossed her arms and glared. They were seated in the wrecked living room, the Donahues on one couch, everyone else on the opposite couch. Muddy boot prints crisscrossed the white rug, broken pictures and bowls covered the fireplace, blood streaked the hardwood floor, and cold air drifted in from a shattered window somewhere in the back of the house. 2 bug-out bags sat open on the coffee table. "Yeah, Nick, where were you?" Mikey crossed his arms. Herman grunted in support, a bag of frozen peas pressed against his eye. Nick panned across the jury of angry faces. He took a deep breath. "Look, I'll explain it again. Before I met you, TJ and I paid to be put on a priority wait list. If a faster escape route became available, we'd have a chance to upgrade. The operator called me an hour ago and gave us 20 minutes to get on the road. I asked if you guys could come, but there wasn't space, and she assured me you'd be right behind on the original flight at 5 p.m., so I took the new flight to open up spots on your flight. That way Abby could come, maybe even Herman and Mikey. I didn't have time to wake everyone and discuss, so I was going to call you from the highway, but we never made it past the bridge." "You were going to call and say what exactly?" Tracy asked. "Good luck with your new client. I'll send you a postcard from my private ranch." "You shouldn't have left, Nick," Mikey said while stroking Cadillac. "That's really bad." Nick rubbed his temples and sighed. "Look, what's done is." "We didn't have to come back, you know," TJ said. "They let us go, but he offered to play hostage negotiator so you wouldn't get blasted to pieces." Everyone looked at Nick. "That's right," TJ said. "Without Nick, you're starring in Herman's Last Stand while we sip champagne over the Atlantic." "Look, what's done is done," Nick said. "When we're tanning on a beach in the Catlins, we can debate the details as long as you like. But right now the clock is ticking and we have life-or-death decisions to make." He finally had their attention. "Okay, first we need a new house. We have a few options." "Wait, I'm sorry, did I miss something?" Tracy looked around with attitude. "Who is this we? We don't work for you anymore. You left. Our contract is done." Brian nodded. "Sorry, Nick, I gotta take care of the new guy. You know that." "Brian, forget the new guy," Tracy said. "We're just gonna trade one asshole for another. The money's not worth dying for. We've made it this far without it. Let's just walk away and find someplace to wait things out." "And lose my contract payout," Brian blinked in disbelief. All we have to do is get the new guy to New Zealand and we're set for life. I've been working 10 years for this. I'm not about to blow it with a few hours left. Mom, if we stay here we might catch the virus, Zoe said. We know it started in Boston. How long until it's here? New Zealand is safer for us anyway, right? Great point, Zoe. Brian took Tracy's hand. Honey, if we leave for New Zealand tonight, we'll be there by tomorrow. Then we can relax in free company housing and collect my payout. Hell, we can even throw my big New Year's payout party early. We'll be home free. Brian, it's not that simple, Nick said gently. When? Fine, Tracy said. We take the new client and then we're done, and we're not helping these two anymore. She pointed at Nick and TJ like a disapproving mother. TJ turned to Nick with prayer hands. Nick, can I have a sidebar please? He forced a frustrated grin. We are wasting time here. I have like infinity money, and while I've had a great time flying coach, I'm ready to upgrade to first class now. Call the operator and get us moved up, whatever the cost. Thank you. Herman scoffed and shook his head. Nick took a deep breath and addressed the room. Guys. Oh, I'm sorry, TJ. Are we below you? Tracy slid to the edge of her seat. Why don't you offer infinity money to your infinity followers and see who comes to help you? Oh, right. They're both imaginary, and no one gives a shit about you. If it wasn't for my husband, you'd be hiding under your bed posting crying videos on your precious website. Honestly, I feel bad for you. Now hold on. Nick held out a hand. TJ threw back his head in a maniacal laugh and clapped sarcastically. Okay, honey, as much as I appreciate everything you've done, I'm sure there are plenty of escape plans that don't come with a broken G.I. Joe and a miserable nag. Brian launched to his feet and aimed a finger at TJ. Use that tone with my wife again, and you're gonna redefine the word broken. Dad, Zoe tugged him back down. Herman and Dana joined the fray, and the room devolved into shouting. Nick stood, calmly reached into Brian's bug-out bag, and fished around until he found what he was looking for. He moved in front of the fireplace at the head of the group. How dare you? Tracy fumed and pointed at TJ. You think? Nick blasted Zoe's pink seahorse whistle as hard as he could. Everyone jumped and stared up in shock. Nick tossed the whistle to Zoe. Look, we don't have a lot of time, so let me simplify the situation. Brian, we need you to give us a ride to New Zealand. Otherwise, we're stuck here, at the bottom of a long list of rich and powerful people trying to buy their way to safety. Brian crossed his arms, unimpressed. But here's the thing, Nick said. You need us too. See, when you arrive in New Zealand tomorrow, one of two things is gonna happen. One, the company tells you to turn right back around for another rescue mission. They fly you all around the world, picking up rich assholes in deadly places until 12:01 a.m. on New Year's Day. Meanwhile, your family's waiting in a mobile home by the airport, living on military rations, and praying you survive your world tour of the apocalypse. Brian slowly uncrossed his arms. Or two, you get lucky, and the company lets you wait out the rest of your contract in New Zealand. They put your entire family in a one-bedroom shithole in downtown Auckland for 30 days. That's all they're required to do, so trust me, it's bad. If the virus is there already, it's coming soon. And you're trapped in the most overcrowded square mile in the entire country. Either way, will they pay out your contract in January? Probably. Assuming their financial operations aren't disrupted, which they definitely are. And if they do pay out, will that money even matter if this is an extinction-level event? Brian slumped, pale and speechless. Nick turned to a smirking TJ. That goes for you too. As much as I appreciate your offer for infinity money, right now the only real currency is food, water, and medicine. And last I checked, our bank account is empty. Welcome to poverty." TJ's smile faded. Nick turned back to Brian. "My ranch has 277 acres, 5,225 feet of lakefront access, 8 bedrooms, 2 independent energy sources, 3 fresh water supplies, crops, livestock, hydroponics, aquaculture, recreation, and enough stockpiled food, water, and medicine to last a decade." Brian's jaw dropped. Nick took a deep breath and stepped in. "If you get me there, I will give you and your family a safe place to stay for as long as you like. If you have to break your contract and money still matters, between TJ and I, we'll make you whole. But here's the thing, we all need this new client. Without him, we have no plane. Airport security won't let anyone board without verifying the client. Pray that he's a single client and not a family, otherwise we won't have enough seats. And pray that he'll let us join. Otherwise, I'm screwed here, and you're screwed there." Everyone stared up at Nick. He returned to the couch and dropped into his seat. "Look, I fucked up. I'm sorry, I truly am, but I can still get us through. If we burn all our time and energy fighting, trust me, we won't survive. We have to work together." He raised his hands defensively. "But it's up to you. We can still go our separate ways. You roll the dice with the client and the company, I work the flight list, and we wish each other good luck." He scanned the group. "But if you're willing to trust me, I will try and get us through, all of us." Silence. Tracy was grasping Zoe's sweatshirt and fighting back tears. Zoe had her arms wrapped around her dad's bicep, her face buried in his shoulder. Brian looked at Tracy and she nodded. Zoe sniffled and nodded into his shoulder. Brian looked up, his face a mix of fear and gratitude. "Okay, Nick, we're in. We get you to the ranch, you give us a spot." Nick returned a solemn, binding nod. He looked at Dana. "Dana." She gave a sweet, admiring smile. "Just tell me what to do." He turned to TJ, who looked defeated. "What?" TJ said. "Are you asking me? Goddamn right I'm in, that's what I'm paying you for." Mikey stepped in and extended a hand. "I'm in, Nick." "Thank you, Mikey." He shook and turned to Herman. "Herman." Herman turned and slowly lowered the frozen peas. He looked at Nick, and it was clear that despite the damage, he could still see through both eyes. "It's about goddamn time. Let's get to work." Nick sprung up and retook his position at the fireplace. "Most of our supplies are gone, but if we leave tonight that won't matter. If we get stuck here, well, then we're in trouble. We still have both bug-out bags, plus the defense kit, which is something. We'll gather our remaining supplies, including any food in the fridge, and load everything into the Ark." Nick looked at Herman. "We're going to want 2 cars just in case. Do you have a spare tire?" "Of course, in my garage." "Good. Could you change out the tire and load up any food and supplies from your house?" "We got it, Nick, no problem." Mikey gave a thumbs up. Nick paused. "Herman, you feel up to it?" "What? Oh, please. I've taken beatings far worse than this." Dana smiled and nodded her doctor's approval. "Priority 1 is safety." Nick looked at his watch. "We just have to last 13 hours and then we're on the road to Moose River. Priority 2 is this new client. We need to take care of this guy, convince him to support our plan." Nick took a deep breath. "Herman, Mikey, there probably won't be enough space for you on tonight's flight. It may take some time, but I'll find a way. Once we settle in New Zealand, Brian and I can find a plane and come get you, cut the company out completely." Herman grunted. "We ain't going to your Disneyland down under. Lake Wentworth is good enough for us." Mikey hung his head. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Last thing. Nick looked around the battle-scarred room. We need a new house. We leave in 13 hours and we can't afford another run-in with Hunziker, so let's optimize for safety over comfort. Herman, what about your place? Brian asked. Too small, plus they know where I live, trust me. Nick rubbed his chin. What about? I got an idea, but you ain't gonna like it, Herman said. There's an old hunting cabin not far from here, deep in the woods, unpaved road, not on any maps. Nobody knows about it but us and the owner, and he ain't been up in 9 years. Perfect, Nick said. Yeah, well, prepare yourself, it ain't the Hotel Infinity. Herman cackled and nudged TJ, who forced a miserable smile. All right, we've got a plan, Nick said. Herman and Mikey back to your house to change the tire and load supplies. The rest of us gather everything here. We'll meet at the cabin. Brian will call the operator from the Ark and game plan your new client. Sounds like he's already on the way. Oh, and remember, everyone knows about the virus now, and panic is setting in, so public spaces are strictly off limits. Keep it simple. We just need to hold out until 3 p.m. Nick clapped to break the huddle. Ready, let's go. Everyone started up. Wait, what about Abby? Dana said. We can't just leave her there. Everyone stopped and looked at Nick. We'll plant the phone for her, he said. If she gets out before 3 p.m., we'll pick her up and head straight to Moose River. And if she does, then what, she's just stuck there, forever, with those pigs. What else can we do? Nick said. We can't delay the flight. We can't cancel and wait around for her next escape. We can't go get her. She's in a militarized compound guarded by 100 heavily armed, mentally unstable soldiers just begging for a reason to kill. We have a pistol and a rusty shotgun, one person with combat experience and no idea where she is. I care about Abby, I do, but going in there, it's not possible. He's right, Dana, Brian said. The odds of success on a mission like that are near zero. Okay, so let me get this straight. Dana channeled her sister's sass. It's far too dangerous for a professional prepper and a Navy SEAL to break in, but somehow it's much safer for a 16-year-old pregnant girl to break out. How does that make sense? Nick softened his tone. She'll make it out. I know she will, she's a fighter. And if she doesn't, we'll resupply in New Zealand and come back, and we'll keep coming back until she's free. I promise. Dana sat back and crossed her arms, unhappy but outnumbered. Anything else? Nick asked the group. Okay, let's roll. Everyone sprung into action except for TJ, who slumped in his seat, closing and reopening his frozen banking app. Herman leaned over from behind the couch. Welcome to poverty. Don't worry, you get used to it. He clapped TJ on the shoulder and burst out laughing. TJ tossed his phone on the coffee table and put his face in his hands. Herman's laugh faded and he placed a hand on TJ's shoulder. It's all right, son. Better to be a good man than a rich man. Your father knew that. I think you do too. Herman gave TJ a comforting pat and headed for the door. Nick scanned his bedroom for anything he might have left behind. He scooped up a phone charger, sweatpants, and a box of protein bars and stuffed them in his bug-out bag. As he hustled back toward the stairs, he passed Abby's open door and something caught his eye. He stopped and backed up. The bun in the oven apron was exactly where he'd left it a few hours ago, hanging on the chair, its giddy face beaming up at him. He walked over, gently folded it, and placed it in his bag. I promise, Nick whispered. 32. The Ark crawled along Cradle Cove's winding road, Nick and Brian squinting into the dark, looking for the path to the cabin. TJ, Dana, Tracy, and Zoe searched from the back seats. Let's hope this guy is easy to work with, Nick said. It's just one guy, Brian asked. That's what the operator said. Better be, we need all 3 seats. How do we convince him? Money, information, connections. Maybe the ranch I'll know when I meet him. And what if? There, Nick pointed to an overgrown gap between 2 huge pine trees. Man, Herman was right. No one will ever find this place. Brian turned down the dirt path. All right, I'm calling. Nick dialed the operator from Brian's phone. It rang through the car's Bluetooth system. Operator. Brian Donahue, passphrase Superman. Okay, Mr. Donahue, I've got you voice verified. I'm checking in for instructions on a new client. Yes, I was about to call you. The client has been medically cleared and is en route but running into some resistance. We're working through it. Are you ready to receive? Yes, but at a new location. We had a security breach. This is Nick Ritter. I'm with Brian. I'll text you the latitude-longitude coordinates as soon as we arrive. Should be within 2 minutes. Roger that, Nick. I'll update his destination. Call me if anything changes, Brian said. Over and out. Nick reached out to end the call. Oh, one more thing, the operator said. Nick, I'm sending you an intelligence briefing. We're getting reports of a cure. A cure? It's unverified, but we're seeing a wave of signals across our intelligence network. Mostly social and alternative media, but also some official sources. Nick turned and looked back at Dana. Yeah, send that over right away. We'll take a look. Roger that, over and out. They crept along the pitch-dark path, hanging branches and dense overgrowth forming a tight tunnel through the woods. This better not scratch up my baby. Brian patted the Ark's dashboard. I thought I was your baby. Zoe crossed her arms. Of course, baby. He winked in the rearview mirror. That's what I meant. Tracy rolled her eyes and gave gloating Zoe a playful shove. TJ, can you check the latest intel on this cure? Nick said. Zen or local news or whatever. TJ stared out the window into the dark. TJ, Nick turned around. TJ, you with us? Huh? He looked at Nick, startled and confused. Can you check the latest intel on the cure? Cure? Yeah, Nick gestured. On your phone, do your thing. My phone stopped working an hour ago. No internet, no phone, nothing loads all the way, it just stops and starts. He turned back to the window as they exited the tunnel into a large clearing. Nick looked down and compared his and Brian's phones. Oh yeah, we've fallen back to satellite. Lines must be down. Man, this thing is moving fast. Is that it? Tracy said. They slowed to a stop, their headlights spotlighting a mossy, dilapidated cabin. Tell me that's not it. Herman wasn't kidding, Brian said. It ain't the Hotel Infinity. They swung flashlights around the cabin's gloomy interior. It was small, one main room and a single bedroom in the back. The ceiling shimmered with spiderwebs, the wood-burning stove vomited wet leaves, and the walls sweated a musty rotting wood smell. Welp, good thing it's only 14 hours, Brian said. 13 and a half. Nick frowned at the filthy kitchenette. This place is disgusting, Tracy gagged. Ladies, let's get to work. Dana, I need you on cure research, Nick said. You just want out of cleanup duty. Tracy mock-scowled at Dana. Dana returned a self-important hair flip. TJ, I need you too. Nick handed him Brian's phone. Check social, local, Zen, you know the drill. They sat around a dusty dining table and researched in silence for 5 minutes, Nick and TJ browsing while Brian and Dana chatted softly. TJ looked up. I mean, yeah, it's everywhere. Alternative media is pushing it hard. There's some local coverage, but most of it's on social. What are they saying? Nick asked. TJ scrolled and read aloud. Penicillin is the cure. The original miracle is back. Don't wait until you're sick. Get penicillin for early prevention. My 93-year-old grandma got last rites this morning. Now she's singing Fly Me to the Moon karaoke on my coffee table. Penicillin is real. Insider tip: grab your penicillin before the rich stockpile it all. TJ looked up stuff like that. They're saying you can take it before or after infection. It works either way. And there are a bunch of hashtags. Penicillin, curacillin, miracillin, Big P, free the pen, original miracle, the pen is mightier, etc. Is that it? Nick asked. Pretty much. Some tips on how to take it and a big list of where to find it, but mostly it's people confirming it works. My intelligence reports say the same thing. Nick nodded. Plus, there are a few studies out. A research lab in San Francisco gave 50 rats penicillin. The ones who encountered the virus didn't get infected, and the ones who were already infected recovered within hours. 2 additional labs replicated the results. Some doctors are already endorsing it. Seems like it could be real. Nick turned to Dana, who was staring into space with a furrowed brow. Dana, what are you thinking? She sighed. I don't know, it sounds promising, but it doesn't make sense. What do you mean? Well, for starters, antibiotics don't work on viruses. A virus has a completely different structure and replication method than bacteria. Sure, an antibiotic could help with a secondary infection, but it should be ineffective against the virus. Also, penicillin is an entire class of antibiotics. It's not even a specific drug. There are over a dozen types of penicillin. So unless they're talking about penicillin G, which is given by injection, or penicillin V, which is taken orally, it's not clear which drug they're actually referring to. Penicillin V would be my best guess, but it's not even the most popular penicillin. Amoxicillin is far more commonly used and should have the same therapeutic effect as the other penicillins because they share the same mechanism of action. She took a breath. I don't know, it just seems weird. Nick processed, then turned back to TJ. Where is the social content coming from? Mostly Zen, but it's on every social network. Can you see who's posting it on Zen? Not really. It's all anonymous, user-generated content, maybe a little from our content partners. Who are they? I don't know, we have hundreds of them. I don't scrutinize every deal. Dana leaned toward Nick. What are you thinking? Nick took a deep breath. Well, it's the same message everywhere all at once. Either penicillin really works or it's a TDC. TDC? Brian asked. Targeted disinformation campaign. If it's not real, the only way disinformation spreads this far this fast is when it's a well-funded campaign. Your garden variety grassroots conspiracy theory is much slower, and it tends to stop with a certain demographic or burn itself out. This looks like it's being pushed. By who? Brian asked. Could be anyone, foreign governments, terrorist groups, NGOs. Could even come from here, the feds, maybe the White House or the FDA, even the NSA. Wouldn't be the first time. Could be Big Pharma, TJ said. They never miss a chance to profit from a disaster. Nick nodded. Could be. But what about the studies? Brian asked. I mean, Monroe made this thing in a lab, right? So maybe it doesn't work like other viruses. Maybe penicillin kills it. Yeah, Dana shrugged. I guess that's possible. So should we get some penicillin? TJ asked. Nick considered. I have some in New Zealand, but if we get stuck here, we'll grab some when we resupply. It's incredibly common, Dana said. It won't be hard to find. Can't you just write a prescription? TJ asked Dana. Do the whole pharmacy thing again." Nick shook his head. "No public spaces. Right now our only goal is—" "SHHH, what's that?" Brian held out a hand, his head cocked like a hunting dog. Nick paused, then heard it, the sound of a helicopter approaching. Brian stood and tensed. Could it be Hunziker? Nick shook his head. "I doubt those idiots can fly. And why would they? It's probably the client. He must have called for an extraction." Nick and Brian stepped outside and watched from the front porch. A black military helicopter with no markings touched down in the field in front of the cabin. 3 soldiers in black tactical gear jumped out, scouring the perimeter with rifle-mounted flashlights. A 4th soldier emerged and helped a man in a gray suit step to the ground. The helicopter aimed a floodlight down the front path, and the soldiers formed a diamond around their client, raised their weapons, and glided along the beam of light toward the cabin. Nick squinted and whispered, "Oh shit." Marty Kettenbach stepped onto the porch, his smooth gray hair somehow unruffled by the helicopter. "Nick Ritter." He leaned in with a cocky gotcha grin. "Looks like you'll be my live support after all." 33. "Where would you like the bags, sir?" A young extraction soldier with a bushy black beard stood in the cabin doorway, his burly frame supporting 5 overstuffed bags and a wooden case. "Over there." Marty pointed from the dusty table. "Careful with the case, they're antiques." An older soldier with neat gray hair stepped inside. "Sir, we're departing shortly. Is there anything—" He spotted Brian and burst into a wide grin. "Hey ye, what's up, hell frog?" Brian lit up and stepped to the soldier. "Hey, Ramirez, long time, brother." They exchanged a warm bro hug. "Guys, look who's here," Ramirez called outside. 3 soldiers stepped in and traded enthusiastic hugs and back slaps with Brian. Tracy and Zoe watched and smiled. "So, they still let you fly, old man," Ramirez said. "Retirement coming up in a month." Brian shrugged. "Good time to get out right." "Oh man," the young soldier said as he gently lowered the bags. "I got 7 years left. No way I'm getting out alive." "That's their plan, bro." A short soldier shook his head. "Cheaper to take you out than pay you out. Know what I'm saying?" "Seriously, how you been?" Ramirez smiled at Brian. "Can't complain. Staying busy, family's good, the job you know." They grumbled a chorus of agreement. "Well, it's good to see you, Frogman." Ramirez put a hand on Brian's shoulder. "Next time you're anywhere near Virginia, you better give me a call. I owe you a beer, actually, more like 10 beers. "Will do, Frogman." Brian nodded modestly. "Will do." "You lucked out, sir," Ramirez called across the room to Marty. "You got a living legend here." All right." Brian waved them out the door. "Isn't there a cat in a tree somewhere that needs an extraction?" They laughed and filed out the door. Ramirez stopped in the doorway and hugged Brian again. "Stay safe, brother." As he let go, he nodded toward Marty and whispered, "Good luck with this one." "I'm fucking starving." Marty glared across the table at Nick. Brian and TJ stared ahead, hands clasped on the table like schoolboys on their best behavior. "Marty, this is Brian's wife, Tracy," Nick said calmly. Tracy stepped to the table and forced a smile. "She'd be happy to make you something," Nick said. "Right now our supplies are." "So housewives come with your package too, huh? Real nice, Nick." Marty barked in Tracy's direction. "Turkey sandwich. Lettuce, tomato, mayo. No cheese." Tracy's face reddened and Zoe hugged her and walked her backward to the freshly cleaned kitchenette. "Coming right up," Zoe said. "Do I smell alcohol? Is he drunk?" "Oh, right, I required in his contract that extract teams have scotch on board." Steadies my nerves, that's what he said. Marty turned to TJ and clapped. So, TJ, how's the digital anarchy business? TJ returned a slow, tired blink. Relax, kid, I'm kidding. I love what you're doing. So does Ray, by the way. Says you're leading the next generation of Boston big shots. Didn't realize I was on my way out. He leaned in with a sly smile. I ain't done just yet, kid. He winked. TJ forced a smile. Anyway, did Nick put you up in this dump? Marty looked around the cabin and shook his head. I hope he's giving you a discount, but hey, at least he answers your phone calls. He glared at Nick. Zoe lowered a sandwich with a side of chips and a sliced apple. Bon appetit. Marty stared at the plate. The fuck is this? This is ham, honey. I said turkey. Unfortunately, we're out of turkey right now, Mr. Kettenbach. All we have is ham and roast beef. Is there a drink I could get you? Water, sparkling water, orange juice. He stared at the plate with disgust. This is what we have, Marty, Nick said. Marty shooed Zoe away and turned to Nick. Your phone broken, big shot. I've been calling you for 48 hours straight. Nothing. Nick steadied his tone. Marty, I don't do live support. I've been trying to get to New Zealand myself. Now let's talk about your situation. My situation. My situation's fucked, Nick. That smooth escape plan you promised. Yeah, well, that's the real disaster. My family's in a hotel in New Zealand. I'm stuck here. I don't know what's going on. I'm making all kinds of mistakes. This is why I wanted you on call. He chomped an apple slice. I'm sorry it hasn't gone smoothly. These situations rarely do. But I can help you get back on track. Your flight tonight. I'm not your only unhappy customer, by the way. Ray is pissed. He's been trying to reach you too. Something about using his name at a roadblock. Nick closed his eyes and sighed. Marty scoffed. Yeah, well, you should call him. He wants that paradise in the French Riviera you promised. He grabbed a handful of chips. I talked to Carlton. He got out no problem. And Landry activated early. He was on one of the first flights. Most of my executive team is still waiting. Everyone else, well, obviously they're fucked. He tossed a chip in his mouth and shrugged. Marty. Nick placed his hands flat on the table. We need to talk about your flight. Oh, now we need to talk. Now you're in a hurry. He leaned back and snapped his fingers at the ladies in the kitchenette. Honey, this won't do. Ham is for the plebs. Take it away and bring me a roast beef. We're trying to ration for 10 people here. Nick felt his comm starting to crack. We can't afford to waste. Marty slammed the table. I don't give a fuck, Nick. I'm hangry because I've been stuck in my house alone for 2 days, calling you on a loop, while my wife and kids enjoy Thanksgiving dinner halfway across the world. Pick up your phone. Fix my plan, he glared at Nick. And make me a goddamn roast beef sandwich. Tracy started toward them, ready to unleash. TJ stood and calmly picked up the plate. I gotcha, Marty. No worries. He placed a hand on Tracy's shoulder and gently turned her around. Come on, Tracy. I'll show you the secret behind my dad's famous roast beef sandwich. 15 minutes later, Marty slid his empty plate across the table, burped, and wiped his mouth with a party napkin. Delicious. Tracy fired a dirty look from the kitchen. Can we please talk about your plan? Nick asked. Marty beamed a satisfied grin. Sure, Nick, let's talk. Your flight leaves tonight at 5 p.m. Brian is your pilot. His family is coming with. That's allowed in his contract. Now the plane has space and weight capacity for 3 additional passengers. I'd like to propose bringing me and TJ and 1 other passenger. Marty straightened and grinned. Oh, I see. You've got no flight. Is that it, Nick? The posh prepper down here scrambling for the exits with the rest of us poor schmucks. Nick took a deep breath. It's a long story. If you're interested, I'll tell you on the flight. But if you agree to let us join, I will do everything in my power to get you and your family set up exactly how you want. Marty stared and blinked. That's it, that's your offer. Yes, oh, and for weight capacity reasons, you'll have to leave your bags. I'm not leaving the watches. Marty jabbed a finger at Nick. It's my great-grandfather's antique collection. He spent. You can bring the watches, Nick said calmly. No problem. Well, Nick, now that I have a flight, I don't know what you can really do for me. He shrugged. Besides, one of the seats is already taken. Taken by who? Marty flashed his eyebrows in a suggestive you-know-who look. Marty, I don't follow. Come on, Nick, don't be an asshole, you know, what we talked about at the club. Marty, I'm sorry, I don't. Marty huffed. I asked if we could add someone, a friend discreetly, and you said, sure, Marty. Anything for my #1 client, Marty. I'll get right on it, Marty. Shit, I completely forgot. He wanted a plan for a girlfriend. Nick nodded. Okay, yes, now I remember. Yeah, well, when I called the operator, they had no idea what I was talking about, treated me like an asshole. So my family went ahead and I said my flight was delayed so I could work with my trusted prepper to make sure my friend got out. He glared at Nick. I didn't have time to add her. Creating a new plan, it takes months. I have to line up contracts, stress test scenarios. I mean, you know, Marty, you went through it. It's not an overnight process. Yeah, well, maybe you should have said that at the club. Or, I don't know, picked up your phone. He scowled and took a sip of sparkling water. Anyways, here we are, so we gotta get her and then only then can we talk about the 2 extra seats. Nick glanced at his watch. 3:53 a.m., 13 hours to departure. It's possible, depending where she is. But only 2 seats, that's a problem. Okay, Marty, let's talk it out. Where is she now? Where do you think? Downtown Boston. Boston? Nick's eyes widened. That's literally the last place we want to go. It's ground zero for the outbreak. No way. Out of the question. No shit, Sherlock. Am I being charged for these brilliant insights? That's why I wanted to bring her out with me. I explained, I begged, I threatened, but everyone just pointed to your stupid contract. So now, how about you fix it? I'll get her a separate flight. It may take a few days, but I can find something. We can extract her today and move her to a secure location with plenty of supplies. Oh yeah, Marty gestured around the cabin. Secure, with plenty of supplies like this shithole. He leaned in and snarled. I don't want to wait. I'm done waiting. She says it's getting bad in there, my family's wondering where the hell I am, and I want the new life you promised now. Marty, I understand, but... Marty threw up his hands. Why am I even talking to you, Nick? I don't need you. He turned to Brian. We gotta get her out, pal. I'll give you her location, you bring her up here and we'll fly out tonight. Good. Respectfully, sir, I'm just the pilot. I'm not trained or equipped for a high-risk rescue. Can we send in an extraction team? Tried that, she's not in the contract. Were you paying attention? He leaned toward Brian with a condescending look. Listen, I'm gonna make this very simple. If you want my seats, then pick up my friend. Otherwise, I call the operator and report you as non-compliant. No flight, no payday, no future. He leaned back with a smug grin. Do your job or find a new one. Tracy launched a handful of silverware into the sink with a violent clatter and started toward the table. Now hold on. Nick stepped in her path and pointed at Marty. You can't do that. His contract requires him to fly, not go on whatever suicide mission you dream up. Marty stood and jammed a finger in Nick's face. Push them hard. That's what you told me, remember. Push them hard and they'll do whatever you need, or they won't get their payday. Nick lowered his finger as the Donahues all looked at him. Marty turned and loomed over Brian. Pick up my girlfriend or make this cabin your forever home. What's it gonna be, hell frog? Brian looked up at Tracy, her eyes raging, chest heaving. She shook her head. He looked at Zoe, her lip trembling, hands clutched to her heart. She shook her head. He looked at Nick, his fists clenched, face pale. He shook his head. He looked around the rotting cabin. Brian slid back his chair and stepped face to face with Marty. I'll do it. Tracy threw up her hands and stormed back to the kitchenette. Zoe and Dana followed. Brian, Nick stepped to him. You don't have to. What choice do I have, Nick? Huh, you screwed me. Now what choice do I have? Nick shook his head, out of words. I'll load up the ark. Brian grabbed the defense kit and headed for the door, his limp noticeably worse. Brian, Nick called. Brian turned in the doorway. I'm coming with you. 34. Between the roadblock and the traffic, we'll never make it in and out of Boston alive. Never mind make the flight, Nick said, as Brian guided the ark over Cradle Cove's little wooden bridge. Yeah, the roads are a mess, Marty said from the back seat. That's why I called for the extraction. Nick had convinced Marty to come by telling him they might find an earlier flight out of Boston. The truth was, if Marty was present, he'd hesitate to go into a dangerous situation. They were safer if Marty had skin in the game. Also, if they left him behind, there was a non-zero chance Tracy would kill him. A helicopter would be perfect, but we'll never find one on such short notice, Nick said. Rail is out of the question, probably out of service and definitely infected. That leaves us with back roads. We could try to find a route that... What about a boat? Brian said. Nick and Marty looked at him. We drop in from New Hampshire or Maine, follow the coast south, and pull right into Boston Harbor. Good call. Nick tapped on his phone. The company has escape vessels in every major port. We'll want something out of New Hampshire so we don't have to cross state lines, risk another roadblock. Nick held up his phone. Portsmouth Yacht Club. It's an hour drive, no state lines, and they've got 2 boats available. Brian tapped the destination into the ark. How do we navigate in the dark? Won't we get lost? Marty asked. I mean, can you even drive a boat at night? Brian tried not to laugh as he looked in the rearview. Hooyah, sir. The trip to Boston was a smooth 2-hour cruise in a high-end pontoon boat. Nick and Marty spent most of the ride wrapped in beach towels, shivering in the pre-dawn drizzle. As they approached Boston Harbor, the first rays of light painted Brian behind the wheel. He looked like a younger man, happy and strong, oblivious to the frigid gusts rippling across his windbreaker, lost in an old feeling. They cruised up the Charles River and tied at a small community dock as close to downtown Boston as possible. Wearing N95 masks and surgical gloves, they crept into the city. Nick carried his phone, Brian carried his pistol, and Marty carried a pair of binoculars. It's a short walk, maybe half a mile to the Charles River Plaza, Nick said. Cambridge Street was strangely quiet without the morning commute. Its lanes were scattered with abandoned cars and lighted emergency vehicles. Its shops were closed and undisturbed, except for the restaurants and grocery stores, which were all smashed and stripped. Try calling her. Nick handed Marty his phone. It's not ringing, Marty said, just beeping. Phone lines are down here too. She better be here, and she better be ready. She was ready when I talked to her yesterday. That's good, but let's just get this out of the way right now, just in case. If she's not here, we're leaving. No searching the city, no checking her mom's friend's neighbor's aunt's place. We go straight back to the boat, straight back to Wolfeboro. Agreed. Raina will be there, Nick. She's got nowhere else to go. Right, but what if she's... Good morning. A shirtless man in dirty jeans and work boots jogged up the road with a cheerful smile. His eyes were blood red, his hands scratched raw. He gave a friendly wave and headed up Cambridge Street. Marty stared, his eyes wide with horror. Mask and gloves on tight, Nick whispered. We're almost there. They passed a huge sign written in orange spray paint, Free Clinic 1/2 mile ahead. It pointed toward the Boston Garden Arena, which was up the road from the Charles River Plaza. Do you hear music? Brian asked. Nick nodded. Up ahead. Go slow and be ready to run. They approached a public basketball court and stopped and stared. At center court, 30 homeless people danced around a barrel fire to Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA. A young man in a leather jacket windmilled an air guitar. A blind man in a wheelchair banged air drums, and the others skipped and twirled around a circle of dried blood. Between their wild eyes, pulpy hands, and spasmic sneezes and coughs, they looked like zombies conducting a tribal ceremony. Methadone Mile, the homeless encampment, Nick whispered. They probably came here for the free clinic. Common through, boys. A pack of homeless women sprinted past, dribbling a trail of blood behind them. Keep moving. Nick pushed Marty along. Into the parking garage up ahead. As they reached the garage, Marty looked down a side alley and froze. It was scattered with bodies, some sleeping, nested in cardboard and trash, others dead, stiff and covered in rats. An enormous homeless man with faded overalls and bare feet stood facing a white brick wall. He slapped both hands high on the wall, then dragged them down 2 bloody streaks. He shivered, raised his hands, and did it again. Marty dropped the binoculars. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. The man slowly turned his head and nodded a toothy grin. Get inside. Nick pulled Marty into the parking garage and snatched the binoculars. They made their way upstairs to the corner of the roof that overlooked the plaza. You can lower your masks, Nick said. Get some air. He looked down at the plaza. It was a perfect square of buildings enclosing a large parking lot in the middle. The only way in was a vehicle entrance with a parking gate and a few small alleys and walking paths between the buildings. Nick raised the binoculars. Okay, we've got a Market Basket, thoroughly looted. A bakery and a Dunkin', both destroyed. A bank and a dry cleaners untouched. And there it is, Charles River condominiums, 6 stories high, 1 main entrance, looks untouched. All right, let's go, Marty said. Nick peered through the binoculars for a long moment. There's something else. What is it, Nick? Brian asked. There's a small cut clinic with a long line of sick waiting on the sidewalk, like at Dana's hospital, maybe 100 people. But they're starting to leave the line and walk across the parking lot to the other side of the plaza, to the CVS. There's a crowd gathering there. And there are others. Not everyone looks sick. Nick followed a group of infected as they left the plaza and crossed Cambridge Street to a fire station on the other side. A crowd was forming by the garage door, mostly sick and homeless, but some looked healthy, wearing masks, gloves, and duct-taped homemade gowns. The healthy were in small groups, many carrying pistols or rifles. Nick swung back to the clinic and followed an old woman walking out, carrying a pill bottle in her gauze-wrapped hands. As she crossed the parking lot, 3 healthy-looking subway workers jumped out of a city truck and surrounded her. The one wearing a conductor's hat flashed a gun under his jacket. She tried to run, but they grabbed her and snatched the bottle. She screeched and spit on them, and the conductor pistol-whipped her to the ground. A group of homeless men moved in to intervene, and the conductor raised his gun as the subway workers backed into their truck. The sound of shattering glass echoed across the plaza, and the homeless men turned and rushed towards CVS as a crowd spilled through the broken front window. More glass shattered, and Nick swung to see a healthy-looking man in a tracksuit clearing the front window of the cut clinic with the butt of his rifle. All at once, the long hospital line dissolved into two groups, half rushing the clinic and half sprinting across the parking lot to CVS. Nick lowered the binoculars, his eyes dancing across the horizon as he processed. Then it clicked. He grabbed his phone, opened the latest intelligence report, and tossed it to Marty. At the bottom, there's a list that's circulating on social media. You see it. He raised the binoculars and studied the plaza. Yeah, here it is. Read it out loud. It says, here is the definitive list of where to find your penicillin. Make sure to check them all before it's too late. Marty looked up. Then it's a long list of places. Read it. Marty took a deep breath. Hospitals, pharmacies, cut clinics, doctors' offices, ambulances, pharma warehouses, medical delivery trucks, police stations, fire stations, vet clinics, government buildings, public offices, town halls, military bases, roadblocks, National Guard medical tents, FEMA medical tents, 911 phone centers, private homes of high-ranking government and military officials. Nick slowly lowered the binoculars. Most of those places don't stockpile penicillin. He looked at Brian. It's a TDC designed to overwhelm and destabilize health and safety systems. What's a TDC? Marty asked. Targeted disinformation campaign. Nick took his phone back. Someone's tapping into public fear and promoting penicillin as a wonder cure, available at select locations while supplies last. If the virus is a fire in a crowded theater, they're funneling everyone toward a dead-end exit. Meaning penicillin doesn't really work? Brian asked. Exactly. Nick skimmed the list again. But if it doesn't work, what's the point? Brian said. After a day or two, everyone will figure it out and those places will be fine, right? Nick pocketed his phone and pointed at the plaza. Yeah, but look at all the damage, shattered windows, ravaged supplies, injuries, and his eyes went wide. Oh my God, it's a superspreader attack. A what? Marty's eyes darted around the roof. Nick gazed down into the plaza, lost in the chaos. Concentrated anarchy, a burst of destruction designed to spread the virus farther and faster. Get the sick to descend on local health and safety systems, disrupting service for a few days, and in the process, they mix with the healthy, specifically doctors, nurses, cops, firefighters, soldiers, politicians, all the essential workers. Disrupt the response and spread the virus, kill two birds with one stone. He turned and locked on Brian. Someone orchestrated panic into one giant superspreader event. Who would do that? Marty asked. There's a long list, but I have a pretty good idea who's on top. 35. Kurt stopped at the lab door with the blacked-out windows. Now listen, the doc's got a lot on his mind, so try not to be so. He looked Abby up and down. You know. She crossed her arms and gave an ice-cold stare. Okay, he shrugged. Have it your way, Krabby, 'cause that's been working so well for you lately. He swiped his security badge and the door unlocked. He pulled it open and extended his arm with a sarcastic smile. After you, princess. Kurt and Dr. Teddy had been in this lab a lot recently. She didn't have access. After her second runaway, her badge stopped working on a lot of doors. Abby stepped inside. It took a minute for her eyes to adjust to the dim light and her brain to process the strange scene. The room contained 10 long tables, each with 10 computer stations complete with monitor, keyboard, mouse, and chair. A third of the stations were manned by Kurt's soldiers, posting and commenting on a range of social networks. Spanning the rear wall was a long wooden board with 3 shelves, each holding at least 100 cell phones. A dozen militia members strolled along the shelves, refreshing, browsing, and liking social media posts. It was a click farm. She watched a medical ethics lecture on how they were used to distort information and manipulate public opinion. Dr. Teddy stood at the head of the room in his white doctor's coat, studying a small tablet. "Let's go." Kurt gave her a firm nudge and they moved toward Dr. Teddy. "She's good, Doc," Kurt called ahead. Dr. Teddy looked up. "All checked and cleared by your staff." Kurt gave a thumbs up. "Excellent." Dr. Teddy smiled. "Do you feel better, Abby?" "I'll feel a lot better in a few hours." "Much better, thank you, Dr. Teddy." She forced a smile. Dr. Teddy lowered his tablet. "Listen, Abby, I know this is difficult. It's normal to have big feelings so close to your due date. You see, your hormones are." "Sorry, Dr. T, I was soothing a cranky spam filter." Wiretap strolled up, tapping and swiping his tablet like an orchestra conductor. "All good now. You wanted to see me." "Not a problem, Private Winkler. I just wanted to check in, see how we're doing." Wiretap stared down at his tablet. Well, put simply, we're doing great. We're running in 34 languages across 225 cities, promoting over 10,000 pieces of content, and trending on every platform. Alternative media is all in, and mainstream is starting to nibble. We've got your docs hitting the big networks. Honestly, promotion has shifted mostly organic. Users have taken over pushing the message, which is why I've got us half-staffed right